Programmed to Kill: The Politics of Serial Murder by David McGowan. This audiobook is brought to you by t.me/theconspiracyhole. I will be reading citations and headlines.
And I will be reading the main text.
Contents.
Introduction, Mind Control 101. Part 1, The Pedocracy. Chapter 1, From Brussels. Chapter 2, To Washington. Chapter 3, Uncle Sam Wants Your Children. Chapter 4, McMolestation. Chapter 5, It Couldn't Happen Here. Chapter 6, Finders Keepers. Part 2, There's Something About Henry. Chapter 7, Sympathy for the Devil. Chapter 8, Henry, Portrait of an MK Ultra Assassin. Chapter 9, Rancho Diablo. Chapter 10, The Myth of the Serial Killer. Chapter 11, Lone Nuts. Chapter 12, Satan's Family Tree. Chapter 13, The Spawning Ground. Chapter 14, Superstars. Chapter 15, The Next Generation. Chapter 16, The Collectors. Chapter 17, Patsies and Assassins. Chapter 18, The Profiler and the Patsy. Chapter 19, Conclusions. Part 3, and in other news. Chapter 20, Boulder. Chapter 21, Atlanta. Chapter 22, Role Models. Epilogue.
Introduction, Mind Control 101. The experimenters will be particularly interested in dissociative states, from the abasement de nouveau mental to multiple personality in so-called mediums, and an attempt will be made to induce a number of states of this kind, using hypnosis. From a declassified MK Ultra document.
It is probably safe to say that this is not your typical true crime book. It is, instead, a journey into an even darker, more disturbing world, one that exists in the shadows of the world depicted in the hundreds of formulaic serial killer biographies that line the shelves of America's bookstores. For many readers, much of the information contained within these pages will be unfamiliar, and some of the theories and ideas that are discussed may seem rather bizarre. Perhaps the most controversial theory that readers will find themselves confronted with concerns a phenomenon commonly referred to as mind control. Although the concept of mind control has long been a staple of that polluted wellspring of information known as the conspiracy theory literature, where it often mingles freely with outlandish tales of reptilian aliens and paranormal activity, it has never been a polite topic of discussion in mainstream culture. The only exposure that most people have had to the idea of mind control is through the often metaphorical, and frequently absurd, images that Hollywood has provided in a decades-long string of films, from The Manchurian Candidate and The Stepford Wives in the 1960s and 1970s, to such recent offerings as Conspiracy Theory and Zoolander, along with the remakes of both The Manchurian Candidate and The Stepford Wives. Most people are naturally quite skeptical of the notion that someone's thoughts and actions can be controlled by unseen actors. Particularly in Western culture, where the idea of free will is firmly indoctrinated, theories of mind control are inimical to the omnipresent mantra that we are all responsible for our own actions. It is quite likely then that scenarios involving mind-controlled killers, whether assassins like Lee Harvey Oswald or Saran Saran, or serial killers like Henry Lee Lucas or Charles Manson, will be summarily dismissed by many readers. Skeptics though should bear in mind that, contrary to perceptions, mind control is not a fictional creation of novelists and Hollywood screenwriters. To the contrary, there exists a substantial paper trail establishing that the U.S. intelligence community has devoted a vast amount of both human and financial resources, over a period of several decades, to the study of mind control. Along the way, luminaries of numerous social sciences have been recruited and co-opted. Detailing all the techniques and procedures that have received attention from the Central Intelligence Agency and its brethren is, unfortunately, well beyond the scope of this book. It is possible, however, to provide a rough sketch of what mind control really is, a sketch that will, it is hoped, help to demystify a phenomenon that is not, as it turns out, nearly so esoteric as it may at first appear to be. The basic methodology of mind control was revealed many decades ago by George Estabrooks, a prominent psychologist, hypnotist who worked under contract to American intelligence agencies. In his book Hypnotism, first published in 1943, Estabrooks teased his audience by noting that the intelligent reader will sense that much more is withheld than has been told. While that was undoubtedly an accurate assessment, Estabrooks nevertheless did reveal enough to allow an informed reader to construct a reasonably accurate picture of the fundamentals of mind control. The degree to which any given person is susceptible to being mind-controlled is a direct function of that person's susceptibility to what are known as dissociative states. According to the psychiatric community, dissociative states or dissociative disorders include amnesia, fugue state, and what used to be called multiple personality disorder (MPD) but is now generally referred to as dissociative identity disorder (DID). All of these terms describe the same basic phenomenon: a person who is seemingly in control of his or her actions over a given time period is unable, at a later date, to recall or account for those actions. As with any category of mental illness, there is no dividing line that separates those who are diagnosed with dissociative disorders from those who are normal. Virtually everyone possesses the ability to experience dissociative states. Many people, for example, are familiar with the phenomenon sometimes referred to as driving on autopilot. The scenario generally plays out as follows: you suddenly snap out of it just as you are pulling into your parking space at work, and you realize, to your horror, that you can't remember anything since leaving your house. If this has happened to you, then you have experienced being in a dissociative state. In essence, you drove to work while in a fugue state, and you later had amnesia. In a similar vein, it could be said that an alter personality, which you have no conscious awareness of, drove you to work. In any event, it is clear that someone piloted your car to work in a safe and reasonable manner, and it was someone other than you. Many people are also familiar with another common example of a dissociative state: you are deep in thought, oblivious to everything around you, possibly working on the solution to one of the world's great mysteries, when suddenly your silent meditation is interrupted, perhaps by an unexpected noise, or by someone calling your name or tapping your shoulder. As you snap out of it, you suddenly realize, much to your dismay, that you cannot remember what it was that you were so deep in thought about just moments before. If you have ever had a similar experience, or if you are familiar with the dreamlike state that some people attain just before falling asleep, or while engrossed in a book or television program, then you have experienced being in a dissociative state of consciousness. While the ability to dissociate is likely universal, or nearly so, some people are clearly more susceptible to dissociative states than are others. There is little question that someone's innate ability to dissociate can be greatly enhanced, although not necessarily by ethical means. The most severe of the dissociative disorders, MPD, DID, is in almost all cases created by psychological trauma so severe that the traumatic episodes cannot be integrated into the experiences of the core personality. By far the most common cause of MPD is early childhood trauma, usually, but not always, resulting from horrific abuse by a parent or other adult guardian. Dr. Frank Putnam noted in 1989 that he was struck by the quality of extreme sadism that is reported by most MPD victims. Many multiples have told me of being sexually abused by groups of people, of being forced into prostitution by family members, or of being offered as sexual enticement to their mother's boyfriends. After one has worked with a number of MPD patients, it becomes obvious that severe, sustained, and repetitive child abuse is a major element in the creation of MPD. Dr. Deirdre Barrett, writing in 2001 for Psychology Today, offered a similar observation: dissociatives have the following traits in common. Many such subjects reported a history of child abuse. Although some remembered this directly, some had been told by others that they had been battered. Other dissociators who had not been abused had suffered childhood traumas such as prolonged, painful medical conditions and before the age of 10 experienced the deaths of their parents. As mental health professionals have long recognized, the normal human reaction to highly stressful situations is what is known as the fight or flight response. Children, however, typically lack the ability to either fight off or flee from their attackers and abusers. This is particularly true, of course, for very young children. The human brain, that wonderfully resilient organ, therefore reacts in the best way that it can under the circumstances. It allows the child to mentally flee from the situation. When the abuse is of an extreme and sustained nature, the brain's response is to build a virtual wall around the traumatic experiences by creating a separate and distinct alter personality to deal with current and future episodes of abuse. Although MPD, DID is a disorder listed in the DSM-IV, the veritable Bible of the psychiatric community, the public generally looks upon the notion of multiple personality with a healthy dose of skepticism, a skepticism encouraged by a news and entertainment media apparatus that generally mocks and ridicules the condition, and by a not insignificant number of psychologists and psychiatrists who deny the existence of MPD, DID. Strangely enough, many of the most visible and vocal members of the denial crowd tend to be psychologists and psychiatrists who have received funding from the CIA. In November 2001, researchers in Melbourne, Australia conducted what the Herald Sun described as a world-first study of multiple personality disorder. The goal of the study was to help resolve the dispute within the mental health community. The conclusion reached by the researchers, at least one of whom had been skeptical of the disorder before working on the project, was that individuals who suffer multiple personality disorder are not faking their alter egos. The study involved comparing the brainwave patterns of people claiming to be suffering from the disorder with the brainwave patterns of actors portraying the condition. While the actors gave outwardly convincing performances, the researchers found that there were distinct changes in the brain of sufferers as they switch personalities, while those changes were not detected in the brains of those who were just acting the part. So how does all of this relate to the concept of mind control? In the simplest possible terms, what the term mind control refers to is the process of first enhancing an unwitting subject's natural ability to dissociate, creating, in essence, the condition of multiple personality disorder, and then controlling that subject's dissociative states by creating one or more alter personalities that are effectively under the control of others, and that are unknown to the core personality. But can this really be done? Is mind control a real phenomenon, or merely the product of the fertile imaginations of various conspiracy theorists and self-described survivors? The answer to that question lies in the answers to several other questions, beginning with, do dissociative states occur naturally in the human species? As anyone who has ever driven their car to work on autopilot, or been caught daydreaming, or spacing out, can testify, the answer is yes, although the vast majority of people would not normally use the term dissociative state to describe the experience. Can the naturally occurring ability to dissociate be enhanced? The answer here also appears to be yes, albeit with the caveat that enhancing that ability generally requires the infliction of severe trauma, preferably during the vulnerable childhood years. Would the CIA and other U.S. intelligence agencies be restrained morally or ethically from inflicting such trauma? How this question is answered depends largely upon the individual reader's political orientation and level of awareness of national and world events. Serious students of covert operations know that the CIA has a long and very sordid history of sponsoring countless assassinations, civilian massacres, violent coups, and barbaric torture, interrogation centers, and that is just the short list. This bloody, and very well documented, record suggests that there is little, if anything, that the CIA will not attempt to justify in the name of national security. Documents released through FOIA requests have revealed that, at the very least, the agency has not shied away from funding and sponsoring studies in which very young children have been dosed with LSD continuously for several weeks. If we accept that dissociation is a real and naturally occurring human ability, and that the tendency to dissociate can be enhanced, and that the intelligence community's hands are not tied by ethical concerns, then the final, and most critical, question becomes, can enhanced dissociative states, once created, be controlled? George Estabrooks was clearly convinced that that was indeed the case. He claimed that once a person's core personality had been split, it was then possible to control one or more of the alter personalities, without the conscious awareness of the primary personality. This process, according to Estabrooks, allowed the intelligence community to create super spies, unwitting agents, who were willing to follow any orders unquestioningly. Among other duties, these super spies made ideal couriers, since they could be fed sensitive information while in a controlled dissociative state and thereafter have no conscious awareness that they were transporting important data. Even under torture, the super spy would reveal nothing, for as far as he or she was aware, there was nothing to reveal. Someone at the receiving end who was familiar with the super spy's programming, however, could readily extract the information, after which the super spy would remain blissfully unaware that a mission had been successfully completed. As dubious as Estabrooks' scenario may at first appear to be, it is not so very different from the common phenomenon of driving on autopilot. Let us imagine that you have managed, once again, to find yourself at work with no idea how you got there. You can remember nothing beyond pulling out of your driveway. So you decide, out of curiosity, to pay a visit to a skilled hypnotist, who succeeds in putting you under, so to speak. While in the hypnotic trance, another term for a dissociative state, you would be able to relate to the hypnotist and anyone else in the room all the mundane details of your drive to work. Once brought back to a normal state of consciousness, however, you would still have no conscious memory of your drive to work unless instructed otherwise by the hypnotist. You would have served, in essence, as a super spy. All that is missing from the equation is the element of control. And how would that control be attained? Estabrooks shied away from the details, only alluding to the severe psychic torture that is required to split a person's core personality and then exert control over the alter personalities that are created. The trauma is often referred to euphemistically as a form of hypnotism. In one passage, for example, Estabrooks noted that multiple personalities are caused by a form of hypnotism in the first place. We will see that emotional shock produces exactly the same results as hypnotism. Later, he came a little closer to the truth: multiple personality can be both caused and cured by hypnotism. Remember that war is a grim business. Suppose we deliberately set up that condition of multiple personality to further the ends of military intelligence. Still later, he came even closer: everyone can be thrown into the deepest state of hypnotism by the use of what I termed the Russian method, no holds barred, deliberate disintegration of the personality by psychic torture. The subject might easily be left a mental wreck, but war is a grim business. War is indeed a grim business, as Estabrooks was apparently fond of stating, but that argument hardly justified the type of research the doctor endorsed, including using children, who are notoriously easy to hypnotize, as research subjects. Decades after the publication of Estabrooks' seminal work, another psychiatrist, hypnotist, by the name of Paul Verdier, wrote an obscure book entitled Brainwashing and the Cults, an exposé on capturing the human mind. Verdier's manuscript began on a promising note, with this acknowledgement: it must be accepted that brainwashing is now being used here, in the United States, by devious persons with personal gain in mind. Unfortunately, the author followed that bold proclamation with a woefully inaccurate accounting of who those devious persons might be. He did though provide a reasonably good description of the process of mind control, although Verdier, like Estabrooks, did not use the term mind control. By Verdier's account, the objective of the would-be brainwasher is to access those areas of the brain that are outside of the individual's conscious control. This is accomplished, the doctor explained, by circumventing the normal inhibiting response of the cerebral cortex, so that an individual's voluntary conscious self-control will be bypassed or short-circuited. In order to disable what Verdier referred to as the brain's cortical block, all of the following were recommended: alcohol, euphoric drugs, isolation, solitary confinement, and, the most dramatic and unique item in the brainwashing arsenal, hypnosis. All of these brainwashing techniques, significantly, have been exhaustively researched by the CIA. Verdier went on to explain that in order to achieve truly lasting states of brainwashing, or mind control, it is necessary to subject the victim to profound and deep emotional states. The recommended emotional states are fear, shock, and anxiety, all of which have an intense disinhibitive effect on the human brain. Even more effective is pain, because, according to the eminent neurologist, Dr. Wilder Penfield, sensations of pain from the muscular sensory system enter the subcortical brain regions directly. With a passage seemingly lifted from Estabrooks' writings, Verdier left no doubt that pain and fear are the most useful items in the MK-Ultra toolbox. Russian political scientists do support the belief that given enough punishment, all the people in any time or place are susceptible to hypnotic control. Verdier echoed other of Estabrooks' beliefs as well, including the idea that brainwashing could and should be widely utilized for benevolent purposes, and the notion that children are ideal candidates for mind control programming. Brainwashing can be slow, insidious, and sure when applied to children early in life. It is likely that there is a short period of time following corporal punishment when the child is in a state of decortication, hypnosis, so to speak. This is the ideal time to plant the positive instructions for better behavior in the future. What the good doctor considered corporal punishment and positive instructions was left to the reader's imagination. The vulnerability of children to dissociative states brought on by traumatic abuse is one of the reasons that the CIA and other intelligence agencies have played key roles in the creation of relatively mainstream satanic groups, as well as in denying the existence of underground satanic cults engaged in violent criminal enterprises. Some of the available evidence suggests that an array of satanic groups have served as intelligence agency fronts for mind control operations, which actually makes perfect sense, considering that if the goal is to severely traumatize children, then surely nothing compares to the seemingly outlandish stories told by those who have survived what has been dubbed satanic ritual abuse (SRA). Verdier took note in his book of the fact that one of the most pronounced emotional experiences that a human being can undergo is having his or her life threatened. Threats of death are used as a basic tool by brainwashing communists. Even among them, however, this threat is used sparingly, for they know that humans quickly adapt to this type of threat, especially if it is repeatedly given but never carried out. In order to avoid this routinization of stressful emotional situations, they have been known to casually execute prisoners for the apparent effect it has on others. The actions that Verdier predictably attributed to brainwashing communists precisely mirror the stories that have been told repeatedly by self-described survivors of ritual abuse. These victims speak of receiving frequent death threats, directed against both themselves and their family members. They speak also of having those threats reinforced through their forced witnessing of, and even participate in, the killing of others. There has been a tremendous amount of energy expended to discredit all such stories. At the forefront of the movement to deny the validity of the stories told by countless survivors is the False Memory Syndrome Foundation, a group led by a truly vile coalition of CIA-funded psychiatrists and accused, and in some cases, convicted, pedophiles. Also playing a key role in the movement are Paul and Shirley Eberly, the authors of a purportedly authoritative book entitled The Politics of Child Abuse. The Eberls book attempts to lay the blame for virtually all child abuse accusations and prosecutions on overzealous prosecutors, therapists and parents. That argument might be a little more credible, however, if the Eberlys themselves were not known to Los Angeles police as distributors of child pornography, a fact that media outlets conveniently and rather consistently ignore while touting the Eberlys as authorities in the field of child abuse. Contrary to conventional wisdom, claims of ritual abuse are certainly not a modern phenomenon. Such claims have actually been around for quite some time, and they were given legitimacy by no less an historical figure than Sigmund Freud. Over 100 years ago, Freud recognized that ritual abuse was likely the primary cause of the psychological problems that he observed in his female patients. Author Kevin Marin noted that Freud had commented on the marked similarity between what his patients told him and the accounts of the witchcraft confessions of the 16th century. In a letter to a colleague, written in January 1897, Freud pondered, but why did the devil who took possession of the poor things invariably abuse them sexually and in a loathsome manner? Why are their confessions under torture so like the communications made by my patients in psychological treatment? If Freud were alive today, he might well add, and why are the communications made by my patients a century ago so like the stories told to therapists today by survivors of SRA? Should this remarkable consistency spanning several centuries be attributed to some kind of recurring mass hysteria? Or can it best be explained by the fact that, as historians and the Chicago Tribune have noted, satanic cults have been documented in Europe and America as far back as the 1600s? Has there always been something dark and evil lurking in the shadows, only occasionally raising its head, at which times its existence is denied, its perpetrators cast as victims, and its real victims mocked and ridiculed? To ponder such a question, alas, requires calling into question some of our most fundamental beliefs about the nature of the world we live in, and that is a decidedly unsettling venture. Perhaps when viewed in the context of a covert, state-sponsored mind control program, some readers can begin to understand not only why there might be those who are motivated to inflict appalling levels of abuse on some of America's children, but also why so much effort would be expended attempting to discredit claims of horrific abuse if the claims are in fact valid. Truth be told, the stories told by survivors of ritual abuse tend to be self-discrediting. One of the potential benefits, therefore, of cloaking mind control activity in satanic rituals is that the operations are largely immune to disclosure. Even if an operation is uncovered, the stories told by the children tend to be so outlandish, so far removed from the world that we know, that the claims are easily cast aside as the product of a child's fertile imagination. In May 2000, however, a report commissioned by the United Kingdom's Department of Health concluded that satanic ritual abuse was not, as an earlier report ordered by the Conservative government found in 1994, a myth. The Independent noted, in anticipation of the report's release, that a specially commissioned government report will this week conclude that satanic abuse does take place in Britain. It will say that its victims have suffered actual abuse and are not suffering from false memory syndrome. One of the primary authors of the controversial report was therapist Valerie Sinison, who reportedly had personally treated 126 survivors of ritualized abuse. According to a report in The Guardian, Sinison has said 46 of her patients claimed to have witnessed murder of children or adults during ritual abuse ceremonies that had involved up to 300 people at a time. Some 70% of the reported abuse was carried out by pedophiles and the rest by Satanists. The Independent added that 16 of the victims had also claimed they had seen induced abortions or babies killed. Sinison's research has led her to conclude that some children are born for the purpose of abuse and are not registered on birth certificates. That claim has been voiced repeatedly by U.S. victims as well. In a report from February 2000, The Independent revealed that Sinison had photographs documenting horrific injuries to children and the existence of ceremonial sites with the remains of mutilated animals. The same article noted that Scotland Yard had begun an investigation. It is unclear where that investigation led, as it is unclear what the official response was to the release of Sinison's study. Media outlets appear to have dropped the story just before the report was issued. Many readers of the press accounts that preceded the report's release were no doubt predisposed to dismiss Sinison and her fellow researchers as cranks. Where exactly, readers were left to ponder, was this alleged photographic evidence showing children with horrific injuries? And where is the evidence of ritual murders being performed? As it turns out, shockingly enough, such evidence is not that difficult to find. As hard as it may be to believe, especially for readers conditioned to think that all such stories are nothing but urban myths, photographic evidence of exactly the sort described by Sinison is being peddled all over the internet. But even with such compelling evidence being widely circulated, many will still be tempted to discount the stories told by the survivors of such abuse. Skeptics are advised to keep in mind the words of Detective Robert Simandl of the Chicago Police Department. It's difficult for us to believe such crimes are occurring, but they are, all over the United States, indeed, all over the world, as we shall see in the next chapter.
In the early 1950s, the CIA was looking for specially gifted subjects to study dissociative states, which could be induced and controlled to some extent with hypnosis and drugs. Arlene Tyner, writing in Probe magazine, July-August 2000. Part 1. The Podocracy. From our comfortable seat in life, we never could have imagined that thousands of well-off adults, integrated and even cultured, find pleasure in seeing children tortured and killed. From a front-page editorial in Italy's Corriere della Sera, reprinted in the Irish Times, September 29, 2000. Chapter 1, from Brussels. The case of abduction and murder against Belgium's infamous paedophile Marc Dutroux remains unresolved. He has not been brought to book for these heinous crimes. There appears to be a steel veil drawn over the facts at the highest level, and no one is prepared to expose those involved in this blatant cover-up. The official answer is that a series of hysterical conspiracy theories forced investigators to search for pedophile networks, which didn't exist. But for observers of this debacle, that's exactly what didn't happen. Far from being investigated, leads pointing to a network seem to have been blocked or buried. Olenka Frankiel for the BBC, May 2, 2002.
To the vast majority of Americans, the name Marc Dutroux does not mean much. Drop that name in Belgium though and you are likely to elicit some very visceral reactions. Dutroux, convicted along with his wife in 1989 for the rape and violent abuse of 5 young girls, the youngest of whom was just 11, now stands accused of being a key player in an international child prostitution and pornography ring whose practices included kidnapping, rape, sadistic torture, and murder. Dutroux was sentenced in 1989 to 13 years for his crimes, but was freed after having served just 3. This was in spite of the fact that, as prison governor Yvonne Stewart would later tell a parliamentary commission, a medical report described him as a perverse psychopath, an explosive mix. He was an evident danger to society. The man who turned Dutroux loose on society, Justice Minister Melchior Waithlet, was rewarded with a prestigious appointment to serve as a judge at the European Court of Justice at The Hague. Shortly after Dutroux's release, young girls began to disappear in the vicinity of some of his homes. Though technically unemployed and drawing welfare from the state, he nevertheless owned at least 6 houses and lived quite lavishly. His rather lucrative income appears to have been derived from trading in child sex slaves, child prostitution, and child pornography. Many of his houses appeared to stand vacant, though at least some of them were in fact used as torture and imprisonment centers where kidnapped girls were taken and held in underground dungeons. Some of Dutroux's homes were used in this way for several years following his early release, with a growing body of evidence to indicate that fact to the police. Authorities nevertheless failed to act on the information, or acted on it in ways that implied either complete incompetence, according to most press reports, or police complicity in the operation, according to any sort of logic. Officials seemed to have routinely ignored tips that later proved accurate, including a report from Dutroux's own mother that her son was holding girls prisoner in one of his houses. In addition, key facts were withheld from investigators working on the disappearances, and lines of communication were unaccountably broken, inexcusably hindering the investigation. police did search one of Dutroux's homes on no less than 3 separate occasions over the course of the investigation. On at least 2 of those occasions, 2 of the missing girls were being held in heinous conditions, imprisoned in a custom-built dungeon in the basement. Nevertheless, according to The Guardian, the police searches came up empty, even though the investigating officers reported hearing children's voices on one occasion. It was not until August 13, 1996, 4 years after the disappearances began, that authorities arrested Dutroux, along with his wife, an elementary school teacher, a lodger, a policeman, and a man The Guardian described as an associate with political connections, elsewhere identified as Jean-Michel Nihoul, a Brussels businessman and nightclub owner. One of those taken into custody, Michel Liliev, described in a May 2002 BBC report as a drug addict and petty thief, reportedly told his interrogators that at least some of the girls abducted by the ring were kidnapped to order for someone else. This was just one of many statements by suspects and witnesses that would later be dismissed by Belgian officials. 2 days after the arrests, police again searched Dutroux's home and discovered the soundproof dungeon torture center. As CNN reported, 3 years earlier, police ignored tips from an informant who said Dutroux was building secret cellars to hold girls before selling them abroad. In addition, in 1995, the same informant had told police that Dutroux had offered an unidentified third man, the equivalent of $3,000 to $5,000 to kidnap girls. Incredibly, it was later reported by The Guardian that police actually had in their possession a videotape of the dungeon being constructed. Belgian police could have saved the lives of 2 children who were allegedly murdered by the pedophile Marc Dutroux if they had watched a video seized from his home which showed him building their hidden cell. The tape had been seized in one of the earlier searches. At the time of the final search, 2 14-year-old girls were found imprisoned in the dungeon, chained and starving. They described to police how they had been used as child prostitutes and in the production of child pornography videos. More than 300 such videos were taken into custody by the police. On August 17, 1996, the story got grimmer as police dug up the bodies of 2 8-year-old girls at another of Dutroux's homes. It would later be learned that the girls had been kept in one of Dutroux's dungeons for 9 months after their abductions, during which time they were repeatedly tortured and sexually assaulted, all captured on videotape. The girls were then left to slowly starve to death. Alongside of their decimated corpses was the body of Bernard Weinstein, a former accomplice of Dutroux who had occupied one of the houses for several years. Weinstein had been buried alive. A few weeks later, 2 more girls were found buried under concrete at yet another of the Dutroux properties. Autopsy reports suggest they were drugged and then buried alive. By that time, 10 people connected to the case were reportedly in custody. As the body count mounted, the outrage of the Belgian people grew. They demanded to know why this man, dubbed the Belgian Beast, had been released after having served such an absurdly short sentence. And they demanded to know why, as evidence had continued to mount and girls had continued to disappear, the police had chosen to do nothing. How many girls, they wanted to know, had been killed due to this inaction? Adding further fuel to the fire, as a Los Angeles Times report revealed, were claims by a highly regarded children's activist, Marie-France Bott, that the Justice Ministry is sitting on a politically sensitive list of customers of pedophile videotapes. The same report noted, the affair has become further clouded by the discovery of a motorcycle that reportedly matches the description of one used in the 1991 assassination of prominent Belgian businessman and politician André Coul's. Michel Berlet, the head prosecutor on the pedophile case, meanwhile, has publicly declared that the investigation can be thoroughly pursued only without political interference. Several years ago, Berlet was removed from the highly charged Coul's case, which remains unsolved. A report in Time magazine alluded to murky links between the Dutroux operation and organized crime figures. Mark Verwilgen, the chief investigating magistrate on the case, stated the case more bluntly, "For me, the Dutroux affair is a question of organized crime." Also mentioned in the Time article was the use of secret underground tunnels, not unlike those described by children a decade earlier at the infamous McMartin preschool. Outrage continued to grow as more arrests were made and evidence of high-level government and police complicity continued to emerge. One of Dutroux's accomplices, businessman Jean-Michel Nihoul, confessed to organizing an orgy at a Belgian chateau that had been attended by government officials, a former European commissioner, and a number of law enforcement officers. A Belgian senator noted, quite accurately, that such parties were part of a system which operates to this day and is used to blackmail the highly placed people who take part. According to the BBC, Nihoul has brazenly claimed, "I am the monster of Belgium." He has all but dared the state to prosecute him, claiming that he is beyond the reach of the law because he has information that, if made public, would bring the government and the entire state down. In September 1996, 23 suspects, at least 9 of whom were police officers, were detained and questioned about their possible complicity in the crimes and/or their negligence in investigating the case. As the Los Angeles Times noted in a very brief, 2-sentence report, the detainments were the latest indication that police in the southern city of Charleroi may have helped cover up the alleged crimes of Marc Dutroux. The arrests followed raids on the police officers' homes and on the headquarters of the Charleroi police force and were based on information supplied by Police Inspector Georges Zicot, who had already been charged as an accomplice. 3 magistrates had also reportedly been interrogated by police investigators. Just days before the arrests, police had also arrested 5 suspects in the Kool's assassination, including a former regional government minister named Alain van der Biest. Strangely enough, the News Telegraph reported that police investigating the Kool's murder in 1991 have been given helpful leads by some of those arrested in the Dutroux case. The Telegraph also noted that Kool's had promised shocking revelations before his death. On October 14, 1996 came the straw that broke the camel's back. Jean-Marc Connerat, who had been serving as the investigating judge on the Dutroux case, was dismissed by the Belgian Supreme Court. Connerat was viewed by the people as something of a rarity, a public official, law enforcement officer who actually appeared to be pursuing a prosecution, rather than a cover-up. The News Telegraph described him as the only figure in the judiciary who enjoys the nation's confidence. As the New York Times reported, Connerat became a national hero in August after saving 2 children from a secret dungeon kept by a convicted child rapist and ordering the inquiry that led to the discovery of the bodies of 4 girls kidnapped by a child pornography network. He had also arrested 3 men in 1994 as suspects in the Kool's assassination, just before the case was transferred to the jurisdiction of another magistrate. A May 2002 BBC report revealed that, after Connerat's removal, a special team of police officers interviewing Regina Louf and the other ex-witnesses, as they were called, were the next to be sacked. The ex-witnesses were victims of the pedophile ring who had come forward to tell harrowing tales of their victimization. A woman named Regina Louf was the first of 11 such victims to be interviewed by police officials. Louf claimed that she had been victimized by the ring, which included her parents and her grandmother, from the time that she was a very young child. She described the operation in detail to authorities, supplying them with names that included senior judges, one of the country's most powerful politicians, now dead, and a very influential banker. According to Louf, the operation was big business, blackmail. There was a lot of money involved. Many of her victimizers, she said, were secretly filmed for blackmail purposes. Louf identified Michel Nihoul as a regular organizer of parties. These parties, she said, not only involved sex, they included sadism, torture and murder. She described in detail the murdered victims, and how and where they were killed. The BBC reported that when police checked into Louf's claims, they were able to verify key elements of Regina's story and found that at least one murder that she says she witnessed matched an unsolved murder. Nevertheless, the same BBC report revealed that, today in Belgium Regina Louf's reputation is destroyed. The Prosecutor General of Liege, Anne Thilly, declares she's completely mad despite numerous statements from independent psychologists to the contrary. According to the judges now on the case, her testimony has been declared worthless and will not be presented in any trial of Dutroux or his associates. Connerat's removal from the Dutroux case fanned the smoldering flames of public outrage. As the Times reported, hundreds of thousands of people had petitioned the High Court to retain the judge. Adding yet more fuel to the fire, prosecutor Michel Berlet was claiming that evidence indicated a pedophile ring, composed of the wealthy and powerful, had been protected for 25 years. With the families of Dutroux's victims calling for a general strike, men and women all across the country walked away from their jobs in protest as railway workers and bus drivers shut down public transportation, bringing some cities to a virtual standstill. The Telegraph reported that, in Liege, firemen turned their hoses on the city's court building to symbolize the massive cleanup that was in order. On October 20, 1996, 350,000 citizens of the tiny nation of Belgium took to the streets of Brussels dressed all in white, demanding the reform of a system so corrupt that it would protect the abusers, rapists, torturers, and killers of children. The political fallout from the case ultimately brought about the resignation of Belgium's state police chief, interior minister, and justice minister, who became sacrificial lambs tossed to the outraged masses to avoid what could easily have exploded into a full-scale insurrection by the people, particularly after police incompetence allowed Dutroux to escape and remain at large for a brief time in April 1998. There were in fact calls from the people for the entire coalition government to step down. Months later, an opinion survey by Brussels' Le Soir newspaper found that only 1 in 5 Belgians still had confidence in the federal government and in the nation's criminal justice system. As the Los Angeles Times reported in January 1998, the conviction remained stubbornly widespread that members of the upper crust, government ministers, the Roman Catholic Church, the court of King Albert II, belonged to child sex rings, or protected them. The lingering distrust of the people was not alleviated by the fact that a parliamentary inquiry had identified, in April 1997, 30 officials who had, as the Times tactfully put it, failed to uncover Dutroux's misdeeds. Nearly a year later, none of them had yet suffered any repercussions. Additionally, at least 10 missing children suspected of having fallen prey to Dutroux's operation have never been found. Just a few months before the Parliamentary Commission issued its report on the Dutroux case, viewed by many as a shameless cover-up, The Telegraph reported, grim rumors have been circulating that a second pedophile network at least as appalling may have been operating in parallel to that said to involve Dutroux. The bodies of 7 children were believed to have been hidden by the ring, which was thought could be linked to Dutroux through Michel Nihoul. 2 months after that, a man named Patrick Derochette and 3 of his family members were arrested following the discovery of the body of a 9-year-old girl. Rumors quickly began circulating linking that crime to Dutroux as well. Like Dutroux, Derochette had previously been convicted on multiple counts of child rape. He had been committed to a psychiatric institution from which he was released after just 6 weeks. Authorities quickly denied that there was any connection between the cases. In January 1998, however, The Telegraph reported, new evidence from a lawyer involved in the investigations blows a hole in previous police claims that there was no link between the cases involving the alleged child murderers Marc Dutroux and Patrick Derochette. Once again, the connection was said to be through Nihoul. In April 1999, The Guardian weighed in with this report. The highly respected chairman of a parliamentary inquiry into the Dutroux case claims that his commission's findings were muzzled by political and judicial leaders to prevent details emerging of complicity in the crimes. Mr. Verwilgen claims that senior political and legal figures refused to cooperate with the inquiry. He says magistrates and police were officially told to refuse to answer certain questions, in what he describes as a characteristic smothering operation. As of May 2002, nearly 6 years after Dutroux was taken into custody, his trial had yet to begin. Parents of victims continued to loudly shout of a cover-up, and The Telegraph was reporting that it was recently learned that scientific tests on 6,000 hairs found in the underground dungeon began only this year. Those tests, of course, could reveal how many victims passed through Dutroux's chamber of horrors. Perhaps more importantly, they could also, as a BBC News report noted in January 2002, establish whether the girls had any other visitors. Anne Thilly, the aforementioned Prosecutor General of Liege who dismissed as mad a key prosecution witness, has been quoted as saying, "There was no need to get the hairs analyzed as no one else entered the cage. There was no network, so there was no need to look for evidence of one. In any case, the hairs have all now been analyzed." Thilly gave no indication of how she knew there was nothing to find before even bothering to look. And contrary to her claims, the BBC reported in May 2002 that the hairs had still not been analyzed, according to sources central to the investigation. Thilly has also claimed the bodies recovered from Dutroux's properties were too decomposed to test for DNA. The BBC though noted, the autopsy states quite clearly that the bodies were not decomposed. Samples were taken. It is just that no one seems to know what has happened to the results. The January BBC report came on the heels of an interview that the imprisoned Dutroux granted a Flemish journalist and a Belgian senator. Therein, Dutroux was quoted as admitting, a network with all kinds of criminal activities really does exist. But the authorities don't want to look into it. He also acknowledged the existence of a well-grounded pedophile ring. "I maintained regular contact with people in this ring. However, the law does not want to investigate this lead." Another lead that was never seriously investigated involved allegations of satanic cult involvement in the abductions. In 1996, police had found a note at Bernard Weinstein's home that led them to investigate the Abraxas organization and its high priestess, Dominique Kindermans. Some segments of the Belgian press speculated that the organization was a satanic cult that assisted in obtaining young girls for ritual sacrifices. If the Marc Dutroux case were some kind of aberration, it would still be a disturbing story for the level of unspeakable corruption and depravity of the Belgian political and law enforcement establishment of which it speaks. Far more disturbing is the fact that it does not appear to be an isolated case at all. As 1999 drew to a close, the nation of Latvia was rocked by a child prostitution, child pornography scandal that reached to the very top of the political power structure. The case first broke in August, when police uncovered a massive operation involving as many as 2,000 severely abused children. When media reports began linking top Latvian officials to the case, a special parliamentary commission was assembled to investigate the emerging allegations. In February 2000, the chairman of the commission delivered a report to Parliament linking the country's Prime Minister and Justice Minister, the director of the State Revenue Service, and a number of army and law enforcement officers to the case. A campaign was immediately begun to discredit the committee chairman, including allegations that he is tied to the former KGB, a classic case of redbaiting that enabled the allegations to be dismissed as communist propaganda. On November 27, 2002, The Guardian reported that many among Portugal's elite were linked to a pedophile ring as well. A scandal over a pedophile ring run from a state orphanage gripped Portugal yesterday as it threatened to engulf diplomats, media personalities and senior politicians. Photographs of unnamed senior government officials with young boys from Lisbon's Casa Pia orphanage were among the evidence reportedly available to police after they arrested a former orphanage employee called Carlos Silvino. One revelation in the case was that systematic sexual abuse of children at the home had allegedly been going on for more than 20 years and had been known to police and other authorities for most of that time. Teresa Costa Macedo, a former Secretary of State for Families, has said that she sent a dossier to police 20 years ago containing damning proof of the abuse, including photographs and eyewitness statements. The information was not acted upon, and, for her trouble, Macedo became the victim of a campaign of threats and intimidation. In June 2003, The Independent reported that police at first denied her reports existed, but then later produced them. Macedo has testified before Parliament that the former president, Antonio Ramalho Eanes, the former foreign secretary, Jaime Garcia, and elements within the police all knew of the ongoing abuse. An official report claims that, among the children still living at Casa Pia, at least 128 had been subjected to sexual abuse. Many are deaf and dumb. Countless other victims have passed through the facility over the last 30 years. Among those detained or questioned in the case were Carlos Cruz, known in Portugal as Mr. Television, Manuel Abrantes, a former director of Casa Pia, João Ferreira Diniz, a doctor at Casa Pia, Jorge Rito, a former ambassador to UNESCO, Hugo Marcal, Carlos Silvino's former attorney, Eduardo Ferro Rodrigues, Portugal's Socialist Party leader, television talk show host Herman José, and Paulo Pedroso, a former labor minister. A follow-up report in The Independent noted that Casa Pia, founded by a police superintendent, first came under scrutiny 20 years ago when a young inmate died. Officials found the home's doors open all night and youngsters in a cruising area for male prostitutes. 4 children aged between 8 and 12, missing for a fortnight, were found in a luxury flat in nearby Cascais owned by a diplomat. That diplomat was Jorge Rito. It is now alleged that Silvino, an employee and former resident of Casa Pia, acted for years to procure young boys for rich and powerful pedophiles, including Rito. Adolescent witnesses have claimed on Portuguese television that they were offered enticements and then raped and recruited for sex parties with powerful friends. Others, now adult, have told of chilling experiences long suppressed. A Portuguese organization calling itself Innocence in Danger has been working for years to publicize the problem of child abuse and child abductions in the country, but have been unable to penetrate what they describe as a media blackout. As of February 2003, a campaign was underway in Scotland to unseal records that have been sealed for 100 years under special order. The records concern the activities of Thomas Hamilton, a notorious child molester, murderer who was credited with killing 16 schoolchildren and a teacher, and then himself, in 1996. One police report sealed under the order concerns Thomas Hamilton's activities at a summer camp in Loch Lomond in 1991, 5 years before the shootings, and allegedly links Hamilton to figures in the Scottish establishment, including 2 senior politicians and a lawyer, according to The Guardian. A report in Scotland's Sunday Herald, from March 2003, revealed that 106 documents had been sealed. These included a letter connected to Hamilton, which was sent by George Robertson, currently head of NATO, to Michael Forsyth, who was then Secretary of State for Scotland, as well as correspondence relating to Thomas Hamilton's alleged involvement in Freemasonry. A Deputy Justice Minister, Michael Matheson, was quoted in the article questioning the official justification for sealing the documents. The explanation to date about the 100-year rule was that it was put in place to protect the interests of children named in the Central Police report. How can that explanation stand when children aren't named? On September 29, 2000, the Irish Times reported that yet another pedophile network had surfaced. 8 people were arrested in Italy and 3 in Russia, and police said 1,700 people were being investigated in Italy. The images traded by this ring were divided into several categories. The most gruesome, police said, was coded necros pedo, in which children were raped and tortured to death. And so it is that we first confront the most disturbing of topics, snuff films, which most people assume do not actually exist. As recently as February 1999, the New York Post assured readers that snuff films are the stuff of urban legend. How did this legend get started? No one knows. The unfortunate truth, though, is that snuff films do actually exist, and they likely have existed for as long as film has existed, though they were not always known by that name. According to the Post, the term snuff was actually coined during the Charles Manson case, when press reports repeated a rumor that the Manson family had filmed home movies of the brutal slayings. Other reports hold that the term was coined in 1976 by a writer for the New York Times who was in need of a phrase to describe reports of murders following sexual activity being captured on film. In the late 1970s, as Carl Raschke noted in Painted Black, the Texas House Select Committee on Child Pornography disclosed that investigators probing leads to organized crime in Houston, Dallas, and other major cities found that slave auctions for 16- and 17-year-old boys were routinely held in Mexico. Some of the boys were featured in brutal snuff or slasher movies. Raschke also quotes from a study by U.S. mental health professionals that claims that a child from Mexico can be packaged, delivered, and sold deep within the United States in a short time, and that many are purchased solely for the purpose of killing. In Enslaved, Gordon Thomas reported that, at the start of the year 1991, Britain's Scotland Yard was continuing to investigate reports that up to 20 children in London had been murdered last year in snuff films and the videotapes sold on the continent. Journalist Nick Davies, writing for The Guardian in November 2000, revisited that investigation, which was centered on a group of British pedophiles living in Amsterdam. The investigation revealed that the men were running gay brothels that were essentially fronts for trafficking underage boys, many purchased from the streets of economically ravaged Eastern Europe, and others collected from the streets of London. Prominent among the group of pedophiles were a man named Alan Williams, known as the Welsh Witch, and another named Warwick Spinks, who, according to Davies, pioneered the trafficking of boys as young as 10. The men used the boys in the production of child pornography and, according to several witnesses, in the production of snuff films. Davies wrote, not just once but repeatedly, evidence had come to the attention of police in England and the Netherlands, that, for pleasure and profit, some of the exiled pedophiles in Amsterdam had murdered boys in front of the camera. Indeed, witnesses had independently given descriptions of snuff films that were remarkably consistent in the details of the types of torture used and the manner of death, though the descriptions of the victim and the filming location differed, indicating that a number of such films had been made. One witness claimed to have seen 5 such films. In the fall of 1998, British detectives flew to Amsterdam to investigate a particularly detailed account provided by a witness. The investigators had in their possession a detailed description of the apartment where the witness had viewed the tape, the name of the owner of the apartment and videotape, the name of the man who committed the murder, a detailed description of events on the tape, and the first name and approximate age of the victim. With all that in hand, says Davies, the detectives hit a wall. Dutch police said it was not enough to warrant launching any sort of an investigation. By that time, investigators had been hearing accounts of the snuff films for nearly 8 years. At one point, they had recruited an undercover officer to pose as a child abuser and befriend Warwick Spinks, who acknowledged to the officer that he was actively involved in trafficking boys. He also revealed that he knew some people who were involved in making snuff movies, and how they did it was, they only sold them in limited editions, made 10 copies or something, 10 very rich customers in America, who paid $5,000 each or something like that. There is no indication that any thorough investigation was ever conducted, or that any arrests were ever made. In September 2002, the Chicago Sun-Times carried a brief report of 2 brothers who were arrested and charged with possessing an enormous collection of child pornography. Seized from the brothers were 5,000 photographic images, along with about 100 videotapes and 8mm films. Among this evidence were images of young girls apparently tortured, raped and killed. The American media has shown no inclination to shine any additional light on the case. An account of the recent Italian case carried by The Guardian affirmed the existence of snuff films. Police have discovered a massive international pedophile network selling violent child pornography videos to clients in Italy, the US and Germany. Authorities are trying to identify 5,000 people who are suspected of attempting to purchase the videos, some of which appear to contain images of children being tortured and murdered. The UK's Independent, in a follow-up published in November 2000, also confirmed that the seized materials included child snuff films. Horrified investigators gathered images of more than 2,000 children who were filmed while being abused, raped, and killed. By that time, close to 1,500 people had been charged in the case, but not, as The Guardian noted, those in high places who are believed to form a pedophile lobby. As in the Belgian, Latvian, and Portuguese cases, there were indications in the Italian case of high-level complicity and a strong belief among the people that the facts of the case were being covered up. And as with the other cases, The Independent reported that the magistrate heading up the inquiry provoked a furore by denouncing a pedophile lobby supported by politicians, which he said openly obstructed the investigators and worked to prevent tougher sanctions for the consumers of child pornography. The New York Times reported in March 1997 that there is growing public indignation in France and elsewhere about the recurrent reports of kidnapping, rape or incest involving the very young. The same Times report revealed that French police had detained more than 250 people and confiscated some 5,000 videocassettes in conjunction with an investigation into a massive child pornography ring. Those detained by police were described as mainly married professionals. A dozen of them soon turned up dead, allegedly by their own hand. The BBC filed a brief report on a 1996 case that was otherwise almost completely ignored by the English-language press. Mexican police broke up an international child pornography ring based in the resort of Acapulco, which they said had at least 4,000 clients in the United States, emphasis added. A UN envoy investigating the case said that the child pornography sometimes involved babies of less than 1 month old. In June 1997, the News Telegraph spoke of over 800 French homes being raided and 204 suspects being taken into custody. Among those detained were more than 30 teachers, and a number of priests, as well as the deputy mayor of the town of St. Mihiel. By the end of the week, 4 had committed suicide, including a school headmaster. 3 years later, the BBC filed a very brief report noting that a verdict was due in the trial of more than 60 people accused of possessing child pornography. One of the judges hearing the case said examining the video evidence made him feel physically sick. In a familiar refrain, it was reported that the French courts have been accused of attacking the easy targets, porn consumers, rather than producers and distributors. And one children's rights group has alleged that senior public figures were among those investigated, but their cases were dropped before coming to court. In 1998, another large-scale international ring was discovered operating out of the Netherlands and Berlin, Germany. The New York Times reported that investigators called the case nauseating, in that images of abuse of even babies and infants were peddled via the internet and other media. Police discovered voluminous records of what appear to be clients and suppliers from countries including Israel, Ukraine, Britain, Russia and the United States. The ring was first uncovered when a key member was found dead in Italy. According to the Irish Times, he was murdered by another member of the ring. His apartment in the Dutch town of Zandvoort was found to contain thousands of digital images stored on computer disks, as well as hundreds of addresses of suspected suppliers and clients, according to the New York Times. The images shocked even veteran sex crimes investigators, one of whom stated that the seized evidence left him speechless. It looks like the perpetrators are not dealing with human beings but with objects. The BBC reported in June 1999 that 2 unnamed German men had gone on trial, accused of running a child pornography ring in Germany, Poland and the Czech Republic. The pair, along with at least 11 identified but unindicted accomplices, made video recordings of the gang sexually abusing children between the ages of 3 and 14 since 1993. A large but unspecified quantity of videos, photography, magazines and CD-ROMs containing child pornography were confiscated. Also noted was a possible connection to the Dutroux case. There have been cases of Slovak children being taken to Vienna to make pornographic films. The Belgian pedophile Marc Dutroux was a regular visitor to one Slovak town. In September 1998, another ring had been raided, one that the BBC described as a larger and more sinister pedophile network called Wonderland. The San Jose Mercury News reported, police in 22 states and 13 foreign countries conducted coordinated raids aimed at breaking up an internet child pornography ring. The ring involves as many as 200 people around the world, who exchanged over the internet thousands of sexually explicit images of children as young as 18 months. The Independent later reported that the ring shared pictures of children being abused, in some cases live via webcam broadcasts over the internet. The raids included homes in Australia, Austria, Belgium, Finland, France, Germany, Italy, Norway, Portugal and Sweden, according to the New York Times, which added that several dozen people were arrested, but officials said they expected more than 100 to be charged. The Independent later reported that 107 suspects were ultimately arrested. The Mercury News implied that that was only the tip of the iceberg. The ring actually extends into 47 countries. The case was described by a British official as stomach-churning. The Times reported, Wonderland Club members are believed to have posed their own children for pictures. In other cases, parents may have taken money to let their children be used. The Guardian reported that over 1,250 children were featured in the photos and videos, many of whom suffered appalling injuries and were seen sobbing uncontrollably as they were being sexually violated. The Independent added that the victimized children were mostly under the age of 10. A BBC report held that the combined raids resulted in the seizure of more than 750,000 computer images of children. A detective superintendent with the British National Crime Squad called these images disgusting and added that the behavior that has been carried out is absolutely appalling. The BBC also took note of the fact that, while ignored by the American press, Wonderland originated in the United States. Among the scores of U.S. homes raided in connection with the case, one yielded a database of more than 100,000 sexual photographs of naked boys and girls. Interestingly enough, the Times also noted that another raid, in Missouri, turned up a cache of weapons as well as child pornography in a heavily fortified trailer, illustrating once again, as did the Dutroux case, the close ties between organized pedophilia and other terrorist assaults against society. As with the earlier raids in Europe, a rash of suicides followed the Wonderland arrests. By October 24, 1998, the Mercury News was reporting that no fewer than 4 of the 34 American suspects had killed themselves. These included a retired Air Force pilot, a microbiologist at the University of Connecticut, and a computer consultant in Colorado. In the UK, the Wonderland raids, dubbed Operation Cathedral, resulted in the indictments of 8 suspects. One of the 8 turned up dead 4 months later, another alleged suicide. The other 7 were given ridiculously light sentences in February 2001 for their complicity in inflicting unfathomable abuse on countless children. Sentences ranged from 12 to 30 months. Just a few weeks before the sentences were handed down, The Guardian was reporting that police today arrested 13 suspected pedophiles in the largest ever UK operation against child pornography. Once again, a massive amount of appalling evidence was seized, with most of the material featuring scenes of children being raped and sexually abused. The Independent reported in February 2001, detectives working on the Wonderland case discovered that many of the pedophiles were also members of other child pornography groups. One of the groups most closely tied to Wonderland was a ring known as the Orchid Club, which had been exposed by a 1996 investigation in San Jose, California. That investigation had led to the indictment of 16 men on charges of conspiring to produce and exchange child pornography. Members of the club were identified in at least 9 states and 3 foreign countries. By the time of the Wonderland raids, the Mercury News was able to report that the purported ringleader of the Orchid Club and 12 others either have pleaded guilty or have been convicted in connection with that case. Their crimes included recruiting young relatives and friends of their own children to be molested and photographed. The club was also, like Wonderland, involved in real-time exploitation of children on the internet. club members were able to send in requests and have them acted out on live feeds. The club also held a pedophile summit, at which members traded stories about pre-teen girls they had molested and photographed in sexually explicit poses. The summit was held, appropriately enough, on April 20, the birth date of Adolf Hitler and a significant occult holiday. In late March 2001, yet another interlinked, global pedophile network was exposed. That month, The Independent reported, U.S. authorities announced the arrest of 4 American citizens for involvement in an international child porn ring called Blue Orchid. The Los Angeles Times added further details. The United States and Russia have shut down a Moscow-based international pornography ring that used the internet to sell videotapes of children engaged in sexual acts. These tapes were said to sell for between $200 and $300. As an Associated Press release revealed, police seized some 600 videotapes, 200 digital video discs and many boxes of photographs. Video duplication equipment and sales and shipping records were also seized, leading to criminal inquiries in 24 nations. Many of the tapes were bought by people in the United States, others went to Germany, Britain, France, Denmark, China, Kuwait, Mexico and scores of other countries. The Times reported that 9 people had been arrested and 15 search warrants had been issued in the case. The AP report noted that 4 of those arrests were in Russia, where 2 suspects, alas, had committed suicide. The ring was also said by the Times to offer what were cryptically referred to as custom-made videos for the hefty price of $5,000 each. The contents of these videos were not revealed, but it was revealed that the prevalence of child pornography has increased dramatically with the growth of the Internet. There are approximately 100,000 websites worldwide associated with child pornography. This point was reinforced the next day when the British press reported police raids on yet another pedophile ring. A report in The Guardian held more than 30 people, including a man working for a national youth organization, were arrested yesterday in dawn raids on the homes of suspected pedophiles. Once again being sold and traded were images which showed children being abused. A report on the case in The Independent quoted a law enforcement spokesman as revealing that those arrested included members of some interesting professions, though the source demurred from revealing what those professions might be. The official did say that they had a disturbing scenario of 1 or 2 juveniles who have been caught in this way. One of them appears to be a 13-year-old boy. The police acknowledged that the arrested boy was also a potential victim and would be treated in that light, which seems rather obvious. Nevertheless, a follow-up to the story that The Independent ran in May held that the boy had become one of the youngest people to be listed on the sex offenders register. The next month, The Guardian carried a report on Eric Franklin Rosser, accused child pornographer, one of the FBI's 10 most wanted criminals, and a former keyboardist for John Cougar Mellencamp's band. According to the report, investigators believe Rosser's material is among pornography circulated by a British pedophile ring. More than 1,800 members are thought to belong to a club called Teen Boys. Its website features boys aged around 12. Teen Boys is considered bigger than the notorious Wonderland Club. In September 2001, the Scottish Daily Record reported that a Salvation Army couple working on a British Army base have been arrested in a massive pedophile crackdown. Seized from the couple's home were some 400 videotapes, computers, discs, photographs and other material. Images of children as young as 2 have been found. The same report claimed a massive vice probe into kiddie porn in the USA would expose some of the biggest names in Hollywood as pedophiles. A federal investigation, codenamed Operation Avalanche, has already resulted in over 100 arrests, and the U.S. Department of Justice say there will be hundreds more, including celebrities. Lori Rabjohns, identified as a Justice Department spokeswoman, was quoted as saying, "These are people who appear upstanding members of society. We're talking doctors, lawyers, and celebrities." The investigation came about as a result of a raid on the Fort Worth, Texas home of Thomas and Janice Reedy, who had been operating a business called Landslide Productions, which offered child pornography for sale over the Internet. The Reeda's website, according to The Independent, functioned as a portal to more than 5,700 websites with names such as Child Rape and Cyber Lolita. The Reedys had made millions of dollars from their child porn business, which employed more than a dozen staff, including a customer service representative and a receptionist. This financial empire was built with money raised from the torture, rape and sexual abuse of children as young as 2. The raid on the Rita's home, conducted in September 1999, unexpectedly yielded a database of the names and addresses of a reported 75,000 subscribers around the world. According to a report carried in February 2002 by Tech TV, more than 35,000 of those individual subscribers were in the United States. Nevertheless, only 100 arrests had been made at that time of the report, a number that remained unchanged in the months after the initial arrests. By early 2003, the story had dropped out of sight with little indication that there would be any further arrests, despite Chief Postal Inspector Kenneth Weaver's earlier insistence that the initial arrests were just the tip of the iceberg. More than 7,000 subscribers to the site were British citizens. Their names, addresses and credit card information were provided by the FBI to British authorities, who launched an investigation paralleling Operation Avalanche that was dubbed Operation Or. As in America, only a few of the known offenders have thus far been arrested. Included among those questioned by police have been television personality Matthew Kelly and legendary guitarist Pete Townshend. Rushing to Townshend's defense was the Nation columnist Alexander Cockburn, who earlier played a prominent role in denouncing the McMartin prosecutions. In a posting on his Counterpunch website from February 2003, Cockburn grossly misrepresented the nature of the charges against Townshend. He charged that, according to the Supreme Court, porn encompasses even clothed images of children if they are construed as arousing. Child means anyone under 18. Cockburn labeled Townshend's arrest absurd, and claimed that if you have a photo of a kid in a bath on your hard drive, and the prosecutor says you were looking at it with lust in your heart, then that is tantamount to sexually molesting an actual kid in an actual bath. Cockburn was clearly trying to convey the impression that Townshend and others are the innocent victims of overzealous prosecutors. It will be recalled, however, that the images that the Landslide website was offering to Townshend and other subscribers were images of the torture, rape and sexual abuse of children as young as 2. Those are not the types of images that would easily be mistaken for innocent pictures of a child taking a bath. Also included among the 7,272 suspects in the United Kingdom, according to The Observer, were hundreds of child welfare professionals, including police officers, care workers and teachers, all of whom were identified as extremely high-risk pedophiles. Particularly well represented on the list were law enforcement personnel. Investigators now believe as many as 90 police officers have so far been identified from an initial trawl of 200 of the British names found in the US. Many of the other suspects work in other sensitive professions, often linked to the criminal justice system. On November 4, 2002, The Independent carried a brief report that noted that virtually all of the British suspects had yet to be investigated despite the police having their details for 4 months. All the information on the suspects was sent in July 2002 to the 51 police departments throughout Great Britain, but, despite detailed intelligence, nearly all of the suspected pedophiles remain at large. No mention was made of why it took US authorities nearly 3 years to get the information to their UK counterparts. In January 2003, the Sunday Herald announced that the police inquiry, which plans to arrest a further 7,000 men across the UK, is set to end in disaster with many suspects walking free. Detective Chief Inspector Bob McLaughlin, the former head of Scotland Yard's paedophile unit, told the Sunday Herald, the lack of urgency in making arrests will lead to suspects destroying evidence before they are arrested. McLaughlin also told the Herald that claims made by police chiefs and the government that they are prioritizing pedophile crime are nothing but smoke and mirrors. The final line of the Sunday Herald article revealed that, according to police, there were enough rich and famous Operation Or suspects to fill newspaper front pages for an entire year. According to the Register and the Sunday Times, which reportedly obtained, but did not publish, all 7,272 names, the list of suspects included at least 20 senior executives, services personnel from at least 5 military bases, GPs, university academics and civil servants. Also on the list were a famous newspaper columnist, along with a songwriter for a legendary pop band and a member of another chart-topping 1980s cult pop group, along with an official with the Church of England. It is unlikely that any of those suspects, nor the high-profile former Labour cabinet minister mentioned by the Sunday Herald, will ever be prosecuted. In August 2003, Scotland on Sunday reported that the Scottish arm of the massive internet child pornography investigation Operation Or has ended, without anybody being charged with sex abuse. An unnamed Scottish police chief said that outcome would not trouble us if we thought that all the men who were looking at child porn on their computer were just sad creeps who did not pose a risk to the children in their lives, but that is not the conclusion that was drawn from every raid. To the contrary, what investigators repeatedly encountered was evidence that suspects were engaged in the ongoing abuse of children. In March 2002, Knight Ridder carried a report that stated, "Postal inspectors, the FBI and Canadian authorities have broken up an underground network of adults who traded pornographic videos of children, sometimes their own, being brutally beaten." At the time that the report was filed, 10 perpetrators had already been convicted and more arrests are expected in the ongoing investigation of what authorities described as a unique case. According to Raymond Smith, head of the Postal Service's Child Exploitation Investigations, "We've seen organized networks of sadomasochistic beatings with adults before, but this is the first time we've seen it with children." In an apparent attempt to downplay the appalling behavior uncovered by the investigation, a postal inspector named Michael Galuppo described the ring as a bizarre group of people obsessed with spanking children for sexual gratification. Spanking, it should be noted, is a rather odd way to describe what in fact were brutally sadistic beatings involving whips, hairbrushes, canes and wooden paddles. The abuse was so severe that at least one of the children depicted on videotape suffered permanent disfigurement from beatings that investigators said went on for years. Among those convicted in the case were a middle school teacher, a nurse and former Boy Scout leader, and a former Sunday school teacher. Just months later, in August 2002, The Independent reported that U.S. authorities had announced the discovery of a despicable child pornography ring stretching to Britain and continental Europe, in which parents sexually abused their children and distributed photographs of them over the Internet. Robert Bonner, the Customs Commissioner, said he was particularly shocked to see the degree of collusion by parents. "If this isn't unusual, God help us, I've rarely seen crimes as despicable and repugnant." Of the 16 suspects arrested in the U.S., 1 committed suicide shortly after being arrested. These cases were not, of course, in any way unique or unusual, as veteran Customs and Postal Service officials, with experience investigating cases of child exploitation, should know. In September 2003, the International Herald Tribune carried a report from Berlin concerning an international police investigation that had uncovered an immense child pornography ring involving 26,500 suspects who swapped illegal images on the Internet in 166 countries. More than 500 homes in Germany were searched and hundreds of computers were seized, along with tens of thousands of CD-ROMs, diskettes, and videotapes. One seized image showed a baby of 4 months being abused. A statement issued by the German Interior and Justice Ministries warned that many of the suspects, a number of whom are reportedly teachers and police officials, are extremely dangerous pedophiles and are from all walks of life. About 800 of those suspects reside in the United States. Kurt Becker, the Justice Minister for the German state of Saxony-Anhalt, called for tougher laws to contend with the growing market for child pornography. He also directly challenged the notion that mere possession of such images is largely a victimless crime. "Every case of child pornography is a document of the sexual abuse of a child," Becker noted, and every look at that image kills a child's soul. A January 2003 Sunday Herald article revealed that police investigators had discovered that images of Fred West abusing one of his children are among child pornography available for downloading from the Internet. It is unclear whether the child was West's murdered daughter Heather. Fred West was one of the UK's most notorious, and most prolific, serial killers. Shortly after being charged with 12 counts of murder, he died while in police custody, allegedly by his own hand. Like Dutroux, West had constructed a torture chamber in his cellar where his victims were filmed being raped, tortured, murdered and mutilated. The remains of 9 of his victims, minus some missing parts, were discovered buried under his house and in his yard. While we are on the subject of serial killers, the Irish Times carried the following report in July 1998.
Police suspect a series of gruesome gay hate killings in the Sydney region could be the work of a serial killer whose victims might be linked through a notorious paedophile ring. The latest mutilation murder was that of Australia's longest-serving mayor, Frank Arkell, aged 68, who was bludgeoned to death in his flat and who had previously faced 29 child sex charges. In the past few months 2 other men, one a convicted child sex offender, were attacked in their homes in similar circumstances and also suffered horrific injuries. Arkell, the former Lord Mayor of Wollongong, 50 miles south of Sydney, was a key witness in a royal commission into police corruption which uncovered a network of pedophiles.
Those serial killers sure come in handy sometimes.
Bruno Tagliaferro, a Charleroi scrap metal merchant who knew Dutroux, claimed to know something about the car in which Julie and Melissa were kidnapped. But he was soon found dead, apparently of a heart attack. His wife Fabienne Joppart refused to accept the verdict and arranged for his body to be exhumed. Samples sent to the USA for analysis showed he'd been poisoned. Soon after, her teenage son found her dead at home in her bed, her mattress smoldering. Publicly it was declared suicide, or an accident. There have been 20 such unexplained deaths connected with Dutroux. Olenka Frankiel for the BBC, May 2, 2002. Chapter 2, To Washington. Several prosecutors, policemen and crucial eyewitnesses have committed suicide. Important evidence has also disappeared. So maybe Dutroux is being protected from on high. What other explanation can there be for such a disgraceful chain of events? Andrew Osborne in The Guardian, January 25, 2002.
While the size and scope of pedophile rings have grown rapidly in recent years, America, as it turns out, has long been a nation whose laws were friendly to purveyors of child pornography. It was just 25 years ago, in 1978, that the very first federal statute on child pornography was passed into law. While forbidding production and sale, the statute placed no restrictions at all on the possession or trade of such materials. New laws enacted in 1984 forbid the trade of child pornography regardless of whether any money changed hands, though possession remained legal. In fact, as recently as 1990, private possession of child pornography was legal in 44 of the 50 states, despite the inescapable fact that all such materials were, by necessity, illegally produced and/or illegally obtained. Technology has for some time now played a key role in greatly expanding the availability of child pornography. The Polaroid camera, for example, eliminated the need for child pornographers to have access to complicit photo labs. Home video cameras did likewise for moving images. Personal computers, digital cameras, webcams, scanners, and, most notably, the Internet, have vastly expanded the reach of child pornography networks. In the age of the Internet, child pornography is a booming business. The Los Angeles Times noted in December 1999 that the number of investigations for Internet-related child pornography is soaring. The FBI launched 1,125 such inquiries this year, more than twice as many as last year. In the wake of this rising tide, the U.S. Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals issued a ruling on December 17, 1999 that struck a serious blow to the prosecution of child pornography cases. As the Times reported, the decision stipulated, the government cannot prohibit computer-generated sexual images that only appear to be pictures of children. A later report noted that appeals court judge Donald Malloy had stated that the First Amendment bars the government from criminalizing the generation of images of fictitious children engaged in imaginary but explicit sexual conduct. As a result of the court's decision, prosecutors were thereafter barred from bringing virtual child pornography cases in California and the 8 other western states within the jurisdiction of the U.S. Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals. As critics have noted, graphics technology now available to the general public is so sophisticated that it is virtually impossible to determine if an image has been digitally altered, and therefore if any actual children were involved in the generation of the image. U.S. Justice Department lawyers argued that very point, noting that the government may find it impossible in many cases to prove that a pornographic image is of a real child. Any good defense attorney, in other words, could raise reasonable doubt as to the authenticity of an image. It could in fact be argued that all such computer images only appear to be pictures of children. Computer images are not in fact photos, but are digital computer files that display as a facsimile of the original photo. A sound legal argument could be made that all digitally transferred and displayed child pornography is therefore legal, as it does not represent real children. That should come as great news to the international child pornography networks, given that the United States is their #1 market. According to investigative author Gordon Thomas, the majority of child pornography produced worldwide is targeted at the U.S., where by the early 1990s it was already a $3 billion a year business, and growing. Thomas claims that, according to law enforcement figures, over 22 million copies of child pornography videos were sold or rented in the U.S. In 1991. He also writes that much of that pornographic material is produced domestically, where it is part of the largest segment of movie making in the United States. Jan Hollingsworth concurs with Thomas's figures, describing child pornography as a $3 billion per year U.S. industry that grows twice that worldwide. It is bigger than Disney. Much bigger. Speaking of Disney, Thomas notes that child porn videos are frequently trafficked internationally by deceptively packaging them as Disney videos. Strangely enough, the first man to benefit from the Ninth Circuit Court decision was Patrick J. Naughton. You may remember him as the executive with the Walt Disney Co., who ran one of the company's kid-friendly websites. Naughton was arrested and later tried on child pornography charges. He was convicted on December 16, just one day before the decision was handed down in the case before the Circuit Court. Within hours of the appeals court ruling, Naughton was released by federal prosecutors on $100,000 bail. Despite the fact that he was, as the Times acknowledged, convicted of possessing pictures of actual children, a decision was made to release him until the impact of the court's ruling can be sorted out, illustrating the significant undermining of existing law that could result from the Circuit Court ruling. On January 22, 2001, the U.S. Supreme Court agreed to hear an appeal of the case. In April 2002, the High Court rendered its decision, upholding the ruling of the lower court. By doing so, the highest court in the land extended the ban on prosecutions of virtual child pornography to all 50 states. As the LA Times reported on April 17, 2002, the ruling creates an immunity for a new generation of virtual pornographers who rely entirely on computer images. The Times noted that it was an unexpected move for the conservative court, describing the decision as a surprisingly strong defense of the right to free speech. The decision was, alas, not all that surprising, given that the Supreme Court has demonstrated in the past, most notably during the 2000 election debacle, its willingness to toss aside its alleged principles when the need arises. Noted by the Times once again was the concern among prosecutors that they will have a hard time proving that children portrayed on an internet sex site, for example, are real children. The decision handed down by the Supreme Court, notably, does not answer that concern. Closely associated with child pornography is, of necessity, child abuse. It should be self-evident that all kids used in child pornography are abused children, their abuse recorded on film and tape for the depraved enjoyment of other child abusers. As Anne Houston, the director of the organization Childline Scotland, has said, every image of child abuse on the internet is a crime scene. Also closely associated with child pornography is the always controversial issue of missing children. There is considerable debate as to whether there is a problem in this country with missing children. Some claim that 200,000 or more children disappear without a trace every year. Others steadfastly maintain that numbers such as those are grossly inflated, and that abduction of children by strangers with bad intent is actually quite rare. The problem is that nobody really knows for sure, since the FBI, America's compiler of crime statistics, does not bother to keep track. As the Los Angeles Times reported in July 2002, there is a lack of knowledge about the prevalence of a crime that historically has not been included in the federal government's Uniform Crime Report. Local agencies have only sporadically kept data. Many believe that the numbers are not compiled because the FBI does not want to know, or more accurately, the FBI does not want the American people to know, how many children disappear every year. What is known though is that reports of child abuse have skyrocketed. Between 1963 and 1988, reported cases of child abuse rose from 150,000 to 2 million per year, a 1,300% increase in just a quarter century. Child abuse may in fact be the most prevalent crime in American society, and possibly the most significant as well, given that it provides the breeding ground for so much of the more visible crime plaguing Western culture. As Thomas reports, over 90% of the teenage prison population are now victims of child abuse. And that population is growing rapidly. In the wake of that rising tide, the Los Angeles Times reported in March 2001 that President Bush's budget will trim a program aimed at preventing child abuse and cut some child care spending. A child abuse prevention program will see an 18% cut. Author and e-zine editor Robert Sterling has written of what he refers to as a pattern of trivialization of child molestation evidence that seems to characterize high-profile media stories. He points out, for instance, that in the highly publicized Woody Allen and Mia Farrow child custody case, all the attention was focused on Allen's illicit romance with Soon-Yi Previn. Almost entirely ignored in the media coverage was the fact that Allen was also charged with molesting his own 7-year-old adopted daughter, Dylan. While the press dismissed those allegations as unfounded and unworthy of reporting, Sterling notes that Connecticut state authorities, based on the testimony of Dylan and others, have stated that they do believe Woody did molest her, but decided not to prosecute anyway, allegedly to spare the child any further trauma. Sterling also takes note of the case of the Menendez brothers, who, after admitting to murdering their parents, painfully revealed that they were ruthlessly abused and molested by them over the years. Their claims were never fully investigated and the boys were viciously demonized for trying to escape the murder charges and accused of making up their abuse, though there was in fact evidence of that abuse. Also referenced by Sterling is the kid gloves treatment afforded Michael Jackson when he was charged with molestation. Even though the accusations against him are widely believed to be true, they are merely passed off with a laugh among other smirking monologue jokes on Jay Leno, and of course, though not mentioned by Sterling, Sister LaToya was ridiculed by the media when she came forward with stories about the sexual abuse suffered by the Jackson kids at the hands of their father. Other cases discussed in the Sterling piece include the overhyped au pair trial, during which evidence of prior abuse of the child by his parents was consistently ignored, and the Susan Smith case, in which the media refused to consider whether Smith's own severe childhood abuse could have been a factor in the murder of her children, despite the fact that her father admitted to the chronic abuse. Coupled with the fact that the press have consistently downplayed the occurrence of child molestation is the equally disturbing fact that that very same media have actively promoted the sexualization of children, a trend that has been greatly accelerated in recent years, and which has served to some degree, legitimize pedophilia. Taking note of the proliferation of young teen, and even preteen, sex symbols, Tom Junod wrote in Esquire, February 2001, that the entire culture is besotted with the erotic promise of teenage girls. The lure of jailbait now supplies the erotic energy to a popular culture desperate for what's new, what's young, what's alive. The Junod article is, strangely enough, a profile of Greg Dark, one half of the former Dark brothers, notorious purveyors of dark-themed, occult-tinged porno films. Dark is rather noteworthy for having openly produced and peddled child pornography, in that many of his films featured a very young Tracy Lords, who began working with the Dark brothers at the age of 13. But Dark has now put those days long behind him. He is now working comfortably in the mainstream. And he is no longer marketing teen sexuality. No, now he is creating music videos, for Britney Spears, Mandy Moore and the preteen Leslie Carter, sister of Aaron Carter and Backstreet Boy, Nick Carter. That is, according to Dark, a completely different line of work. It is not just the media that has been actively promoting the sexualization of children, certain segments of academia have been busily doing so as well. On April 19, 2002, The Washington Times carried a report detailing a movement within academia to promote free sexual expression of children. This movement to legitimize sex between adults and children is gathering steam, warns Stephanie Dallum, researcher for the Leadership Council for Mental Health, Justice and the Media in Philadelphia, an organization that deals with prevention and treatment of child abuse. Some people view children as the next sexual frontier, Ms. Dallum says. Referenced in the Times article is Judith Levine's book Harmful to Minors, The Perils of Protecting Children from Sex, published by the University of Minnesota Press. Levine's book endorses a Dutch law passed in 1990 that effectively lowered the age of consent to 12. As the Times article points out, the book is only the most recent in a series of academic arguments for consensual sex involving children. Included among such academic endeavors are an article published in 2000 by the Institute for Advanced Study of Human Sexuality in San Francisco, in which the authors claimed that there was considerable evidence that there is no inherent harm in sexual expression in childhood. An interview with San Francisco State University professor Gilbert Hurt in the Dutch pro-pedophilia journal Pijdica, in which Hurt stated, the category child is a rhetorical device for inflaming what is really an irrational set of attitudes against pedophilia. Another interview with Pijdica, given by John Money, professor emeritus at Johns Hopkins University, that spoke of genuinely, totally mutual sex between adult men and young boys. A 1998 study in a journal of the American Psychological Association argued that value-neutral terms such as adult-child sex should be used to describe a willing encounter between an adult pedophile and a child. One of the study's co-authors, Robert Bauserman, with the Maryland Department of Health and Mental Hygiene, has written previously for Pijdica. This 1998 study, according to The Times, has already been used as evidence to defend accused child molesters in at least 3 court cases. Many of these recent arguments in favor of the expression of child sexuality were influenced by the work of Indiana University professor Alfred Kinsey, who claimed in his notorious late 1940s, early 1950s reports on human sexuality that children are sexual from birth. The professor was, oddly enough, another devoted disciple of Aleister Crowley. Kinsey died shortly after paying a visit to Crowley's Thelema Abbey in Sicily with filmmaker and fellow occultist Kenneth Anger, who was the roommate and probable lover of Manson family member Bobby Beausoleil, but we will get to that later. Like child molestation and child abduction, child prostitution is also closely associated with child pornography. And make no mistake about it, child prostitution is a booming business. A&E's investigative reports has noted that law enforcement figures indicate that there are currently some 600,000 child prostitutes working in the United States and Canada, in an industry that generates $5 billion a year worldwide. A&E also reported that, throughout North America, there is growing use of children in the sex trade. Young boys make up 51% of that trade. The FBI, alas, has turned a blind eye. For the last quarter century, federal prosecutions of major pimp operations have been virtually non-existent. As Dr. Lois Lee has noted, it's not a high priority with the FBI to go after kids that are being transported across state lines. It's really a disgrace. Dr. Lee is the founder of Children of the Night, an organization devoted to helping repair the shattered lives of child sex trade victims. Her facility, said to be the only one of its kind in the world, has seen 10,000 kids pass through its doors. Fully 90% of them have suffered a lifetime of abuse, first at home, and later on the streets and alleys of America's big cities. Most of them suffered their first abuse before the age of 3. Many of these victims are runaways recruited from small towns across the country, and then brought to prime child prostitution markets like Los Angeles and Las Vegas. Once there, they have an average lifespan of just 7 years. Many of them do not make it through their teenage years. For as long as they survive though, they reap enormous financial rewards for their pimps. The younger the child, the more popular they are with the Johns, and therefore the more profitable for their exploiters. A landmark study on the commercial sexual exploitation of children was concluded by the University of Pennsylvania's School of Social Work in 2001. The chilling report issued by the researchers was completely ignored by the U.S. media. That no doubt was due in part to the rather curious timing of the release of the report. It was issued on September 10, 2001, less than 24 hours before the World Trade Center towers came crashing down. Written by Richard J. Estes and Neil Allen Weiner, the study notes that the era of economic globalization, internationalization, and free trade has been accompanied by a dramatic rise worldwide in the incidence of child exploitation, child pornography, juvenile prostitution, and trafficking in children for sexual purposes have emerged as significant problems on the national, regional, and international stages. So, too, has child sex tourism. The ugly reality is that, in the global marketplace, everything has a price tag, including the sexual services of our children. The study also revealed, CSE, child sexual exploitation, and the CSEC, commercial sexual exploitation of children, appear to be related in complex ways with other forms of child exploitation, such as the use of children in labor, drug and warfare settings. Among the findings summarized in the report's executive summary are all of the following. About 20% of children we encountered in this study were being trafficked nationally by organized criminal units using well-established prostitution tracks. Children are trafficked into, and within, the U.S.by a variety of private and public means, e.g., cars, buses, vans, trucks, planes. Most trafficked children have available to them a variety of false identity papers for use in case of arrest. The majority of nationally trafficked children both use drugs and engage in drug sales. About 10% of the children we encountered are trafficked internationally. Most internationally trafficked children are the citizens of developing countries located in Asia, Africa, Central and South America, and Central and Eastern Europe. International trafficking in children is highly lucrative. A single trafficked child can earn a trafficker as much as $30,000 or more in trafficking fees. In many cases, trafficked children also are required to serve as mules in transporting illicit drugs either into or across the U.S., or both. Obvious in these findings is the fact that the trafficking of children, both nationally and internationally, is an immense, and immensely profitable, criminal enterprise requiring the involvement of a wide range of functionaries, including recruiters, trainers, purveyors of false documents, transporters, money collectors, enforcers, arrangers, investors, corrupt public officials, informers, guides and crew members, supporting personnel and specialists. The university's researchers also discovered approximately 10% of pimps in the U.S. are tied into international sex crime networks. These individuals participate actively in the international trafficking of children, including American children and children who are nationals of other countries. Typically, these pimps also are connected in some way to international drug networks. The close connections between the international trafficking of children and the international trafficking of drugs is significant in that, as a number of researchers have documented, America's Central Intelligence Agency plays a central role in the international drug trade. It would seem then to logically follow that that same organization would be deeply involved in the equally lucrative international trade in children. Just months before the release of the University of Pennsylvania's report, DePaul University's International Human Rights Law Institute released the results of a 3-year study of sexual slavery. Researchers concluded that some 2 million women and children are held in sexual servitude worldwide, and those numbers are growing. As with the other academic study, the report's authors concluded that the advent of globalization has exacerbated the problem by creating what some call market opportunities for traffickers in human beings and for their exploiters. Also, as with the other study, researchers found clear evidence of official complicity in the trafficking rings. The report's authors warned that trafficking victims have no one to turn to for help. Law enforcers are frequently in collusion with the traffickers and exploiters, and victims who seek to escape are returned to their captors by those from whom they sought protection. Their despondency and despair is beyond description. An estimated 30,000 of these victims die every year from abuse, torture, neglect and disease. But neither the U.S. media nor the Washington establishment have anything to say about that, leaving the American people in a state of collective ignorance and denial even as child exploitation rings, which constitute a vast underground in this country, grow exponentially. How far does this pedophilic underground extend into the halls of power? Are America's political, corporate and military elite, like their counterparts in Belgium, Latvia and Portugal, hiding a particularly dirty little secret from the American people? A secret that, if exposed, could shatter America's cherished political and economic institutions and bring the house of cards crashing down. Consider the case of Craig Spence, a behind-the-scenes Republican power broker in Washington. In June 1989, the Washington Times published a story that sent shockwaves rippling across Capitol Hill. It seemed that Spence had been deeply involved with a callboy ring that supplied young boys, some of them very young boys, to the elite of both political parties, as well as to visiting dignitaries. It was reported by the Times that a list of some 200 influential clients included the names of government officials, locally based U.S. military officers, businessmen, lawyers, bankers, congressional aides, media representatives and other professionals, only a few of whom were publicly identified. On the guest lists for Spence's parties were former CIA Director William Casey and former Deputy Director of Intelligence Ray Klein, Congressman Barney Frank and Senators John Glenn and Frank Murkowski, political activist, propagandist Phyllis Schlafly, former Attorney General John Mitchell, who once co-hosted a party with Spence, journalists William Safire, Liz Trotta, Ted Koppel and Eric Severeid, former ambassadors James Lilly, Robert Newman and Elliot Richardson, General Alfred M. Gray, the Commandant of the U.S. Marine Corps, and Lieutenant General Daniel O. Graham, an expert on the Space Defense Initiative, and former U.S. Attorneys Joseph DeGenova and Victoria Toensing. Spence once held a birthday bash for the notorious Roy Cohn. He also boasted of playing host to Rock Hudson and other celebrities. Among the revelations in the case was that Spence had taken some of his callboy escorts on private, late-night tours of the White House. The tours, of which there were at least 4, were cleared by a uniformed Secret Service guard who moonlighted as a bodyguard at Spence's parties. Spence hinted that the tours were arranged by the National Security Advisor to then Vice President George H. W. Bush, Donald Gregg, for whom Spence once sponsored a dinner. One of the tours occurred just after Spence stopped by the Nightline studio to see his friend, Ted Koppel. Spence reportedly introduced Koppel to a 15-year-old boy, whom Koppel later claimed Spence had introduced as his son. Koppel, though, had been a close friend for over 20 years and surely knew that Spence did not have a teenage son. Kopel first met Spence in Southeast Asia when Kopel was serving as the ABC bureau chief in Hong Kong, and Spence was nominally working as an ABC correspondent in Vietnam. Spence openly boasted of working with both the CIA and ranking members of the Reagan and Bush administrations. He claimed that he had been involved in covert operations in Vietnam, Japan, Central America and the Middle East. His claims were scoffed at and he was largely portrayed as a self-important blowhard. There are indications, however, that Spence was involved in covert operations as far back as Vietnam, where he could well have been working under journalistic cover. An associate of his from that era told the Washington Post, Spence pulled disappearing acts in Vietnam, sometimes for weeks at a time, then he'd turn up, refusing to say where he'd been. The sex? That's done all the time, a former Bush economic advisor told the press. If a foreign diplomat wants a companion, the State Department provides it. It doesn't matter if it's a man or woman. They have a special fund set up for that. What the unnamed advisor did not say was that such services were provided not as a courtesy to the dignitary, but as a way to compromise and control. Allegations quietly arose that the callboy ring, and Spence's parties, were part of a CIA sexual blackmail operation. Spence's Washington mansion was said to be overflowing with surveillance equipment, including hidden cameras and microphones and an abundance of two-way mirrors. It was also alleged that cocaine flowed freely at Spence's parties, and that he could have been involved in bringing drugs in from El Salvador. The Spence story never really registered on the national media's radar screen. Despite being a largely Republican scandal, it was completely ignored by such pillars of the purportedly liberal press as the New York Times, the Washington Post and the Los Angeles Times. The story soon disappeared entirely in Washington and the media proceeded to pretend as though nothing had ever happened. According to a Washington Times reporter, the paper trail was quickly covered up. Some 20,000 documents pertaining to the case were sealed by court order and the U.S. Attorney's Office issued a gag order on the release of information. By the time that Craig Spence turned up dead in a Boston hotel less than 5 months after the story first broke, he had been all but forgotten. He had earlier told a friend, "I may be disappearing soon. It will be sudden. It may appear to be a suicide, but it won't be." Spence was reportedly found lying on his bed in room 429 of the Ritz-Carlton Hotel, wearing a tuxedo and with a telephone cradled to his ear and a Walkman headset around his neck. He had, according to The Independent, no obvious signs of injury, and police refused to comment on the cause of death. The door to the room was barricaded. Written on the mirror were several messages, one of which read, "Chief, consider this my resignation, effective immediately. As you always said, you can't ask others to make a sacrifice if you are not ready to do the same. Life is duty. God bless America." Another was an apology to the hotel, to the Ritz, "Please forgive this inconvenience." A third was an unexplained Japanese phrase, "Nisei Bei." The hotel registry showed that the room the apparent suicide victim was found in was occupied by C.S. Kane. Spence had been subpoenaed by a grand jury but had not yet been called to appear. As it turned out, very few witnesses ever did appear before that grand jury. Spence had also reportedly agreed to provide Penthouse magazine with lurid details of Washington's bisexual wonderland. His story, needless to say, was never told. The callboy ring, oddly enough, had close ties to the funeral home, mortuary business. Robert Chambers was convicted on charges of handling the credit card processing for Professional Services, Inc., an entity that served as a cover for an interlinked network of half a dozen male escort services. Chambers was a funeral director and the son of the owner of the Chambers Funeral Homes chain. He was sentenced to serve 41 months. Two of the linked services, Dream Boys and Man to Man, were reportedly run by Henry Vinson, a mortician and the former coroner of Mingo County, West Virginia. Vinson had moved to D.C. after losing his job as coroner for making harassing phone calls to rival funeral homes. While he was under investigation in Washington, his obituary appeared in West Virginia newspapers, apparently as the result of an assisted effort to fake his death. Vinson ultimately pled guilty and received a 63-month sentence. The presiding judge openly criticized U.S. Attorney Jay Stevens for departing from mandatory sentencing guidelines. Vinson's legal representation was provided by Fox News mouthpiece Greta Van Susteren. Also implicated in the case was Democratic Congressman Barney Frank, whose D.C. home was used as a base of operations for an escort service from late 1985 through mid-1987. The service was run by Frank's lover, Stephen L. Goby, the son of a Marine Corps Master Sergeant and Pentagon budget analyst. Frank wrote a number of letters to probation officials on behalf of Goby, who had 4 felony convictions from 1982. Those letters provided the necessary cover for the ring, which Frank denied having knowledge of. Goby also regularly operated out of Chevy Chase Elementary School, in collusion with the Magnet School's principal, Gabriel A. Massaro, a former school counselor. The school was home to 350 students aged 9 to 12. Massaro vigorously denied that any students were involved in callboy operations, which he eventually admitted were run from the school. In addition to Barney Frank and Gabriel Massaro, Stephen Goby had close ties to Craig Spence as well. Elsewhere in the country, a political operative named Larry King, hailed as the fastest rising black star in the Republican Party, was embroiled in another high-level pedophile ring. King, whose operation was based in Omaha, Nebraska, had connections to Craig Spence as well as to Ronald Reagan, George Bush, Oliver North, and various other major players in Washington. The King story first began to emerge with the collapse of his Franklin Community Credit Union, one of many such entities that went belly up in the 1980s savings and loan scandals. A special Senate Franklin Committee was established and tasked with looking into allegations of financial improprieties, but soon found itself instead investigating claims of child prostitution, child pornography and ritual homicide. Committee members began receiving anonymous threats. The investigation led to the doorsteps of some of the most powerful men in Omaha, including newspaper publisher Harold Anderson, a lunch partner of George Bush, local columnist Peter Citron, a judge, the mayor, the city's Games and Parks commissioner, a prominent attorney, the former police chief, businessman Alan Baer, and multi-billionaire Warren Buffett, for whose son King sponsored a political fundraiser. Some of the witnesses identified George Bush as being directly complicit. The scandal was completely ignored by the national U.S. media and appears to have been covered by the local press for the sole purpose of discrediting the witnesses and denouncing the investigation as yet another witch hunt. The case did attract some attention from the European press though. Pronto, Spain's largest circulation weekly, reported that the scandal appears to directly implicate politicos of the state of Nebraska and Washington, D.C. who are very close to the White House and George Bush. The report also noted, there is reason to believe that the CIA is directly implicated, and the FBI refuses to help in the investigation and has sabotaged any efforts by others to do so. A documentary film crew from the UK's Yorkshire Television, working in conjunction with the Discovery Channel, worked for months investigating the case. The result of their efforts was a film entitled Conspiracy of Silence, which concluded that the child victims' witnesses were telling the truth. The documentary was scheduled to air on the Discovery Channel on May 3, 1994. Just days before the scheduled airing, the film was pulled without explanation and all copies were ordered destroyed. At least one production copy of the video survived the purge, however, and has been known to circulate among those derisively labeled as conspiracy theorists. For everyone else, the conspiracy of silence continues. The Omaha operation, described in the film as a large ring of rich and powerful pedophiles, appears to have been in business for several years, with the knowledge of, and for the perverse pleasure of, a variety of city, state and federal authorities. Jerry Lowe, the first investigator assigned to the case by the Franklin Committee, reported back, the allegations regarding the exploitation of children are indeed disturbing. What appears to be documented cases of child abuse and sexual abuse dating back several years with no enforcement action being taken by the appropriate agencies is on its face, mind-boggling. The investigation revealed that many of the child victims had been recruited from one of America's most revered charitable organizations, Boys Town, with which King had maintained close ties since 1979. Senator and committee member Loran Schmidt has said that Boys Town was mentioned frequently during the investigation, but we found it difficult to get information about Boys Town, so too did the film crew from Yorkshire Television. Republican State Senator and Franklin Committee member John DeCamp, in his book The Franklin Cover-Up, presents a compelling body of evidence to document the charges made by the child victims and various others associated with the operation. Equally disturbing is the evidence presented of the massive cover-up that was perpetrated by the FBI, local police, a grand jury assigned to the case, and of course the ever-compliant media. The cover-up involved, according to DeCamp, the untimely deaths of at least 15 key players in the scandal, including Franklin Committee investigator Gary Caradori, whose private plane was blown out of the sky on July 11, 1990 with Caradori and his 8-year-old son on board. Caradori had been threatened frequently, as had the witnesses from whom he was gathering information. His vehicle had also been repeatedly tampered with. His brother claimed that Gary had told him that he had recently come to possess a key piece of evidence, a book of addresses and phone numbers, that was so damaging, if they knew he had it, they'd kill him. The wreckage of Caradori's plane, as a reporter on the scene noted, was strewn over a 3/4 to 1 mile stretch. A National Transportation Safety Board investigator acknowledged that the fact that the wreckage is scattered over a large area certainly demonstrates that it did break up in flight. Family members claimed that there were items missing from the plane's wreckage, most significantly Caradori's briefcase. Within 24 hours of the crash, all of his records had been impounded by the FBI. Nevertheless, the NTSB ruled that the crash had been accidental, with no evidence of sabotage. The Franklin Committee, led by Senator Schmidt, who suspected sabotage, ordered a private investigation into the cause of the crash. Strangely enough, the man selected to conduct that inquiry was William Colby, a 50-year veteran of intelligence operations whose career began in the OSS during World War II. Colby's hiring was urged by his protégé, Senator DeCamp. In the 1950s, Colby served as the CIA station chief in Italy, overseeing the notorious Operation Gladio. In the 1960s, he ran the Phoenix program, a campaign of assassination, torture and terror that claimed, by Colby's own account, some 20,000 Vietnamese lives. The program was steeped in mind control operations, including the use of prisoners of war as unwilling participants in terminal experiments. One of Colby's top aides in Vietnam was none other than John DeCamp. After Vietnam, Colby served as the director of the CIA under President Nixon. Nixon's appointed successor, Gerald Ford, replaced him with George Bush. Considering his past history, Colby was certainly an odd choice to lead an inquiry aimed at ascertaining the truth. Colby's conclusion, according to the Omaha World Herald, was that although the crash had some strange aspects, there was no specific evidence of sabotage. Just as appalling as the trail of dead witnesses was the fact that the child victims, rather than the perpetrators, were arrested and thrown in prison. One of them, a young female victim, achieved the rather dubious honor of spending more time in solitary confinement than any other woman in the history of the Nebraska penal system. She was sentenced to 9 to 25 years in prison for allegedly committing perjury. Her sentence was 10 years longer than the one Larry King received for looting his financial institution of $40 million. DeCamp explained to the Conspiracy of Silence film crew that a message was being sent to every kid who was a potential witness. Senator Schmidt, who told the filmmakers that his pursuit of the investigation had cost him his career and his financial security, believed that a clear signal was being sent to Nebraska politicians as well, a signal to not pursue the investigation any further. A visibly shaken and disillusioned Schmidt explained to the film crew that he used to be a firm believer that the system would work and that people who did things wrong would be punished. And we discovered victims who claimed to have been abused, and who the grand jury acknowledged had been abused, but they did not try to find out who had abused these individuals. Instead, they convicted Alicia Owen of perjury, indefensible from my point of view. It was a full decade before any of the victims received even a semblance of justice, and that came not from the criminal justice system, but from a civil court. In early 1999, a judgment was entered against defendant Larry King in favor of plaintiff Paul Bonacci, who was one of the most severely abused of the child victims. His abuse at the hands of King began when he was just 6 years old and included his forced collaboration in the production of child snuff films. The memorandum of the district court's decision, issued on February 22, 1999, reads as follows.
Between December 1980 and 1988, the complaint alleges, the defendant King continually subjected the plaintiff to repeated sexual assaults, false imprisonments, infliction of extreme emotional distress, organized and directed satanic rituals, forced the plaintiff to scavenge for children to be a part of the defendant King's sexual abuse and pornography ring, forced the plaintiff to engage in numerous sexual contacts with the defendant King and others and participate in deviant sexual games and masochistic orgies with other minor children. The defendant King's default has made those allegations true as to him. The now uncontradicted evidence is that the plaintiff has suffered much. He has suffered burns, broken fingers, beatings of the head and face and other indignities by the wrongful actions of the defendant King. In addition to the misery of going through the experiences just related over a period of 8 years, the plaintiff has suffered the lingering results to the present time. He is a victim of multiple personality disorder, involving as many as 14 distinct personalities aside from his primary personality. He has given up a desired military career and received threats on his life. He suffers from sleeplessness, has bad dreams, has difficulty in holding a job, is fearful that others are following him, fears getting killed, has depressing flashbacks, and is verbally violent on occasion, all in connection with the multiple personality disorder and caused by the wrongful activities of the defendant king.
For the years of unspeakable abuse he suffered, Bonacci was awarded $1 million. While a bittersweet victory at best, it was considerably more than most other victims of such abuse have gotten. The man primarily responsible for inflicting that abuse, Larry King, has been released from prison and is a free man at the time of this writing.
Chapter 3 – Uncle Sam Wants Your Children. I cannot accept promotion in a system that at first refused to acknowledge and now refuses to deal with the victims of extensive child abuse that occurred at the West Point Child Development Center. Army Captain Walter R. Grote, refusing a promotion to major in June 1985.
One of the names that surfaced at the Bonacci trial was that of Michael Aquino, the high priest and chief executive of the Temple of Set, an overtly satanic cult that split off from the Church of Satan in 1975. Besides tending to those duties, Aquino has also been known to occupy his time serving as, according to his official biography, circulated by the Temple, a Lieutenant Colonel, Military Intelligence, U.S. Army. Aquino was identified in court, by the mother of a victim, as being a key player in a nationwide pedophile ring. Paul Bonacci himself has also positively identified Aquino as an associate of King, who was known to Bonacci and the rest of the children only as the Colonel. King's former personal photographer has identified Aquino as the man to whom he saw King hand over a suitcase full of cash and bonds. The photographer, Rusty Nelson, has also said that he was told by King that Aquino was part of the Contra guns and cocaine trafficking operation run by George Bush and another notorious lieutenant colonel named Oliver North. Aquino has also been linked to Offutt Air Force Base, a strategic air command post near Omaha that was implicated in the investigation by the Franklin Committee, and that was also, strangely enough, where George W. Bush opted to hide out on the afternoon of September 11, 2001. Aquino was also claimed to have ordered the abduction of a Des Moines, Iowa paperboy. This was certainly not the first time that Aquino had been identified as a key figure in organized pedophile, child pornography rings. In July 1988, not long before the King and Spence cases broke, the San Jose Mercury News ran a lengthy exposé on the Presidio Child Development Center run by the U.S. Army in San Francisco. Allegations of abuse being perpetrated at the center first emerged in November 1986. Alarmed by accusations made by her child, a parent had sought a medical examination that confirmed that her 3-year-old boy had in fact been anally raped. The boy identified his rapist as Mr. Gary, a teacher at the center named Gary Hambright. Even with this conclusive medical evidence, however, it took the Army almost a month to notify the parents of other children who had been in Mr. Gary's class that the incident had taken place. Within a year, at least 60 additional victims had been identified, all between the ages of 3 and 7, and further allegations would be made by parents that several more children were molested even after the investigation had begun. Amazingly enough, the center remained open for more than a year after the first case of abuse was reported, although, as noted by the Mercury News, daycare centers under state jurisdiction are routinely closed when an abuse incident is confirmed. And this was considerably more than a simple abuse incident that had been confirmed. The children told stories that implicated many other perpetrators in addition to Hambright. They also told of being taken away from the center to be abused in private homes. At least 3 such houses were positively identified. And they told of being forced to play po'o-po'o baseball and the goo-goo game, games that involved the children being urinated and defecated upon, and being forced to ingest urine and feces. Many of the children also spoke of having guns pointed at them and of being told that they and/or their parents and siblings would be killed if they told anyone what had been done to them. Despite the mounting number of victim witnesses and the numerous crimes alleged by these children, only one suspect, Gary Hambright, was arrested on January 5, 1987, and he was charged with abusing just a single child. Even then, the charges were dismissed just a few months later, in March 1987. There is little doubt that literally dozens of children were in fact severely abused at the center. There undeniably was medical evidence to document that fact. 5 of the children had contracted chlamydia, a sexually transmitted disease. Many others showed clear signs of anal and genital trauma consistent with violent penetration. Authorities chose to ignore such evidence. One mother complained to the San Francisco Chronicle that the FBI never interviewed her or her son, even after doctors had confirmed the boy's abuse. In addition to the medical symptoms, there were psychological symptoms as well. As the American Journal of Orthopsychiatry noted in April 1992, the severity of the trauma for children at the Presidio was immediately manifest in clear-cut symptoms. Before the abuse was exposed, parents had already noticed the following changes in their children: vaginal discharge, genital soreness, rashes, fear of the dark, sleep disturbances, nightmares, sexually provocative language, and sexually inappropriate behavior. In addition, the children were exhibiting other radical changes in behavior, including temper outbursts, sudden mood shifts, and poor impulse control. All these behavioral symptoms are to be expected in preschool children who have been molested. The journal article, written by Diane Ehrensaft, Ph.D., also noted that the Presidio case has confronted both the public at large and the mental health community with an extraordinary and abhorrent situation of grave psychological proportions: the willful molestation of young boys and girls by representatives of the most patriarchal and supposedly protective arm of the American government, the U.S. Army. Ehrensaft observed that a nearly pathological hatred had manifested itself in the fathers of children abused in this way, particularly as they saw their children's cases stonewalled and swept under the rug. One father was quoted as saying, "When something about the Presidio comes on TV, I want to blow someone away." Another father echoed that sentiment: "I was ready to blow the army base away." One of those who the fathers would have liked to blow away was Michael Aquino. One child positively identified Aquino and his wife, Lilith, known to the kids as Mikey and Shambi, and was also able to identify the Aquino's private home and to describe with considerable accuracy the distinctively satanic interior decor of the house. The young witness claimed to have been photographed at the Aquino's home. On August 14, 1987, a search warrant was served on the house. Confiscated in the raid were numerous videotapes, photographs, photo albums, photographic negatives, cassette tapes, and name and address books. Also observed was what appeared to be a soundproof room. Neither of the Aquinos was charged with any crimes, nor have they been to this day, a fact that Aquino points to as proof of his innocence. A month after the raid, a fire, which the Army deemed to be accidental, destroyed the Army Community Services building adjacent to the Presidio's daycare center. Strangely enough, the fire occurred on the autumnal equinox, a major event on the Satanic calendar, as the Mercury News noted. The fire also destroyed some of the Child Development Center's records. 3 weeks later, fire struck again, this time at the daycare center itself. A building that housed 4 classrooms, one of which was Gary Hambright's, was completely destroyed. Investigators from the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco and Firearms determined both fires, contrary to the Army's finding, had been arson. In between the first and second fires, with evidence indicating that a third arson attempt had been made as well, Hambright was again indicted, this time charged with molesting 10 children. In February 1988, all but one of the new charges were dropped. Shortly thereafter, the remaining count was dropped as well. No further charges were brought against him. In January 1988, Aquino filed suit against the Army to have it cleared from his record that he had been investigated as a suspected pedophile. According to court records, he also had the gall to charge Captain Adams Thompson, the father of a victim, with conduct unbecoming an officer because the captain reported the allegations of child abuse to the San Francisco police. In denying Aquino's motion, the court concluded there was probable cause to title Aquino with offenses of indecent acts with a child, sodomy, conspiracy, kidnapping, and false swearing, despite the fact that the San Francisco Police Department (SFPD) closed its investigation and filed no charges against the plaintiff or anyone else. Aquino and some of his defenders have consistently claimed that no one was ever prosecuted in the case due to a lack of evidence. This is cited as proof that the entire affair was no more than a witch hunt. Of course, the failure to prosecute the federal charges could have been due to the fact that, at the time, the U.S. attorney in San Francisco handling the case was Joseph Russiniello. Russiniello would later be identified by reporter Gary Webb of the San Jose Mercury News as a player in the Contra cocaine smuggling operation led by Lieutenant Colonel Oliver North and Company, just as witnesses would later identify Lieutenant Colonel Michael Aquino as an operative in the very same sordid affair. In May 1989, Aquino was again questioned in connection with child abuse investigations. This time, at least 5 children in 3 cities were making the accusations. The children had seen Aquino in newspaper and television coverage of the Presidio case and immediately recognized him as one of their abusers. 3 of the children lived in Ukiah, California, where Police Chief Fred Keplinger was overseeing the investigation of the allegations. The Mercury News quoted the chief as saying, "The children are believable. I have no doubt in my mind that something has occurred." Aquino was also identified by children in Santa Rosa and Fort Bragg, California. In the Fort Bragg case, allegations of ritual abuse erupted in 1985 when several children at the Jubilation Day Care Center said they were sexually abused by a number of people at the day care center and at several locations away from the center, including at least 2 churches. Aquino was identified as having been present at one of those churches. According to the Mercury News, there was clear evidence of satanic cult activity on the grounds of the Presidio base, including an abundance of satanic graffiti, a satanic altar, and numerous artifacts of satanic rituals. A former MP at the base told the News, "We've got a cult on the Presidio of San Francisco and nobody cares about it. We were told by the Provost Marshal to just forget about it." On April 19, 1988, the eve of Adolf Hitler's birthday, an open house was held on the grounds of the Presidio heralding the opening of a new daycare facility built to replace the fire-damaged Child Development Center. Meanwhile, a report in the Marin Independent Journal revealed that Aquino owned a building in Marin County, inherited from his mother, Betty Ford Aquino, that was jointly leased to the Marin County Child Abuse Council and Project Care for Children. The stated purpose of Project Care was, interestingly enough, to assist parents in locating daycare for their children. As disturbing as the Presidio case was, it was just one of many ritual abuse cases directly tied to one or more branches of the United States Armed Forces. As the Mercury News reported, by November 1987 the Army had received allegations of child abuse at 15 of its daycare centers and several elementary schools. There were also at least 2 cases in Air Force daycare centers, and another in a center run by the U.S. Navy. In addition, a special team of experts was sent to Panama in June 1988 to help determine if as many as 10 children at a Department of Defense elementary school had been molested and possibly infected with AIDS. Yet another case emerged in a U.S.-run facility in West Germany. These cases erupted at some of the country's most esteemed military bases, including Fort Dix, Fort Leavenworth, Fort Jackson, and West Point. Many of those making the accusations were career military officers who had devoted their lives to unquestioned allegiance to the U.S. Armed Forces. Many would resign their posts in outraged protest. The West Point case, among others, was alleged to be linked to the Presidio case. As the Times-Herald Record reported in June 1991, the incidents at the West Point Child Development Center unfolded against a backdrop of satanic acts, animal sacrifices and cult-like behavior among the abusers, whose activities extended beyond the U.S. Military Academy borders to Orange County and a military base in San Francisco, parents charged. The case first broke in July 1984, when a 3-year-old girl found herself in the emergency room of the West Point Hospital with a lacerated vagina. She told the examining physician that a teacher at the daycare center had hurt her. The next month, the parents of another child leveled accusations of abuse at the center. As the Mercury News reported, by the end of the year, 50 children had been interviewed by investigators. Children at West Point told stories that would become horrifyingly familiar. They said they had been ritually abused. They said they had had excrement smeared on their bodies and been forced to eat feces and drink urine. They said they were taken away from the daycare center and photographed. Despite abundant medical and psychological evidence and literally dozens of child witnesses, and despite 950 interviews by 60 FBI agents assigned to the investigation, led by former U.S. Attorney and future Mayor Rudolph Giuliani, produced no federal grand jury indictments, according to the Herald Record. In 1987, Giuliani said his detailed investigation showed only 1 or 2 children were abused. Giuliani's contention was directly contradicted by an independent investigation, as the Herald report divulged. A still-secret, independent report, produced by one of the nation's top experts on child sexual abuse, confirms the children's accusations of abuse. This was not the first time that prestigious West Point had shown an appalling willingness to overlook military personnel directing extreme levels of abuse at children. A year before the abuse case broke, a 22-month-old child was murdered by an Army staff sergeant. The Mercury News reported that following a court-martial hearing, the sergeant was given an 18-month suspended sentence and dishonorable discharge. In other words, he was essentially given a free ride after murdering a child. With help from Giuliani, the FBI, the U.S. Army, and the grand jury, the abusers of dozens of children at the daycare center, which was, appropriately enough, building number 666 on the Academy grounds, were likewise given a free ride. As with the Franklin case, the children and their parents found justice only through the civil courts. The Herald record revealed that, in a suit brought by the parents, lawyers for both the government and the 11 child plaintiffs agreed that some children were sexually abused at the center 2 years ago. The government, however, claimed that it could not be held responsible, due to the assault exemption in the Federal Tort Claim Act. As the New York Times explained, under federal law the government cannot be held liable for assaults committed by its employees and thus cannot be sued for assault. In other words, the Army did not dispute the allegations, it just rather cavalierly maintained that it was exempt from being sued for what had occurred at one of its daycare centers. The court saw otherwise, however, and awarded $2.7 million to 9 of the child victims, paltry compensation for their suffering, but a victory of sorts nonetheless. The Times opined that the settlement amount was large for a child abuse case in which no criminal charges were filed. The article claimed that the case was not pursued because the Federal Bureau of Investigation found insufficient evidence to prosecute, when in fact the Bureau appears to have deliberately ignored and/or covered up that evidence. And so ended the West Point case, except that, as one mother noted, it was hardly over. These people stole our children. She's nothing like she used to be. She's a very angry little girl. She doesn't trust anyone. She's nothing like she was before this happened. It's never going to be over for them, or for us. The mother of a Presidio victim had this to say: "People keep telling us we've got to let it go, just forget about it and go on. 3 weeks ago, our youngest daughter was having nightmares and our other daughter was closing out the whole world, going to her room and sitting there, with no radio, no TV, no nothing. Tell me it's over."
Chapter 4, McMolestation.
If there is anyone who can relate to the sentiments expressed by the Presidio and West Point parents, it is the mothers and fathers of the children who attended the infamous McMartin preschool. The McMartin case was, of course, the largest and most well-publicized of the multi-victim, multi-perpetrator ritual abuse cases that captured headlines in the 1980s. It was also a case that was grotesquely misrepresented by the media, both mainstream and alternative, perhaps nowhere more so than in the appalling writings of Nation columnist Alexander Cockburn, who went so far as to write an op-ed piece entitled "The McMartin Case: Indict the Children, Jail the Parents," which ran in the Wall Street Journal on February 8, 1990. Virtually everyone agrees that the children of McMartin were victimized. There is considerable debate, of course, over whether that victimization was by abusive caretakers, or by overzealous therapists and prosecutors. Either way, Cockburn's stance on the case was unconscionable and should have sent a clear signal to the progressive community that there was considerably more to the McMartin allegations than met the eye. The harsh reality is that the McMartin preschool, in conjunction with at least 2 other Manhattan Beach preschools and 1 babysitting service, was the center of a very large child prostitution and child pornography ring whose operations appear to have been protected and covered up by any number of local, state and federal officials. A glimpse of the true nature and scale of the McMartin case is offered by an official correspondence from Sergeant Beth Dickerson of the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department to Agent Kenneth Lanning at the FBI Academy's Behavioral Sciences Unit in Quantico, Virginia, dated February 10, 1985.
In August 1983, the Manhattan Beach Police Department began an investigation regarding allegations of sexual abuse occurring at the McMartin preschool. Altogether, approximately 400 children were evaluated by therapists at Children's Institute International. All interviews were videotaped and 350 children disclosed sexual behavior. In all, the victims named 7 teachers, 6 women and 1 male, at the preschool as having molested them. These individuals are currently charged with 209 counts of child molestation. Also named are about 30 other individuals still uncharged, as well as numerous unidentified strangers. McMartin victims allege sexual abuse occurred on school grounds as well as at a local market, churches, a mortuary, various homes, a farm, a doctor's office, other preschools and other unknown locations. Most children state they were photographed in the nude. They mention drinking a red or pink liquid that made them sleepy. Children disclose animal sacrificing, bunnies, ponies, turtles, etc., and some of this occurred in churches. Victims describe sticks put in their vaginas and rectums and also being pooped and peed on. Children say that the adults, sometimes dressed in black robes, formed a circle around them and chanted. In May 1984, another preschool investigation began in the same policing jurisdiction, stemming from a McMartin victim who identified the Manhattan Ranch preschool as a place where he was taken and molested. Additional children have begun disclosing sexual abuse, approximately 60, and they have named 6 or more additional suspects. These children talk of strangers coming to the school and molesting them, being taken off campus and molested, being photographed nude, and some talk of animals being abused. The children talk of being hit with sticks and being peed and pooped on. Resources of the police department and the district attorney's office were not sufficient in order to follow up on the multitude of uncharged suspects in both preschools. The task force became operational on November 5, 1984. It should be noted that the task force has 2 other preschools under investigation for alleged sexual abuse in addition to McMartin and Manhattan Ranch. 1. The Learning Game Preschool is clearly linked to McMartin.
An astounding 460 children reported being sexually abused at the 3 closely linked Manhattan Beach schools. Even more astounding, investigative author Michael Newton, among others, has noted that Children's Institute International determined a full 80% displayed physical symptoms, including vaginal or rectal scarring, anal bleeding, painful bowel movements, and the anal wick reflex associated with violent penetration. The stories told by the victim witnesses were remarkably similar as to the nature of the abuse, the locations where the abuse took place, and the perpetrators of the abuse. And these were not, as is commonly believed, only preschool children telling such stories. Some of the witnesses were former students in their teens and 20s, and their stories corroborated those of the children. The older witnesses were not allowed to testify at the McMartin trials, however, as the statute of limitations for the crimes committed against them had expired. Many of the younger witnesses were unable to offer testimony as well, for various reasons, most notably because they were too severely traumatized. Even so, as author Jan Hollingsworth has pointed out, prosecutors had at their disposal more than 100 child witnesses as old as 11 and a truckload of medical reports bearing documentation of scarred genitals and anuses. The stories told by these children, it should be noted, were not fed to them by some diabolical team of therapists and headline-seeking journalists. Many of them were offered spontaneously to hundreds of parents and scores of childcare specialists. And many of the victims of the McMartin preschool, all adults now, still tell the same stories today. Anyone suggesting that the allegations in the McMartin case were true and that a massive cover-up concealed the true nature and scope of the case is likely to be labeled a conspiracy theorist. The most preposterous conspiracy theory surrounding McMartin, however, has always been the notion that some cabal of overzealous therapists was able to implant false memories of heinous abuse in the minds of nearly 500 individuals, and have them persist to this day. Despite the vast number of eyewitnesses, most of them bearing physical evidence of abuse, and despite the fact that the judge who presided over more than a year of pre-trial testimony ruled that the state had more than enough evidence to proceed to trial, District Attorney Ira Reiner inexplicably dropped all charges against 5 of the 7 McMartin defendants on January 17, 1986. 6 days before that, he had summarily dismissed 2 prosecutors on the case. At least 3 dozen suspects who had been independently identified by numerous witnesses were never indicted at all. One of these was a man named Robert Winkler, who was arrested in neighboring Torrance, California and charged with running a baby-sitting service out of the Cocoa Palms motel that authorities described as a front for a sexual abuse ring. Children in the McMartin case recognized Winkler in news footage as the man they had known as the Wolfman. The kids described Winkler as being a frequent visitor to the school, who oftentimes delivered drugs for use in abusive rituals, which were sometimes conducted in churches, a cemetery, or a crematorium. The Wolfman, conveniently enough, turned up dead on the eve of his trial, allegedly of a drug overdose. Winkler was not the only one to miss his day in court in conjunction with the McMartin case. Judy Johnson, the first McMartin parent to lodge a complaint, never delivered her scheduled testimony. Her body was found sprawled naked on the floor of her home, her death said to be due to complications from her chronic alcoholism. Before her death, she was regularly derided by defense attorneys and their media allies as a deranged crank. In truth, Johnson was not known to have any mental problems, or a drinking problem, before learning of the unthinkable abuse her child had suffered. Considered a key prosecution witness, Johnson received frequent threats before her death, and she was followed when she ventured out in public. Many of the other McMartin parents were openly skeptical of Johnson's stated cause of death. A former Hermosa Beach police officer named Paul Bynum, who had been hired by the parents of victims as a private investigator, turned up dead on the eve of his scheduled testimony as well. His death by gunshot was ruled as suicide, though those close to Bynum dispute that finding. Among other things, Bynum may have testified about his examination of the tunnel excavation project conducted at the school site. This was, of course, the object of much derision by the media. The fact that the children repeatedly told stories of tunnels under the property by which they could be secretly transported to and from the school, and in which they were subjected to horrific abuse in a secret room, was frequently cited as proof that the children's stories were fabrications. It was universally accepted that the tunnels did not actually exist, that being the consensus view of the media and law enforcement authorities. Nevertheless, while it is true that the investigation commissioned by the district attorney's office found no evidence of tunnels, another investigation, ignored by the media, certainly did. Many of the parents were not satisfied with the superficial examination by the DA's office and commissioned another investigation of the site when the property was sold in April 1990. To lead the project, they hired E. Gary Stickle, Ph.D., a highly regarded archaeologist recommended to them by the chair of the interdisciplinary program of the archaeology department at UCLA. Stickle's resume included serving as a consultant to George Lucas on the Indiana Jones movies. Also brought on board were several other technical specialists. As Stickle wrote in his report on the excavation, by engaging a highly recommended professional archaeological team, the parents hoped to bring scientific authority to whatever might be found or a definitive resolution for whatever was not to be found. And what the team found was precisely what the children, for the previous 7 years, had been telling them they would find.
The project unearthed not one but 2 tunnel complexes as well as previously unrecognized structural features which defied logical explanation. Both tunnel complexes conformed to locations and functional descriptions established by children's reports. One had been described as providing undetected access to an adjacent building on the east. The other provided outside access under the west wall of the building and contained within it an enlarged, cavernous artifact corresponding to children's descriptions of a secret room. Both the contour signature of the walls and the nature of recovered artifacts indicated that the tunnels had been dug by hand under the concrete slab floor after the construction of the building. Not only did the discovered features fulfill the research prequalifications as tunnels designed for human traffic, there was also no alternative or natural explanation for the presence of such features. If the stories of the children were bogus fantasies, there is no excuse for the tunnels discovered under the school. If there really were tunnels, there is no excuse for the glib dismissal of any and all of the complaints of the children and their parents.
This investigation was completed before the McMartin trials concluded, and yet this devastating evidence was never presented in court by the prosecution team. The existence of this detailed report, complete with photographs and maps of the tunnel complex, was known to the local and national press, but it was never reported. To this day, it is denied that any tunnels ever existed under the McMartin preschool. The denial of the tunnels is necessary to maintain the illusion that the children were not credible witnesses, that illusion being an essential component of the cover-up. For if the children were credible, the implications run far deeper than the tunnels under the school. There are, for example, the stories told by the children of being pimped out as child prostitutes in private homes and businesses all over the community. They also spoke frequently of being photographed and videotaped while being abused. District Attorney Robert Filibosian publicly declared the McMartin preschool to be an elaborate front for a massive child pornography operation. 23 parents filed a civil lawsuit making the very same claim. Other stories told repeatedly by the children were even more disturbing. They told of being forced to witness and participate in the ritual torture, killing and mutilation of animals and, on occasion, of human babies and children as well. They spoke of being forced to drink the blood and eat the flesh of the slaughtered corpses, of witnessing the beheading of infants, and of being forced to stab infants themselves. They told as well of being sealed in coffins with the mutilated corpses. And they spoke of being subjected to every sort of depraved sexual activity imaginable, including necrophilia, coprophilia and bestiality. The abuse was of such stunning brutality that it is almost beyond human comprehension that anyone could inflict such physical and psychological torture on children. and yet these stories were soon being told by thousands of other kids across the country as preschool abuse cases spread like wildfire. Young children from all walks of life, and from all parts of the country, were all telling remarkably similar stories of horrific ritual abuse. How was this possible? If they were all victims of false memories, how vast a conspiracy would be required for therapists all across the country to implant the very same memories in all of these children? Experts have noted that the victimized children show a level of knowledge that defies rational explanation if the kids have not experienced what they claim to have experienced. For instance, these child victims can accurately describe the look, smell, texture and colors of human viscera. This is an ability, it has been argued, that very few adults possess, other than those who have been trained as surgeons or coroners. These children also display a remarkable level of knowledge of a wide variety of unconventional human sexual practices, including many acts that, again, most adults do not have knowledge or awareness of. If these children did not experience these things firsthand, then how did they gain such knowledge? In February 1985, Officer Sandy Gallant of the San Francisco Police Department submitted a report to her superiors noting the similarities in numerous ritual abuse cases. She had gathered evidence from fellow officers and police departments across the country and summarized the evidence referenced in the police reports submitted to her. An excerpt from her report reads as follows.
The information contained herein is distasteful and bizarre, to such a degree that one would choose to discredit it. However, research that I have done in this area has revealed that numerous cases of this type are surfacing around the country and in Canada. The similarities in the stories of each child victim used in these crimes tend to give credibility to the information revealed by others. Additionally, the psychiatrists and therapists who have been treating the victims state that the consistency of the stories and the explicit details revealed cause them to believe that these children are telling the truth. It is also the belief of each law enforcement officer who submitted information for this report that the victims are being truthful and that, in fact, children would be unable to make such stories up. During my research, similarities began surfacing which indicate the strong probability that there exists a network of people in this country involved in the sexual abuse and possible homicides of young children. These cases appear to differ from isolated cases of abuse towards children in that the crimes mentioned here have been committed with one common goal in mind, that of mutilating and murdering children for ritualistic or sacrificial purposes. Many of the cases reported also reveal the possibility of child pornography beyond the normal type of kiddie porn in that these children are photographed during rituals with some members in robes or other garb and candles, snakes, swords, altars and other types of ritualistic material being used.
Gallant requested that the report be sent on to the chief of police for him to review and then forward to the FBI. Following his review, however, the chief declined to submit the report. Gallant next tried to get the U.S. Department of Justice to review the paperwork, but she was rebuffed there as well. As for the McMartin case, there has never been any question that the children there were horrifically abused. Though rarely noted in press reports, the jurors were clearly of the opinion that that was, in fact, the case. The hung juries and acquitals in the various proceedings were the result of the jury members' inability to identify the perpetrators of the abuse, not the reflection of any belief that there wasn't any abuse. The jurors attributed their inability to identify the perpetrators to the inept presentation of the prosecution's case. Also rarely noted in the reporting on the trials is that the matriarch of the McMartin family, Virginia McMartin, admitted on the stand that one of her own granddaughters believed that her own children had been molested at the school. Virginia McMartin, incidentally, was more than just your run-of-the-mill preschool operator. In the mid-1960s, she achieved a sort of semi-celebrity status in the childcare field, and traveled extensively as a consultant, including stops in New Zealand, Australia, Denmark, Sweden, Norway and England. Another notable aspect of the McMartin trials is that the defense team was allowed to subject the child witnesses to the longest pretrial hearing in the nation's history. Facing a battery of as many as 7 rabid defense attorneys, the already severely traumatized children were verbally assaulted for weeks on end in a deliberate attempt to break them. The state made little effort to protect these young witnesses. In the final analysis, the logical conclusion to be drawn from the McMartin case is that 460 kids did not all conspire to lie about the abuse they suffered. They also did not likely lie about their involvement in child prostitution and child pornography. They certainly did not lie about the tunnels under the school. They probably did not lie about their forced involvement in satanic rituals, in which adults sheathed in black ceremonial robes uttered chants. In fact, at least one such robe was seized from the home of a defendant. And perhaps most tragically, there is good reason to believe that they did not lie about the blood sacrifices either.
Chapter 5. It couldn't happen here.
Prosecutor Dan Casey, did you exercise any kind of mind control over your wife in order to get her to have sexual contact? Frank Fuster, if I had that power, you think I would use it against? You know, I don't, I have never. I'm a normal human being. Quote. On August 8, 1984, Bobby Dean stood on the front lawn of the Fuster home in the Country Walk housing development, a picture-perfect, planned community of relatively upscale, suburban homes in Dade County, Florida. By all appearances, this was a small slice of paradise, an oasis untouched by the grim realities of American society. On this day, however, Dean had a loaded gun tucked in his waistband, and he fully intended to use it. He was there to finish the job that someone else had failed to complete on December 18, 1980, when an unidentified assailant had confronted Francisco Fuster Escalona, aka Frank Fuster, at his place of business and shot him once in the side of the head. Fuster survived that attack, which he explained to the police as a botched robbery, though the officers thought it looked more like an attempted execution. Dean did not get the chance to make another attempt. Police were on the scene in short order to arrest him. Fuster himself surrendered to police 2 days later in response to the issuance of an arrest warrant. He had been under investigation following accusations by neighborhood parents that Frank and his wife, Ileana, had been brutally abusing the children who were left in the trusted care of the Fusters' babysitting service, which was run out of their Country Walk home. Fuster had, shall we say, rather questionable qualifications to run a daycare center. On January 16, 1969, Fuster fired 2 shots into the chest of a fellow motorist in New York City, killing him instantly. An off-duty police officer was, curiously enough, an eyewitness to the summary execution. Even more curiously, Fuster chambered another round and pointed his gun directly at the armed officer, and yet was not shot. He was arrested though, and convicted and sentenced before the year was out. On Halloween Day, he was sentenced to a 10-year prison term, but was back on the streets in less than 4, receiving psychiatric care. In November 1982, he was convicted again, this time on charges of committing a lewd assault on a 9-year-old girl. Despite that being his second felony conviction, Fuster was sentenced to just 2 years probation. It was while on probation for the child molestation conviction that Fuster and his underage wife started the babysitting service. Fuster's probation officer apparently had no problem with that business venture, even though it violated the terms of Frank's probation by bringing him into unsupervised contact with at least 50 kids, at least 30 of whom later reported being horrifically abused. Fuster's probation officer also managed to overlook the fact that Frank had self-terminated his court-ordered psychiatric treatment in August 1983. No one really seems to have been too concerned about Fuster's babysitting service, which, in addition to being run by a convicted murderer and child molester, was operating without proper licensing and in violation of local zoning laws, which stated that commercial enterprises were expressly forbidden in the residential community. Nevertheless, the service operated with the full knowledge of the entity managing the complex. In fact, Fuster's service used the name Country Walk Babysitting Service, implying that his was an officially sanctioned service provided by the management. After Frank's past and present activities were exposed, the management company, Arvida, denied that it had ever any official links to the Fuster operation. That, of course, was not surprising, given that Arvida was a subsidiary of the Walt Disney Company, which had little interest in being perceived as having connections to a child molestation operation. The fact remains, however, that the company took no actions against Fuster for the illegal expropriation of the Country Walk name or for violating zoning regulations. Dade County also took a hands-off approach to the Fuster business enterprise. Despite the fact that Frank lacked other required licenses, he was issued an occupational license to run the babysitting service. Detective Donna Mesnarich was the first police investigator sent to look into the allegations being made by the Country Walk parents. She was openly skeptical of the charges before she even knew what they actually were. The parents felt that she came calling with an unmistakable attitude of disbelief. Nevertheless, enough evidence was obtained to issue an arrest warrant for Frank Fuster for probation violations. Considerably more evidence could have been gathered had police conducted a timely search of the Fuster home. Facing imminent arrest, Fuster was observed by his country walk neighbors hastily packing boxes into a white van. Fearing the loss of valuable physical evidence, parents contacted Detective Mesnarich, who failed to respond. She did execute a search warrant the next day, on a home largely, though not entirely, cleansed of incriminating evidence. Once Fuster was safely in custody, the stories told by his child victims grew increasingly disturbing. They told of being forced to play PP and CACA games. A photo was later produced at trial showing Fuster's young son Jamie, one of the most severely abused of the victims, sitting in a bathroom smeared thickly with excrement. The children also told of being forced to drink magic punch, later revealed by Fuster's wife to be a mixture of Gatorade, urine, and various drugs. It was revealed at trial that a close friend of the Fuster family owned a pharmacy, which provided a reliable source for drugs. This friend was particularly close to Fuster's mother and uncle. The young victims also told of having their lives threatened repeatedly, and of having their parents' and siblings' lives threatened as well. They had been compelled to play a game, they said, called, Who's Gonna Lose Their Head? This game frequently ended with the ritual decapitation of an animal, typically a bird. Finally, perhaps inevitably, the children claimed that they were frequently photographed and videotaped, both while being sexually abused and during occult rituals. Fuster claimed to have never owned any video equipment, and none was found in the belated search of the Fuster home. Jamie Fuster though recalled seeing video equipment, as well as guns, being packed into the boxes that were loaded into the van just before Fuster's arrest. Some investigators have speculated that Fuster was in the business of producing and selling custom, made-to-order, child pornography videos. He certainly lived quite well for a self-employed mini-blind installer. He had no problem, for example, coming up with the down payment for his country walk home, and he maintained no fewer than 6 bank accounts. He was in the habit of making lump sum deposits of as much as $20,000 in cash. Fuster apparently liked to screen home videos for the kids, one of which was said to be a snuff film that the children described as depicting 2 men butchering a woman in a bathtub and then eating her. Some of the kids also, as a side note, spoke of being hypnotized by Ileana Fuster, who they said wore a hypnotizer on a chain around her neck. The trial of Frank Fuster had notable parallels to the McMartin prosecutions, although it differed in significant ways as well. The country walk parents who actively and vocally worked to see Fuster brought to justice were subjected to death threats by phone, obscene messages in the mail, and dead chickens left on their doorsteps, similar to the harassment suffered by their counterparts in Manhattan Beach. Also like McMartin, the primary defense strategy was to bring in a hired gun expert of questionable qualifications to attempt to discredit the children's testimony. The children had been brainwashed by the overzealous therapists, it was claimed, as the treacherous therapists were crucified as being the true guilty parties in what was cast as a witch hunt. The man originally slated to play the starring role for the defense was Ralph Underwager, at the time a prominent mouthpiece for a group calling itself Vocal, for victims of child abuse laws. As the name implies, this group was largely composed of indicted and/or convicted pedophiles. Underwager had been present at the birth of the organization. The defense suffered a bit of a setback when it was revealed at a pretrial deposition that Underwager's credentials as an expert in the field of child development were non-existent. He was quietly dropped by the defense and replaced with Lee Stewart Coleman, who also had close ties to Vocal. Coleman had played a key role in the unsuccessful prosecution of the defendants in one of the McMartin-linked preschools. Coleman did not succeed in his mission in the country walk case. Fuster was found guilty on all 14 of the counts brought against him. One reason for that is that the children were protected from the abusive pretrial treatment received by the McMartin kids. In addition, police and prosecutors, with some notable exceptions, seem to have actually made an effort to win the case. Why was this prosecution not subverted as so many others were? That is difficult to say, although the answer may lie in the makeup of the parents seeking justice for their children. Among them were a police sergeant, a police lieutenant, 2 former state prosecutors, a former chief assistant state attorney, and a gun-toting vigilante named Bobby Dean. In the end, Frank Fuster, the man who appeared at his pretrial hearing in what was described as a catatonic trance, was sentenced to be imprisoned until the year 2150. Not even the Santeria priest who attended the trial with Fuster's mother and uncle had the power to save him. And Arvida, which is to say, the Walt Disney Co., paid $6 million to 7 of his victims. Even so, justice was not necessarily served. According to the victims, at least 2 other adults were involved in the abuse. The state knew the identity of at least one of them, but he was never charged with any crimes. Had he been, there is no telling where the investigation might have led. His wife had once run her own babysitting service. With the heightened awareness of the issue of child abuse engendered by the high-profile Fuster case, a number of other cases surfaced in the Miami area. In the course of one investigation, police inadvertently stumbled upon a collection of hundreds of photographs of a convicted child pornographer engaged in sexual acts with young boys. The man was promptly arrested. 2 days after his release on bond, he was found in a Miami hotel room with a bullet hole in his head. His death was, naturally, ruled a suicide. His timely suicide preempted an investigation that could, it seems reasonable to conclude, have led to the elementary school that was directly across from his home studio. Another case that broke in the wake of Country Walk was that of Harold Grant Snowden, whose wife had also run a babysitting service. Dozens of kids had passed through her care over the course of a decade. It took 2 trials, but Snowden was ultimately convicted. In 1983, he had been named the South Miami Police Department's Officer of the Year. Stepping up to handle the appeal of his conviction was F. Lee Bailey, who in the late 1960s had represented a U.S. Air Force captain in South Carolina accused of molesting multiple child victims. Bailey will be revisited later in this book. Years later, in August 2002, Florida authorities issued a warrant for the arrest of a former minister and radio evangelist named Troy Cecil Snowden. A search of his Cape Coral home had yielded weapons, child pornography and other unspecified items.
Chapter 6: Finders Keepers. People want to believe that I am at the center of everything. They are mistaken. I did things of which I was not the driving force. I was used as an instrument by others, who were themselves used as instruments by others. Mark Dutroux.
Just a few years after the conviction of Frank Fuster, another child exploitation case surfaced briefly in the state of Florida. On February 7, 1987, not long before the Larry King and Craig Spence operations were exposed, the Washington Post ran an interesting story that, at the time, did not seem to have any particular national significance. The article concerned a case of possible kidnapping and child abuse, and read in part as follows.
Authorities investigating the alleged abuse of 6 children found with 2 men in a Tallahassee, Florida, park discovered material yesterday in the Washington area that they say points to a 1960s-style commune called the Finders, described in a court document as a cult that allegedly conducted brainwashing and used children in rituals. D.C. police, who searched a Northeast Washington warehouse linked to the group, removed large plastic bags filled with color slides, photographs and photographic contact sheets. Some photos visible through a bag carried from the warehouse at 1307 4th Street, Northeast were wallet-sized pictures of children, similar to school photos, and some were of naked children. D.C. police sources said some of the items seized yesterday showed pictures of children engaged in what appeared to be cult rituals. Officials of the U.S. Customs Service, called in to aid in the investigation, said that the material seized yesterday includes photos showing children involved in bloodletting ceremonies of animals and one photograph of a child in chains. Customs officials said they were looking into whether a child pornography operation was being conducted. Their links to the D.C. area have led authorities into a far-reaching investigation that includes the Finders, a group of about 40 people that court documents allege is led by a man named Marion Petty, and their various homes, including the duplex apartment building in Glover Park, the Northeast Washington warehouse and a 90-acre farm in rural Madison County, Virginia. The children, identified in a court document only by the first names of Honeybee, John, Franklin, BB, Max and Mary, were described as dirty, unkempt, hungry, disturbed and agitated. They had been living in the rear of the van for some time, the document said. Yesterday, police spokesman Hun said one of the children, a 6-year-old girl, showed signs of sexual abuse. 5 of the children were uncommunicative, according to police, and none seemed to recognize objects such as typewriters and staplers. However, the oldest was able to give investigators some information. She said that the 2 men were their teachers, according to Hunt. Before their arrests in the park, the 2 adult caretakers had told police that they were teachers from Washington transporting these children to Mexico and a school for brilliant children, according to Hunt. When police asked the men where the children's mothers were, they said they were being weaned from their mothers.
It was nearly 7 years before the press revisited the Finders case, with the follow-up provided by U.S. News and World Report. Most likely, the strange saga of the Finders would have disappeared forever if not for the rumors surrounding the case that just would not seem to go away. These rumors were addressed in the U.S. News report as follows.
One of the unresolved questions involves allegations that the Finders are somehow linked to the Central Intelligence Agency. Customs Service documents reveal that in 1987, when customs agents sought to examine the evidence gathered by Washington, D.C. police, they were told that the Finders' investigation had become an internal matter. The police report on the case had been classified secret. Even now, Tallahassee police complain about the handling of the Finders' investigation by D.C. police. They dropped this case, one Tallahassee investigator says, like a hot rock. D.C. police will not comment on the matter. As for the CIA, ranking officials describe allegations about links between the intelligence agency and the Finders as hogwash, perhaps the result of a simple mix-up with D.C. police. The only connection, according to the CIA, a firm that provided computer training to CIA officers, also employed several members of the Finders.
It should probably be noted here that the firm that supplied the training to CIA officers didn't just employ several members of the Finders, but appears to have in fact been a wholly owned subsidiary of the Finders organization. It should also be noted that the CIA does not, as a general rule of thumb, assign the training of its officers to outside contractors, unless, that is, the private firm utilized in such a capacity is a CIA front. In the last paragraph of the U.S. News report, more intriguing connections to Langley are revealed. The CIA's interest in the Finders may stem from the fact that group leader Marion Petty's late wife once worked for the agency and that his son worked for a CIA proprietary firm, Air America. Aside from acknowledging these by then widely known, in Washington, CIA connections, the U.S. News reporters did their very best to bury the Finders story once and for all.
The case is almost 7 years old now, but matters surrounding a mysterious group known as the Finders keep growing curiouser and curiouser. In early February 1987, an anonymous tipster in Tallahassee, Florida, made a phone call to police. Two well-dressed men seemed to be supervising 6 disheveled and hungry children in a local park, the caller said. The cops went after the case like bloodhounds, at least at first. The 2 men were identified as members of the Finders. They were charged with child abuse in Florida. In Washington, D.C., police and U.S. Customs Service agents raided a duplex apartment building and a warehouse connected to the group. Among the evidence seized, detailed instructions on obtaining children for unknown purposes and several photographs of nude children. According to a Customs Service memorandum obtained by U.S. News, one photo appeared to accent the child's genitals. The more the police learned about the Finders, the more bizarre they seemed. There were suggestions of child abuse, Satanism, dealing in pornography and ritualistic animal slaughter. None of the allegations was ever proved, however. The child abuse charges against the 2 men in Tallahassee were dropped. All 6 of the children were eventually returned to their mothers, though in the case of 2, conditions were attached by a court. In Washington, D.C., police began backing away from the Finders investigation. The group's practices, the police said, were eccentric, not illegal.
The article closed by complaining, "Some of the rumors can last an awfully long time, indeed they can, though they have had to circulate outside of the media, which has never again mentioned the case. That does not mean, however, that there is no additional information available on the subject." As the U.S. News reporters noted in their report, there is a certain Customs Service memorandum that was written at the time of the original 1987 investigation. As that document was in the hands of the news reporters at the time the story was written, as they readily acknowledged, it should logically follow that any pertinent information contained therein would have been faithfully reported. And as we know, the news concluded, none of the allegations was ever proved. Still, it might be instructive to review the document to see what kind of eccentric, not illegal, practices it was that the group was involved in. The memo in question is actually a series of memos that were written by U.S. Customs Service Special Agent Ramon J. Martinez. In the officer's own words, this is what he observed while participating in the investigation.
On Thursday, February 5, 1987, this office was contacted via telephone by Sergeant Joanne Van Meter of the Tallahassee Police Department, Juvenile Division. SGT, Van Meter requested assistance in identifying 2 adult males and 6 minor children ages 7 years to 2 years. The adult males were tentatively identified by TPD as Michael Houlihan and Douglas Ammerman, both of Washington, D.C., who were arrested the previous day on charges of child abuse. The police had received an anonymous telephone call relative to well-dressed white men wearing suits and ties in Myers Park, Tallahassee, apparently watching 6 dirty and unkempt children in the playground area. Houlihan and Ammerman were near a 1980 blue Dodge van bearing Virginia license number XHW 557, the inside of which was later described as foul-smelling, filled with maps, books, letters, with a mattress situated to the rear of the van which appeared as if it were used as a bed, and the overall appearance of the van gave the impression that all 8 persons were living in it. The children were covered with insect bites, were very dirty, most of the children were not wearing underwear and all of the children had not been bathed in many days. The men were arrested and charged with multiple counts of child abuse and lodged in the Leon County Jail. Once in custody, the men were somewhat evasive in their answers to the police regarding the children and stated only that they both were the children's teachers and that all were en route to Mexico to establish a school for brilliant children. U.S. Customs was contacted because the police officers involved suspected the adults of being involved in child pornography and knew the Customs Service to have a network of child pornography investigators, and of the existence of the Child Pornography and Protection Unit. S.S.A. Kretlow stated the 2 adults were well-dressed white males. They had custody of 6 white children, boys and girls, ages 3 to 6 years. The children were observed to be poorly dressed, bruised, dirty, and behaving like wild animals in a public park in Tallahassee. S.S.A. Kretlow was further advised the children were unaware of the function and purpose of telephones, televisions and toilets, and that the children had stated they were not allowed to live indoors and were only given food as a reward. Upon contacting Detective Bradley, I learned that he had initiated an investigation on the 2 addresses provided by the Tallahassee Police Department. During December of 1986, an informant had given him information regarding Occult, known as the Finders, operating various businesses out of a warehouse located at 1307 4th Street, North E, and were supposed to be housing children at 3918 3920 W Street, NW. The information was specific in describing blood rituals and sexual orgies involving children, and an as yet unsolved murder in which the Finders may be involved. With the information provided by the informant, Detective Bradley was able to match some of the children in Tallahassee with names of children known or alleged to be in the custody of the Finders. Furthermore, Bradley was able to match the tentative ID of the adults with known members of the Finders. I stood by while Bradley consulted with Asa Harry Benner and obtained search warrants for the 2 premises. I advised acting RACSS, Tim Halloran, of my intention to accompany MPD on the execution of the warrants, received his permission, and was joined by S.S.A. Harold. S.S.A. Harold accompanied the team which went to 1307 4th Street, and I went to 3918 20th W. St. During the execution of the warrant at 3918 20th W. Street, I was able to observe and access the entire building. There were several subjects on the premises. Only one was deemed to be connected with the Finders. He was located in a room equipped with several computers, printers, and numerous documents. Cursory examination of the documents revealed detailed instructions for obtaining children for unspecified purposes. The instructions included the impregnation of female members of the community known as the Finders, purchasing children, trading, and kidnapping. There were telex messages using MCI account numbers between a computer terminal believed to be located in the same room, and others located across the country and in foreign locations. One such telex specifically ordered the purchase of 2 children in Hong Kong to be arranged through a contact in the Chinese embassy there. Another telex expressed interest in bank secrecy situations. Other documents identified interests in high-tech transfers to the United Kingdom, numerous properties under the control of the Finders, a keen interest in terrorism, explosives, and the evasion of law enforcement. Also found in the computer room was a detailed summary of the events surrounding the arrest and taking into custody of the 2 adults and 6 children in Tallahassee the previous night. There were also a set of instructions which appeared to be broadcast via a computer network which advised the participants to move the children and keep them moving through different jurisdictions, and instructions on how to avoid police attention. On Friday, February 6, 87, I met Detective Bradley at the warehouse on 4th Street, NE. I duly advised my acting group supervisor, SS. A. Don Bloodworth. I was again granted unlimited access to the premises. I was able to observe numerous documents which described explicit sexual conduct between the members of the community known as finders. I also saw a large collection of photographs of unidentified persons. Some of the photographs were nudes, believed to be of members of the finders. There were numerous photos of children, some nude, at least one of which was a photo of a child on display and appearing to accent the child's genitals. I was only able to examine a very small amount of the photos at this time. However, one of the officers presented me with a photo album for my review. The album contained a series of photos of adults and children dressed in white sheets participating in a blood ritual. The ritual centered around the execution of at least 2 goats. The photos portrayed the execution, disembowelment, skinning and dismemberment of the goats at the hands of the children. This included the removal of the testes of a male goat, the discovery of a female goat's womb and the baby goats inside the womb, and the presentation of a goat's head to one of the children. Further inspection of the premises disclosed numerous files relating to activities of the organization in different parts of the world. Locations I observed are as follows: London, Germany, the Bahamas, Japan, Hong Kong, Malaysia, Africa, Costa Rica, and Europe. There was also a file identified as Palestinian. Other files were identified by member name or project name. The projects appearing to be operated for commercial purposes under front names for the finders. There was one file entitled Pentagon Break-In, and others referring to members operating in foreign countries. Not observed by me but related by an MPD officer were intelligence files on private families not related to the finders. The process undertaken appears to have been a systematic response to local newspaper advertisements for babysitters, tutors, etc. A member of the finders would respond and gather as much information as possible about the habits, identity, occupation, etc. of the family. The use to which this information was to be put is still unknown. There was also a large amount of data collected on various child care organizations. The warehouse contained a large library, 2 kitchens, a sauna, hot tub, and a video room. The video room seemed to be set up as an indoctrination center. It also appeared that the organization had the capability to produce its own videos. There were what appeared to be training areas for children and what appeared to be an altar set up in a residential area of the warehouse. Many jars of urine and feces were located in this area.
Contrary to the claims of U.S. News, running an international terrorist organization specializing in the trafficking of children is definitely more than just eccentric. Unless, that is, the organization doing the trafficking is run by the Central Intelligence Agency. Group leader Marion Petty shed additional light on his non-connections to the agency in an interview with Steamshovel Press in 1998. Recounting the history of his group, Petty reminisced, "Going back to World War II, I kept open house mainly to intelligence people in Washington. Us people passing through, things like that." Petty was not, mind you, an intelligence asset himself. In fact, he has spent his entire life serving as a counter-spy. As a private citizen, he has taken on the job of monitoring the agency. As for his wife, Petty claims that he sent her in as a spy, to spy on the CIA for me. She was very happy about it, happy to tell me everything she found out. She was in a key place, with the records, and she could find out things for me. Presumably, the same applies to Petty's son. Petty sums up his relationship with CIA by acknowledging that there are some connections, but not to me personally. Interestingly enough though, the group that claimed no direct connection to the intelligence community quite obviously had very powerful people within that community protecting it. As the final Customs Service memo reveals.
On Thursday, February 5, 1987, Senior Special Agent Harold and I assisted the Washington, D.C. Metropolitan Police Department (MPD) with 2 search warrants involving the possible sexual exploitation of children. During the course of the search warrants, numerous documents were discovered which appeared to be concerned with international trafficking in children, high-tech transfer to the United Kingdom, and international transfer of currency. On March 31, 1987, I contacted Detective Jim Bradley of the Washington, D.C. Metropolitan Police Department (MPD). I was to meet with Detective Bradley to review the documents seized pursuant to 2 search warrants executed in January, 1987. The meeting was to take place on April 2 or 3, 1987. On April 2, 1987, I arrived at MPD at approximately 9 o'clock a.m. Detective Bradley was not available. I spoke to a third party who was willing to discuss the case with me on a strictly off-the-record basis. I was advised that all the passport data had been turned over to the State Department for their investigation. The State Department, in turn, advised the MPD that all travel and use of the passports by the holders of the passports was within the law and no action would be taken. This included travel to Moscow, North Korea, and North Vietnam from the late 1950s to mid-1970s. The individual further advised me of circumstances which indicated that the investigation into the activity of the finders had become a CIA internal matter. The MPD report has been classified secret and was not available for review. I was advised that the FBI had withdrawn from the investigation several weeks prior and that the FBI Foreign Counterintelligence Division had directed MPD not to advise the FBI Washington field office of anything that had transpired.
The initial arrest of the finders in Tallahassee went almost completely unnoticed by the media. So too did another arrest in that same state in August 2000, just before Florida gained newfound fame as the land of the hanging chads. The arrested man was Wayne Camilleri, and the charge was operating an online child pornography site. The Los Angeles Times reported that the West Palm Beach home in which Camilleri was arrested, not unlike the finder's van, was filled with so much rotting garbage, trash and cat feces that the agents had to borrow oxygen masks and hazardous materials suits from the county fire department to carry out the search. Seized in the raid were numerous videotapes and a computer. What makes Camilleri's arrest of significance here is that, as the Times noted, it was initiated by police investigating Belgium's most notorious pedophile murder case. It seems that Camilleri had close connections to Felix de Koninck, a suspect in the kidnapping and molestation of a 14-year-old girl, and de Koninck in turn had links to Marc Dutroux, and so it is that we end up right back where we began, with the case of the Belgian beast. The brief Times report closed with these words: U.S. officials couldn't elaborate on the connection between de Koninck and Dutroux, but said they were part of the same child pornography, molestation and murder investigation. It is unlikely that the press will ever revisit the case of Wayne Camilleri. Tellingly, the LA Times article quickly disappeared from the newspaper's online archives. As with so many other cases, the final words of the U.S. Customs Service memorandum on the finder's investigation will likely provide the epitaph for this case as well.
No further information will be available. No further action will be taken.
The Guardian reported in January 2001 that Interpol, the international police agency, has agreed to set up an electronic library of child sex victims at its headquarters in Lyon, France. The first images that were to be processed into that database were 750,000 photos seized by British authorities in the Wonderland raids. In April 2003, Britain's The Register reported that the U.S. Justice Department was setting up an even larger database.
A huge database system designed to find sexually abused children is under development in the U.S. The U.S. Justice Department's Child Victim Identification Program will include a catalog of thousands of illicit pictures seized from suspects and collected from the web. This could make the Justice Department the owner of the world's largest collection of child pornography, AP reports.
According to that AP report, child pornography investigators in several countries had already contributed images to the database, as had the FBI, Secret Service, Postal Inspection Service and exploited children groups. The goal is for the system to eventually include most of the illicit photographs in circulation on the Internet. Advanced image recognition software will be utilized in an attempt match and identify the children in the photographic images, which will, as the Register noted, make it easier to identify and locate sexually abused children. That is certainly an encouraging development, if, that is, it represents a sincere effort by law enforcement personnel to gather evidence against the child exploitation rings and aid the physically and emotionally ravaged victims. However, there could also be a very sinister goal being pursued. Researcher Arlene Tyner, who has spent a considerable amount of time interviewing and corresponding with victims of mind control operations, noted in a Probe magazine article that some of these victims were turned over to military, CIA doctors by pedophile fathers or other sexually abusive relatives. CIA officials also blackmailed family members known to produce kiddie porn in order to gain control of their already abused and psychologically fragmented children. It is certainly within the realm of possibility that the high-profile child pornography raids in recent years, which invariably result in relatively few arrests and even fewer prosecutions and convictions, are not intended to punish the victimizers, but to identify and compromise them. And is it not inconceivable that the databases being compiled will be utilized as something of a recruitment list to identify those persons who have been preconditioned, so to speak, for future mind control operations? One thing can be stated with certainty about the thousands of victims of today's child pornography and child prostitution rings: someday, many of them will come forward to tell harrowing stories of their early childhood abuse. They will speak of acts of depravity committed against children that are so heinous as to be almost beyond human comprehension. And yet, as difficult as their stories will be to believe, they will be documented by the images stored in Interpol's computers, and in the U.S. Justice Department's computers. But how many of these victims will be believed?
Part 2. There's something about Henry. You don't understand me. You are not expected to. You are not capable of it. I am beyond good and evil. Legions of the night, night breed, repeat not the errors of the night prowler and show no mercy. Richard, the Night Stalker Ramirez. There are other sons out there, God help the world. David, son of Sam Berkowitz. What about your children? You say there are just a few? There are many, many more, coming in the same direction. They are running in the streets, and they are coming right at you. Charles Mills Manson. The really scary thing is that there are a lot of people who are not in prison, a lot of people who are not in prison, who were far more successful than I. Theodore Robert Bundy. All across the country, there's people just like me, who set out to destroy human life. Henry Lee Lucas. Chapter 7, Sympathy for the Devil. Henry is an unusual prisoner. He's been given a high-security cell and a few special amenities. Jim Boutwell, Sheriff of Williamson County, Texas.
On June 30, 1998, Henry Lee Lucas, arguably the most prolific and certainly one of the most sadistic serial killers in the annals of American crime, was scheduled for execution by the state of Texas. Given the advocacy of the death penalty by then-Governor George W. Bush, things were not looking good for Henry. Bush had not granted clemency to any condemned man throughout his tenure as governor. In fact, no governor of any state at any time in the history of the country had carried out more judicial executions than Governor Bush. So Texas was definitely not the place to be for a man in Henry's position. And considering the nature of Lucas's crimes, it seemed a certainty that nothing would stand in the way of his scheduled execution. Henry did not attract any high-profile supporters, the way that Carla Faye Tucker did. Then again, even personal appeals to Bush from the likes of Pat Robertson failed to dissuade the governor from proceeding on schedule with Miss Tucker's execution. There was nothing to indicate that Henry would fare any better, particularly since his crimes were of a particularly brutal nature, involving rape, torture, mutilation, dismemberment, necrophilia, cannibalism, and pedophilia. His tally of victims ran as high as 300 to 600 by some accounts, including Henry's own, at times, though such figures are likely inflated. What seems certain is that Lucas, frequently working with erstwhile partner Otis Toole, a self-described arsonist and cannibal, savagely murdered dozens of victims of various ages, races, and genders. All indications were then that Henry's execution was a foregone conclusion. Then a most remarkable thing happened. On June 18, just 12 days before Henry's scheduled demise, Governor Bush made a special request that the Texas State Board of Pardons and Paroles, whose members were all Bush appointees, to review Henry's case. Strangely enough, 8 days later the board uncharacteristically issued a recommendation that Henry's execution not take place. The next day, just 3 days short of Henry's scheduled exit from this world, Lucas became the first, and ultimately the only, recipient of Governor Bush's compassionate conservatism. The official rationale for this act of mercy was that the evidence on which Lucas was sentenced did not support his conviction. There was a possibility, said the board, that Henry was in fact innocent of the crime for which he was convicted. The problem here is that many of the 150-plus death row inmates who did not receive special gubernatorial attention prior to their executions had evidence supporting their claims of innocence, and yet their appeals to the governor were met with scorn and mockery. So why had Bush suddenly developed a keen interest in not executing innocent convicts? And why, once Henry's life was spared, did he promptly lose this passing interest and begin once again rubber-stamping every execution order that crossed his desk, including one for a great-grandmother in her 60s who was convicted of killing her chronically abusive husband? And why is it that Henry was granted full clemency, rather than a temporary stay during which his case could have been reviewed? That is exactly what Bush did in the case of convicted murderer Ricky Nolan McGinn. Tellingly, the proliferation of press reports on the McGinn case made no mention of the governor's earlier actions on behalf of Lucas. And what if Lucas was in fact falsely convicted, and what if his innocence was so obvious that the governor had no choice but to commute Henry's sentence? What then does that say about the Texas criminal justice system and the ease with which it sends innocent men to their deaths? Are we to believe that Henry's case was an isolated one and that none of the other men put to death during Bush's reign had equally credible claims of innocence? And what are we to make of the rather peculiar fact that while Henry has been convicted of no fewer than 11 homicides, the only death sentence he ever received was the one that the governor had no problem setting aside? Maybe Henry just had uncannily good luck. He had at one time been scheduled to stand trial for 4 additional homicides, crimes for which his partner had already been convicted. The trial, however, was cancelled on economic grounds, said to be a waste of taxpayer money since Henry was already scheduled to die. Was Henry just extraordinarily lucky to have his only death sentence set aside by a governor who handed out but one commutation? Or was there something more at work in the Lucas case? Surely there had to be some reason why Bush would take uncharacteristic actions to spare the life of a man who had led a life of such brutality. And this was certainly not the first time the criminal justice system had shown such inexplicable leniency towards Lucas. The first big break for Henry came in June 1970, when he was released early from a sentence he was then serving following his first murder conviction. Sentenced to 20 to 40 years, Henry was released after serving 10, just after he appeared before the parole board and explained to them that he was not ready to return to society and would surely kill again if released. As Henry told it, the questioning went something like this: "Now, Mr. Lucas, I must ask you, if we grant your parole, will you kill again?" Henry: "Yes, sir. If you release me now, I will kill again." Nevertheless, the board decided that 10 years was an adequate amount of time to serve for the crime of killing his mother. Within a year of his release, Henry found himself back in prison after attempting to abduct a young girl. Despite his prior criminal record, which began long before the killing of his mother, Lucas served just 4 years before again being granted an early release, this time in August 1975. Beginning shortly thereafter, and continuing for nearly 8 years, Henry and his new friend, Otis, committed an untold number of lurid murders. Henry was finally arrested in October 1982 on suspicion of committing 2 murders, but he was promptly released. He was not arrested again, for the last time, until June 1983. After the final arrest, Henry was taken on tour, so to speak, by various law enforcement officials around the country, during which time he confessed to committing some 600 murders in 26 states. There were various charges made at the time that Henry was being used by his escorts to clear troublesome, unsolved murders in places he had never even been. That quite likely was the case. Henry seemed to have a very chummy relationship with his captors, particularly the Texas Rangers, and provided a valuable service to them by taking the rap for an amazing array of murders. That alone, however, does not explain the personal attention given to Henry's case by Governor Bush. For that, we need to look at some of the more infrequently noted details of Henry's life history, many of which have been provided by Lucas himself. Henry, as it turns out, has some interesting tales to tell. Just a couple years into his incarceration, he told his story in a book written for him by a sympathetic author. The book, entitled The Hand of Death, The Henry Lee Lucas Story, tells of Henry's indoctrination into a nationwide satanic cult. Lucas claimed that he was trained by the cult in a mobile paramilitary training camp in the Florida Everglades. His training, he said, included instruction in abduction and arson techniques, as well as in the fine art of killing, up close and personal. Henry further claimed that leaders of the camp were so impressed with his handling of a knife that he was allowed to serve as an instructor. Following his training, Henry claimed that he served the cult in various ways, including as a contract killer and as an abductor of children, whom he delivered to a ranch in Mexico near Juarez. Once there, they were used in the production of child pornography and for ritual sacrifices. Henry has said that this cult's operations were based in Texas, and included trafficking in children and drugs, among other illegal pursuits. What Henry claimed, essentially, is that what appeared to be the random work of a serial killer was in fact a planned series of crimes often committed for specific purposes. Some of the murders were political hits, according to Henry, including assassinations of foreign dignitaries, local politicians and wealthy businessmen. This was not true for all of Henry's crimes. Some he did just because that is what he liked to do. And it was the one thing that he was really good at. The beauty of this arrangement was that it allowed Henry to conceal the true motive for many of his crimes. Those performed as contract hits looked like all of his murders, senseless and random acts of violence. In Henry's version of events, it was Toole who was responsible for Henry's recruitment and training by the cult, and for many of the pair's exploits thereafter. Interestingly, in all the standard biographies of the pair, Toole is said to have been Henry's severely retarded, and decidedly junior, partner. It is quite clear though from reading an interview granted by Toole to a journalist, of sorts, that he was not by any means retarded. Uneducated, no doubt, but certainly not severely retarded. Otis was able to express himself quite clearly, though perversely, and displayed a substantial level of knowledge about the practices of Satanism, which isn't really surprising given that he was, as Joel Norris has written, raised as the devil's child by his Satanist grandmother. Toole has described a childhood that was complete with all the trappings of satanic ritual abuse. He has told of being forced to have sex with numerous family members and others, including his father, his stepfather's friends, and his older sister Drusilla. His grandmother, who lived with Otis' father as man and wife, although they were actually mother and son, is said to have been a member of a multi-generational death cult. Toole once explained to an interviewer how he had been involved in all this since I was a child, through the cult, you know. He has spoken of having urine poured on him, of eating dog meat, and of watching two cats fight to their death while their blood dripped down upon him. Otis also had this to say of his childhood years: I used to go with my grandmother into graveyards, we used to dig up all kinds of bones, and she used to take the bones and do devil worship. He has also told of once being forced into a grave to pluck the bones from a freshly rotting corpse. Young Otis was also frequently dosed with barbiturates, and he has said that he used to hear voices. Toole's older sister, Drusilla, spent time in a mental hospital, after which she reportedly committed suicide. Her children were placed in the care of their uncle Otis and his friend Henry Lee Lucas. Two of them, Frida and Frank Powell, accompanied the pair on their homicidal wanderings and were forced to witness, and at times participate in, the rape, killing and mutilation of the victims. Frida, aka Becky, ended up scattered in a field after suffering years of sexual abuse at the hands of Henry and Otis. Frank fared slightly better, he was committed to a mental hospital. A third sibling, Sarah Pierce, who shared with her uncle Otis a passion for arson, was convicted and imprisoned for indulging her passion. Lucas also suffered through an incomprehensibly abusive childhood. In fact, when it comes to early childhood abuse, there are few parents of future serial killers who can compare to Viola Lucas, Henry's mother. So severe was her physical abuse of young Henry that he once slipped into a coma for a day following a particularly brutal beating. On another occasion, through a combination of abuse and neglect, Henry lost one of his eyes. Viola was, as is the case with the mothers of many serial killers, a prostitute. She routinely entertained her customers in the presence of Henry, who was compelled to watch. Viola also dressed young Henry up as a girl for the first 7 years of his life and prostituted him out to her customers. Toole has also spoken of being forced to dress as a girl. Though Henry and Otis may represent extreme cases, their horrific childhoods should not come as much of a surprise to most readers. That serial killers have suffered abusive childhoods has become something of a cliché. It is a fact that is acknowledged in most serial killer biographies, though it is usually followed by the caveat that such a childhood history does not excuse subsequent actions. Western society preaches that we are ultimately responsible for our own actions. Scapegoating society, or a horrendously abusive childhood, is simply not acceptable. Do we not all, after all, act of our own free will, regardless of our past? That is certainly what we have been conditioned to believe. But what if we do not all act of our own free will? What if a lifetime of being bombarded with propaganda has, to some extent, deprived us all of that ability? And what if some of us have been completely robbed of the ability to exercise free will? And what if suffering through a chronically abusive childhood lays the groundwork for that to occur? What if Viola Lucas was right when she told young Henry, "I'm going to teach you the beauty of pain and you're going to be my slave for the rest of your life"? And what if Henry could only break the bonds of that slavery by killing dear old mom? And, finally, what if by killing her, Lucas only succeeded in acquiring a new slave master? What are we to make of Henry's bizarre tale of being a contract killer? And what of Henry's other stories, including the one about being a close friend of Jim Jones of the People's Temple? Henry claimed on numerous occasions that it was he who was taken on a chartered plane to Guyana to personally deliver the cyanide to Jones that was allegedly used in the now infamous Jonestown massacre. What are we to make of such stories? Could Henry have been telling the truth about being a contract killer? And if so, did the contracts he was receiving have some kind of government connection? Though Henry did not address the subject in his book, The Training Camp, as he described it, clearly had military connections. And Henry has explicitly stated that the cult included among its members various socially prominent individuals, including high-level politicians. Could that be the reason for the actions taken by Governor George W. Bush in June 1998?
They think I'm stupid, but before all this is over everyone will know who's really stupid. And we'll see who the real criminals are. Henry Lee Lucas. Chapter 8, Henry Portrait of an MK Ultra Assassin? It is being like a movie star, you're just playing the part. Henry Lee Lucas, describing what it is like to be a serial killer. A U.S. Navy psychologist, claims that the Office of Naval Intelligence had taken convicted murderers from military prisons, used behavior modification techniques on them, and then relocated them in American embassies throughout the world. The Navy psychologist was Lieutenant Commander Thomas Nerud of the U.S. Regional Medical Center in Naples, Italy. The information was divulged at an Oslo NATO conference of 120 psychologists from the 11-nation alliance. The Navy provided all the funding necessary, according to Nerud. Dr. Nerud, in a question-and-answer session with reporters from many nations, revealed how the Navy was secretly programming large numbers of assassins. He said that the men he had worked with for the Navy were being prepared for commando-type operations, as well as covert operations in U.S. embassies worldwide. He described the men who went through his program as hitmen and assassins who could kill on command. Careful screening of the subjects was accomplished by Navy psychologists through the military records, and many were convicted murderers serving military prison sentences.
So said the Napa Sentinel, in a series of articles published in August-November, 1991. Anyone familiar with the intelligence community's long-standing obsession with the concept of mind control will immediately recognize what Dr. Nerud was describing as an MKUltra project. The existence of this particular manifestation of the project was first reported by British journalist Peter Watson of the Sunday Times, who attended the conference and interviewed Dr. Nerud, who told him that they looked for candidates who had shown a proclivity for violence. This was at a time when numerous pseudo-investigations of the intelligence community were being undertaken, including those by the Rockefeller, Pike, and Church committees. Nerud told Watson that he was revealing what was obviously highly classified information only because he assumed that it was about to surface anyway. As it turned out, Nerud seriously overestimated the interest of the various committees in practicing full disclosure. After making his unauthorized comments, Nerud promptly disappeared from public view. He reappeared briefly to make a feeble attempt at retracting his prior statements, but at that point, it was a little too late. Watson went on to expand upon his initial research to produce a book, War on the Mind, which was one of the better books from the late 1970s on the subject of mind control and psychological warfare research by the intelligence community. Walter Board referenced Watson's work as well, in his difficult-to-find Operation Mind Control. So this cat, once let out of the bag, proved rather difficult to stuff back inside. The intelligence community, it seemed, was recruiting from prisons to make use of the natural talents of convicted killers to produce the fabled Manchurian candidates, otherwise known as mind-controlled assassins. The operation described by Nerud involved killers drawn from military prisons, though there is a good possibility that parallel programs were being conducted in civilian prisons as well. Prisons, after all, have provided fertile ground for any number of MKUltra sub-projects for decades. As the Napa Sentinel article noted, mind control experiments permeate mental institutions and prisons. That was particularly true in the 1960s and 1970s. The NATO conference at which Dr. Nehru dropped his bombshell was held in July 1975. Strangely enough, the very next month, August 1975, Henry Lee Lucas was released early from prison to begin his 8-year reign of terror. Strangely enough, during his prior 10-year prison stay, Henry spent 4.5 of those years in a mental ward. Throughout that time, he received intensive drug and electroshock treatments. He later described that period of incarceration as a nightmare that would not end. During that time, he complained constantly about hearing voices in his head, taunting him day and night. This was ostensibly the reason for his confinement in the mental ward, though it could just as well have been the result of his confinement and treatment. Henry later spent additional time in an institution in 1980, in the midst of his killing spree. Is it possible that Henry was recruited and programmed while in prison, so that he could later be used by the so-called Hand of Death cult? Lucas himself said that he emerged from prison a changed man. Before his incarceration, he killed only in the heat of the moment, but when he re-entered society it was with a cold-blooded determination and the professed desire to kill as many people as possible. And he certainly had shown a voracious appetite for violence, enough so to make him a very attractive candidate for an assassin training program. Indeed, Henry is just the kind of man who would be considered a valuable asset by the intelligence community. For anyone who doubts that the CIA or any other of the numerous interwoven intelligence agencies would recruit such a man, it is important to remember that we are talking here about the same agencies that recruited some of the most notorious war criminals of the Third Reich, men like Klaus Barbie, Joseph Mengele, Adolf Eichmann, Otto Skorzeny, and Reinhard Gehlen. Henry's depravity pales in the shadows of men such as those. Lucas probably couldn't even hold his own against some of the organized crime figures, like Lucky Luciano, Meyer Lansky and Santos Trafficante, who were likewise recruited by the U.S. intelligence community. Or against the numerous thugs that the CIA has propped up as dictators around the world, men such as Somoza, Pinochet, Duvalier and Pavalli, to name just a few. In the company of such men, Henry would be just one of the boys, no less valuable an asset than, say, Dan Mitrione, the CIA torture aficionado who was a boyhood friend of the infamous Jim Jones. Mitrione, known for having homeless persons kidnapped for the purpose of giving torture demonstrations to South American security forces in his soundproof, underground chamber of horrors, was hailed as a hero and martyr when he himself was tortured and killed. Frank Sinatra and Jerry Lewis even flew into his hometown and performed a benefit show to raise money for the widow of such a great American. So in the world of spooks, Henry would be in good company, as would his partner, Otis Toole, who would not even have the distinction of being the only cannibal recruited by the CIA. As Douglas Valentine revealed in the Phoenix program, the CIA's assassination, torture and terror program waged against the people of Vietnam, the Phoenix teams consisted of U.S. Navy SEALs working with CTs, described by one participant as a combination of ARVN deserters, VC turncoats, and bad motherfucker criminals the South Vietnamese couldn't deal with in prison, so they turned them over to us. The spooks were only too happy to employ the services of these men, who taught their SEAL comrades the secrets of the PSYWAR campaign. So depraved were the agency recruits that some of them would actually devour their enemies' vital organs. All in a day's work for America's premier intelligence agency. Also included in the CIA rogues gallery of distinguished alumni, according to a number of researchers, is Lucas's self-described close friend, the aforementioned Jim Jones. What then are we to make of Henry's professed connection to the tragic People's Temple? Several investigators have documented that the Jonestown massacre was not by any means a case of mass suicide, as was reported by the U.S. press. It was in fact a case of mass murder. The Guyanese coroner, Dr. C. Leslie Mutu, concluded that only a handful of the 913 victims at Jonestown died by means of suicide on that fateful day. All of the rest were summarily executed, some by lethal injection, some by strangulation, and some simply shot through the head. It is apparent then that if Lucas was in fact at Jonestown at the time of the mass murder, he was quite likely doing considerably more than just serving as a delivery boy. A man of Henry's talents would be an invaluable asset in a cleanup operation of that type. And what was being cleaned up was, of course, itself an MKUltra project, complete with vast stockpiles of drugs, sensory deprivation equipment, and a band of zombie-like assassins who gunned down Congressman Leo Ryan's entourage just before the massacre, thus necessitating the cleanup operation. It is strange then that Henry would claim a connection to a man whose operation was notable primarily for being a breeding ground for mind control, assassins, and mass murder. Several years after the publication of Henry's book, journalist Maury Terry told a story with chilling parallels to the one told by Henry and Otis. What Terry revealed, in The Ultimate Evil, is that the murders attributed to the son of Sam and the Manson family, as well as numerous other interconnected killings, including possibly the Zodiac murders, were not what they appeared to be. Rather than the random work of serial, mass murderers, many were actually contract hits carried out for specific purposes by an interlocking network of satanic cults. In other words, they were professional hits orchestrated and disguised to look like the work of yet another lone nut serial killer. That is, of course, exactly what Henry claimed his crimes to be, several years before Terry published his compellingly documented work. Terry's book has been unfairly maligned by much of the media. His contention is that David Berkowitz had nothing to do with the planning of the killings, he was just one of several gunmen. Berkowitz was essentially a patsy who took the fall to protect the rest of the cult, particularly those members who travel in the upper strata of society. That scenario has been roundly ridiculed. Many of Terry's critics have pointed to the fact that Ed Sanders' The Family, which in a sense laid the groundwork for Terry's later work, was recalled by its publisher and reissued sans two crucial chapters. That is purported to be proof that the allegations both authors make, particularly the allegations regarding the Process Church, are without substance. What such critics unerringly fail to mention is that it was only the U.S. publisher that bowed to pressure to recall the book. The book's publisher in the UK, on the other hand, stood behind the book and its author, a decision that withstood legal challenges. Terry's numerous critics also unerringly fail to mention that Queens District Attorney John Santucci reopened the Son of Sam case in 1979 after concluding that Berkowitz did not act alone. I believe David Berkowitz did not act alone, that in fact others did cooperate, aid and abet him in the commission of these crimes. Among other things, Santucci pointed out, the sketches of the individuals, the composites, were at wide divergence from Berkowitz, and indeed, they were. In fact, the sketches were at wide divergence from one another, as the New York Post noted. The identikit drawings of the NYPD, which some say are better than photographs, give 7 different looks to the killer. Santucci also noted, as did the Post, that an unusual number of people who were connected to the case, and who were identified by Berkowitz as being complicit in the crimes, are no longer living. Berkowitz, by the way, had a number of interesting connections. Police found numerous telephone numbers scrawled on the walls of his apartment, including the unlisted, private home numbers of prominent doctors living on Long Island, the number for a large Scientology training center in Florida, and the number for the Montauk Golf and Racquet Club, an exclusive country club on Long Island that lies adjacent to a purportedly closed military base that has been tenuously linked by researchers to ongoing mind control operations. A more recent case, unreported in the American press, closely mirrors the scenario portrayed by Terry, complete with a patsy taking the fall for the crimes of the socially prominent and a trail of dead witnesses, accomplices. In 1994, a farmhand named Pietro Pacciani was convicted of 14 serial killings committed in Italy's Tuscan woods. In April 2001, the UK's The Times reported that the case had returned to haunt Italy, and in a new, even more sinister guise, police in Florence have reopened the case in the light of new evidence. And the evidence suggests that while Pacciani may indeed have carried out the murders, or some of them, the real masterminds behind the gruesome killings were a group of high society Satanists who carried out, and perhaps still carry out, weird rituals that beggar belief, behind the respectable facades of their Tuscan villas, led by a distinguished doctor with a sick and twisted mind. In August 2001, The Guardian added, police now believe that a group of between 10 and 12 wealthy, sophisticated Italians orchestrated ritualized murders over the course of 3 decades and got away with it, allowing their careers and reputations to blossom to this day. These unidentified suspects were described as an occult group which directed the murders. The Times article noted that Pacciani's conviction was overturned on appeal, but he was about to be retried, which is possible under Italian law, when he died, supposedly of a heart attack. According to the investigating magistrate on the case, Paolo Canessa, Pacciani's death was definitely not due to natural causes. Someone was prescribing medicine that killed rather than cured Pacciani. Pacciani's defense attorney, Carmelo Lavrino, has noted that, at the time of Pacciani's death, he wasn't in any danger. He has also said that evidence at the scene suggested that Pacciani had been dragged by his feet after his death. The most likely explanation is obviously that Pacciani was eliminated, as The Guardian put it, lest he reveal the real monster, or monsters. According to The Times, a number of other suspicious deaths have surrounded the case. Renato Malatesta, Pacciani's close friend, was found hanging in a stable with his feet still resting firmly on the ground. Malatesta's daughter Milva was found dead with her 3-year-old son in a burnt-out Fiat Panda. Another burnt-out car was found containing the body of Milva Malatesta's lover, Francesco Vinci, another Pacciani acquaintance. A year later came the murder of Anna Milva Mette, a local prostitute who had had an affair with Vinci's son, whose body was also burnt. Investigators have now come to the belated realization that a large network of people were involved in the killings, some studying the most likely spots in which to strike, while others served as lookouts. They all took orders from one person who then took part himself in the actual killings and mutilations. Investigators also now believe the female body parts, the left breasts and the genitals, were used in black masses at night in remote Tuscan farmhouses. Among those now being sought by authorities is a mystery woman, perhaps a member of the doctor's circle, who beat up Pacciani's elderly wife in January 1996, knocked her out with sleeping pills and searched the house from top to bottom. Also sought is an artist who Pacciani worked for as a gardener, and whose home was found to contain incriminating evidence. He disappeared just days before the trial began, and he is believed to be hiding out in, of all places, Belgium. By September, yet more of the cover-up was unraveling. The Observer dropped a bombshell: the Monster of Florence may have been a satanic sect bankrolled by the Secret Service. Suspects by then included a doctor, ambassador and an artist. Pacciani's death was being treated as a murder, and questions were being raised about his unexplained wealth, which included 2 houses and more than $75,000 in cash. Michel Giuttari, the investigating magistrate on the case, who has received death threats, has said that the Monster of Florence was not Pacciani, but a cultured man of great professional success, esteemed and powerful, but with psychopathic hidden impulses. It makes you wonder how many Jekylls and Hydes there are in civilized cities like Florence. Indeed, it does. Consider the civilized city of Auxerre, France. In late March 2002, The Guardian ran a brief report by correspondent John Henley that began as follows.
The French Justice Ministry took disciplinary action yesterday against 3 prosecutors involved in the case of an alleged serial killer who escaped prosecution for more than 20 years. The Justice Minister, Marie-Lise Lebranchu, sacked one prosecutor, Daniel Stilanovich, and transferred another, Jacques Casals, from his post in the Paris Public Prosecutor's Office, for their negligence in the case of Émile Louis. A third, retired prosecutor, René Meyer, was stripped of his honorary title. All 3 magistrates worked in the northern Burgundy city of Auxerre in the 1980s and 1990s and were found guilty by a disciplinary panel of a range of serious errors, including lack of professional honor.
15 months before that report, Émile Louis had confessed to murdering 7 mentally handicapped women who had disappeared without a trace between 1977 and 1979. He had subsequently withdrawn his confession and asserted that the girls had been abused, abducted and finally killed by a ring of high-ranking local men. At the time of the women's disappearances, investigations had been hastily dropped and the missing women listed as runaways. It was not until more than 2 decades later, following Louis's confession, that a serious inquiry was made into the fate of the missing girls. That inquiry led to what The Guardian referred to as further, even more disturbing discoveries.
The chief prosecutor in Auxerre, Suzanne Lecaux, said late last year that almost all the inquiries into the cases of about 30 young women who vanished in Burgundy over the past 30 years had been either mysteriously shelved or deliberately mishandled. Moreover, the files relating to most of the criminal inquiries shelved in Auxerre between 1958 and 1982, including 17 missing young women, had been either stolen or destroyed, and a dozen post-1982 inquiries involving missing young women for which the files still remained had all been inexplicably dropped. Lawyers for the victims' families are talking of a sex ring which abducted, raped and murdered up to 30 girls in the 70s and 80s and was powerful enough to stifle any subsequent investigation. A full inquiry into what may prove the biggest cover-up in French legal history is underway.
In July 2002, the Monster of Florence case was in the news once again. A series of profaned corpses were turning up, and there were indications that these crimes, committed against the corpses of the elderly, were linked to the case. The first such corpse had been discovered the previous month, on the summer solstice. A report in the Sunday Herald indicated that the satanic rites performed in conjunction with the Monster of Florence killings had been conducted at a senior citizen's home where Pacciani had once worked as a gardener. Residents at the home at that time included the father of Florence's deputy attorney. Some of the profaned corpses surfacing in the summer of 2002 were also connected to the home. Also revealed in the Herald report was that, in 2001, police had raided the home of Aurelio Mattei, a psychiatrist for the French Secret Services. In 1992, Mattei authored a book that alluded to evidence in the monster case that was not uncovered by investigators until a decade later. The home of Francisco Bruno, a criminologist and prominent television talking head, was also raided. Bruno's name was on one of the drug prescriptions that killed Pacciani. Any additional information on the case may be difficult to obtain, since the Herald report also noted that police had issued a news blackout on the ongoing investigation. It seems quite likely, however, based on the evidence that has surfaced, that Pacciani was in fact a fall guy for a cult of powerful individuals. In May 2003, the UK's Guardian reported that convicted French serial killer Patrice Allegre was not the lone psychopath he was made out to be at his trial last year, according to the sworn statements of former prostitutes. He is alleged to have acted for most of the 1990s as the leader of a sadomasochistic sex ring, supplying women and drugs for debauched, and at times violent, evenings frequented by senior policemen, judges, businessmen, sports personalities and politicians. The claims surfaced during a police investigation into allegations that Patrice Allegre, a serial killer who is serving a life sentence for killing 5 women, was for years offered a legal protection by corrupt police and magistrates in the southwestern city of Toulouse. According to a BBC report, Allegre, a policeman's son and an employee of the police department's cafeteria, is also under investigation in connection with a criminal network in Toulouse said to have involved minors and cocaine. Other allegations, as recounted by The Observer, involved white slavery, sadomasochism, rapes, sex with minors, drug dealing and appalling brutality, all in the heart of the government of one of France's most historic and most civilized cities. It is alleged that these crimes were committed at Toulouse's Palais de Justice and at a chateau owned by Toulouse Council. Toulouse's Prosecutor General, Jean Wolfe, was fired for covering up links between senior officials and the exploitation of vulnerable girls. 3 judges were scheduled for questioning about acts of torture and barbaric acts, pimping and rapes of underage girls. Allegre claimed that at least some of the murders he committed were ordered by some of Toulouse's most prominent citizens. The killings, he said, served to silence witnesses and eliminate blackmail threats arising from what The Guardian described as sadomasochistic orgies involving politicians, judges and police. 2 former prostitutes who had been recruited by Allegre for some of those parties corroborated his allegations. One judge admitted that there was some truth to the story told by the 2 women of an official cover-up of Allegre's crimes. Another judge has admitted to drinking with Allegre, who is known to have run Toulouse's prostitution business in the early 1990s. As the investigation progressed, Dominique Baudis, a former television host, found himself at the center of the scandal. He was perhaps the most prominent politician in Toulouse, having served as mayor from 1983 to 2001, preceded by his father from 1971 to 1983. Baudis was named as one of the 4 powerful figures that reportedly ordered the murders. The other 3 were not named, but one was said to be a high-ranking police officer, and another a senior magistrate. Baudis reportedly owned a lake house, equipped with hidden cameras, where sadomasochistic orgies were held. The French periodical Le Monde sought to assure readers that the accusations arising from the orgies were not about simulated acts of torture and erotic games among consenting adults. This was real torture, accompanied by other degrading acts, committed against prostitutes, some of whom were underage. By early June 2003, the Sunday Herald was fretting over the potential fallout from the investigation, such as the damage to the police, the judicial system and the municipal administration that some have suggested the underpinnings of the state and its democratic institutions are under threat. Magistrates, politicians, journalists, businessmen, policemen and sportsmen are lining up to be questioned as part of the inquiry. Police were under fire, scrambling to explain why many of Alegre's murder victims had been officially listed as suicides. The investigation was being expanded to include 20 additional cases. And a French magazine, as The Guardian reported, had revealed allegations that the former mayor, Dominique Baudis, had a sexual relationship with the murderer, Patrice Alegre. Also in June 2003, Michel Barrau was appointed as the prosecutor general for the case. His appointment immediately raised concerns among lawyers, according to The Observer, owing to the fact that Barrau had previously been credited with stopping an investigation into corruption among senior right-wing politicians in Paris before last year's general election. Barrau was, in other words, no stranger to political cover-ups. Before the month was out, the evidence in the case, according to a Reuters headline, had evaporated. Alegre reneged on his confession after one of the prostitute witnesses purportedly admitted lying about seeing senior officials at S&M orgies. She was promptly jailed, recalling the jailing of witnesses in the Franklin case. One of two prostitutes who accused Alegre of procuring young women for politicians to chain to walls and abuse in sadomasochistic orgies has been placed behind bars as judges investigate the authenticity of her story. With the cover-up firmly in place, the European media moved on to other things. Henry Lee Lucas's story then, as bizarre as it may initially appear to be, is certainly not without precedents or parallels. Other events that have transpired since Henry first began telling his tales of the hand of death lend further credence to various aspects of his story. For example, the Finders case, discussed in Chapter 6, illustrated that there are in fact coordinated efforts by networks of individuals to transport abducted children to clandestine locations in Mexico. Of course, Henry could have just been making lucky guesses when he talked about the networks of satanic cults running murder for hire operations and child abduction rings. And there could be nothing to the fact that Toole, who was convicted in the state of Florida, shared with Henry the fate of having his death sentence commuted. Florida is, of course, a state that is also overly zealous in its application of the death penalty, although not zealous enough to execute the likes of Otis Toole. In any event, it's interesting to note that both of these men had their death sentences set aside in a state that was, until January 2001, run by a member of the Bush family. It is interesting also to take note of the case of the man known as the railroad killer, Rafael Resendez Ramirez. On July 13, 1999, Ramirez was reported to have walked across a bridge from Juarez, Mexico into El Paso, Texas and turned himself in. At the time, he was wanted for a string of 9 alleged serial killings. Mirroring the circumstances surrounding Henry's final arrest, Ramirez had been taken into custody several weeks prior by the U.S. Border Patrol, only to be promptly released, despite his presence on FBI most wanted lists, and despite the issuing of alerts to the Immigration Service, and despite the fact that a nationwide manhunt was underway. Between this detainment and his surrender, Ramirez claimed 4 more victims. Apparently, he still had a little work left to complete. Having done so, Ramirez then made the incomprehensible decision to surrender to Texas authorities. Crossing the border into Texas, Ramirez left a country with no death penalty and entered the execution capital of the Western world. The Los Angeles Times, in reporting on his surrender, noted he was adamant he wanted to surrender to a Texas Ranger, and he had not requested an attorney and was cooperating with detectives. In the same article, it is noted that authorities say Ramirez is strikingly intelligent. Strikingly intelligent? Not based on the actions he took on July 13, 1999. But then again, perhaps Ramirez knows something about the Texas criminal justice system that the rest of us do not. Interestingly enough, Lucas was reportedly fascinated by the Ramirez case. While the manhunt was underway, he told the Houston Post, "I follow his case on the TV, I'd like to meet him." They presumably would have much to talk about. Ramirez, by the way, was born in Matamoros, Mexico and, according to his mother, was raised there outside of the home by non-family members.
At some time I have started to hear funny voices, like a person calling me, but no one call me. Rafael Resendez Ramirez, in a letter to a reporter in Houston following his surrender to authorities. Can I tell you who really I am, with all the secrecy that's in the family? I only have one purpose in life, and that's to express some of my views and some of the views that I have been instructed. Anything that can put down Christianity, anything that can put down democracy, anything that can put down freedom. Rafael Resendez Ramirez, delivering his closing argument to a jury in St. Louis, March 1989. Chapter 9, Rancho Diablo. No one wants to believe the cult story. The TV people cut it out. The writers don't write about it. Henry Lee Lucas.
One of the more compelling aspects of Henry's story was his contention that he had ties to cult-run ranches just south of the U.S. border. In 1989, just such a ranch was excavated in Matamoros, Mexico, just south of Brownsville, Texas, yielding the remains of 15 ritual sacrifice victims. The Matamoros case so closely paralleled the stories told years earlier by Lucas that some law enforcement personnel in Texas chose to take a closer look at Henry's professed cult connections. In fact, Jim Boutwell, the sheriff of Williamson County, Texas, later told a reporter that investigators had verified that Lucas was indeed involved in cult activities. Following the discovery in Matamoros, Clemmy Schroeder, identified as Henry's spiritual advisor, sent to the state attorney general a map Lucas had drawn for her in 1985 that identified locations where murder, kidnapping and drug-running operations were conducted. She told a reporter for the Brownsville Herald, "Henry told me there were a lot of different cults in Mexico who were involved in satanic worship and everything. I found the map and realized he had marked this cult and drug ring near Brownsville. The Attorney General's office chose not to take any action." In an interview conducted following the exposure of the Matamoros cult, Otis Toole claimed that it was not the specific ranch with which he and Henry were associated, but he also emphasized that there were many such interconnected operations along the Texas-Mexico border. Though downplayed in most press reports, the Matamoros cult was largely an American entity. Its leader was Adolfo Constanzo, a Cuban-American born in Miami, Florida and raised in Miami and San Juan, Puerto Rico. Its high priestess was Sarah Aldrete, an honor student at Southmost Texas College in Brownsville. One of the cult's top lieutenants, Serafin Hernandez Garcia, also lived in Brownsville and attended Southmost as a law enforcement major. Serafin's grandfather was the owner of Rancho Santa Elena, where the cult performed its ritual sacrifices and buried many of its victims. Another cult member, drug baron Elio Hernandez Rivera, also hailed from Brownsville. Yet another lived in Weslaco, Texas. Constanzo has been described by chronicler Clifford Linedicker as a thoroughly ruthless and malevolent genius with a messianic ability to command the loyalty and blind obedience of followers who joined him, zombie-like, in a loathsome blood feast of dope dealing, terror, torture, and human sacrifice, a description that sounds as though it were written with Charles Manson in mind. Born November 1, 1962 to a 15-year-old Cuban immigrant, likely an underage prostitute, Constanzo was blessed by Apollo Mayambi, high priest, at the age of 6 months and declared the chosen one. Until the age of 10, he was trained by Satanists in San Juan and Haiti, before returning to Miami in 1972. Back in Florida, Constanzo was mentored by another satanic high priest who taught him, among other things, the art of grave robbing. His mother, meanwhile, busied herself with being arrested some 30 times. But as Michael Newton has written, the charges never seemed to stick, and she always escaped with probation. Dade County neighbors considered Constanzo's mother to be a witch or sorceress. Authorities once found her living in a vacant, dilapidated apartment that was heavily smeared with blood, feces and urine. She was charged with trespassing and child neglect. By mid-1984, Adolfo had moved to Mexico City, where he served as something of a psychic to the stars, earning extravagant fees and living quite lavishly. His fastidiously neat and orderly home in a high-dollar suburb of Mexico's capital city was, interestingly enough, located directly across from an elementary school. Described as having a magnetic personality, Constanzo attracted an array of famous and colorful people, including entertainment stars, fashion models, transsexual nightclub performers, politicians, businessmen, crime lords, police officials and civil servants. One of his followers was Irma Serrano, a singer, actress and the high-profile mistress of a former president of Mexico. Another admirer was Florentino Ventura, the head of the Mexican branch of Interpol. Ventura was such a devoted disciple that he considered himself to be Constanzo's godson. He allegedly killed himself in Mexico City on September 17, 1988, after killing his wife and another woman. Strangely though, all three were killed with the same burst of gunfire. The Matamoros cult was first exposed in early April 1989. Police searching the ranch on April 1 discovered drugs and occult paraphernalia. Returning on April 9, authorities arrested 4 members of the cult, all of who were members of the Hernandez drug family. 2 days later, the first bodies were exhumed from Rancho Santa Elena. Some of the victims had been beheaded, while others had been grotesquely disfigured by machete blows to the head. Brains, hearts, lungs and other internal organs had been cut or torn from many of the bodies, and some of these were found stewing in cauldrons in a shed at the ranch. Spines had been ripped from the decomposing corpses to fashion ceremonial necklaces. One victim was reportedly boiled alive, another skinned alive, all were mutilated to varying degrees. These victims included the owner and secretary of a company that served as a front for a cocaine processing lab, an informant for the federales and his mistress, 2 federal narcotics officers, 3 former police officers, and the American nephew of a U.S. Customs agent. There were also a number of law enforcement personnel within the cult, including Salvador Vidal Garcia, a Mexico City Federal Judicial Police agent who was in charge of narcotics investigations. Juan Benitez, the comandante of the Federal Judicial Police, claimed that there were another 6 agents involved, but we have no proof at this time to bring charges. In addition to the victims found at the ranch, the cult was also said to be responsible for the deaths of at least 7 members of a drug trafficking family who were killed in a mass slaughter because they had evidence of police complicity in the drug trade that they had threatened to expose. That massacre occurred on, of all days, Walpurgisnacht of 1987. The victims' bodies showed clear signs of sadistic torture. Fingers, toes and ears had been removed and genitals had been excised. 2 brains were missing and a portion of a spine had been ripped from one of the bodies. On April 17, Serafin Hernandez Rivera, said to be the patriarch of the cult, was arrested in Houston, Texas. The next day, just 2 days shy of Hitler's birthday, a U.S. grand jury issued indictments for the still-at-large Constanzo and 10 of his followers on various drug trafficking charges. 3 days later, on April 21, Mexican authorities formally charged the 4 captured cultists with multiple counts of murder, kidnapping and drug trafficking. Just 2 days after that, a large contingent of heavily armed Mexican federales burned down the death shed at Rancho Santa Elena, destroying a wealth of valuable evidence. Constanzo and most of his followers remained in hiding and the subjects of a massive manhunt. On May 6, police searching for a missing child are said to have inadvertently stumbled upon the apartment hideaway of Constanzo and 4 of his followers in Mexico City. Shots were allegedly fired from the apartment, which resulted in nearly 200 police officers virtually instantaneously surrounding the building. A ferocious gun battle ensued, with thousands of rounds fired in a 45-minute exchange. Amazingly though, none of the cultists were shot and only 1 officer was wounded, and that was in the initial gunfire that came from the apartment. Constanzo and his male lover were reportedly executed in a closet on the orders of the high priest himself. The 3 survivors were captured alive and charged with a multitude of crimes. Reports immediately surfaced claiming that Constanzo had faked his death by substituting the body of another cultist. The 2 bodies in the closet had been riddled with automatic weapon fire, making identification difficult. Mexico City newspapers carried reports of witnesses claiming that 2 men had been seen fleeing the scene of the shootout. The body identified as Constanzo's was claimed by U.S. consular officials, allegedly acting on behalf of Constanzo's mother, and flown to Miami to be promptly cremated. As the investigation proceeded, reports on the case grew more disturbing. Police reported finding blood-spattered altars in the homes of many of the suspected cultists, and Mexico City newspapers openly speculated that human infants had been ritually sacrificed by the group. Some reporters opined that babies might even have been bred specifically for that purpose. Michael Newton has reported that from 1897 to 1989, there were 74 unsolved ritual homicides in Mexico City, 14 of those victims were infants. Other reports noted that in custody, High Priestess Sarah Aldrete displayed what Linnedecker described as signs of a split personality. As the days wore on, 3 separate personas became evident. A U.S. Customs agent told the Houston Chronicle that she clearly had a dual personality. Like most of the other cultists, Aldrete, who had married on Halloween Day, 1983, had links to the Hernandez drug family. A particularly compelling report in the Brownsville Herald revealed that the drug trafficking Matamoros cult was part of a massive, hemisphere-wide, drug trafficking network. Federal agents have established a pattern of drug trafficking from the Hernandez family in Matamoros to top Chicago mob bosses. Interestingly enough, Constanzo was reportedly sighted in Chicago during the time that he was the focus of the manhunt, but those reports were scoffed at by authorities. In the wake of the Matamoros case, 2 members of the Texas state legislature, Senator J. E. Brown and Representative Sam Johnson, introduced a bill aimed at combating cult-related ritual crime, which they asserted was a burgeoning problem in Texas and elsewhere in the country. After a decade had passed, the problem had not abated, as became evident when yet another excavation was begun, at a ranch near Juarez, Mexico. That property was, strangely enough, located precisely where Henry Lee Lucas had claimed that the Hand of Death cult maintained a ranch. The first reports on the Juarez Ranch surfaced on December 1, 1999, less than 5 months after Resendez Ramirez had surrendered to U.S. authorities at a location on the U.S. border very near the ranch. A Los Angeles Times report noted that the clandestine burial grounds were practically within sight of the U.S. border. Early reports indicated that authorities anticipated exhuming between 100 and 300 bodies from mass graves on the ranch, including 22 missing U.S. citizens and a number of former FBI and DEA informants. The investigation was quickly expanded to include at least 3 more possible burial grounds in the area. U.S. authorities, perhaps having learned a lesson from the well-publicized Matamoros case, immediately moved in to take charge of the investigation. The brazen violation of Mexico's sovereignty was roundly condemned by the Mexican press. A group of irate Mexican senators grilled the country's foreign minister on the FBI's aggressive role in the investigation and loudly denounced the fact that exhumed bodies were being transferred to the U.S. for forensic examination. By mid-December, with the U.S. firmly in control of the case and with all evidence being clandestinely transferred onto U.S. soil, Mexico's Attorney General was claiming that the early reports had been wildly off the mark. The new reports claimed that only 9 bodies had been found at the 3 separate burial sites and no more were expected to be uncovered. Press coverage of the case almost immediately ceased, after the media had assured everyone that "there's nothing to see here, folks." The final report carried by the Los Angeles Times maintained that some victims had reportedly disappeared after being detained by men in Mexican police uniforms, raising questions about the extent of police corruption in Mexican law enforcement. Peter Smith, the director of Latin American Studies at UC San Diego, echoed that sentiment. The clandestinity raises the issue of potential complicity on the part of local or state authorities. Not surprisingly, reports made no mention of the extent of police corruption in American law enforcement. Officials were quick to claim that there was no connection between the bodies exhumed at the ranch and the unsolved murders of hundreds of young women in the Juarez area. There is no consensus on the number of women that have been brutally raped, tortured and murdered since the killings began in 1993, but estimates run as high as 500, with hundreds more reportedly missing and possibly dead. As the website Americas.org recalled, free trade supporters once claimed the North American Free Trade Agreement (NAFTA) would turn Ciudad Juarez into the city of the future, and perhaps that is exactly what the city has become, a city where NAFTA's free trade rules ensure that a company's right to profit trumps the rights of government and the protection of citizens. In the 1960s, the Mexican government offered Western corporations a sweetheart deal: build factories on the Mexican side of the border to manufacture and/or assemble goods, operate with wanton disregard for environmental and labor laws, and, to top it off, pay no local taxes. So-called maquiladoras, which had previously been known as sweatshops, soon began to dot the U.S.-Mexico border. Before long, they numbered in the hundreds. The highest concentration of those maquiladoras is in Juarez, which currently is home to about 500 factories employing 200,000 workers. About 80% of the factories in Juarez are American-owned. As the labor-intensive maquiladoras proliferated, the populations of border cities like Juarez quickly swelled. But as the population grew, there was no corresponding investment in the cities. As the Observer noted, there has been no attempt to create infrastructure, no roads or housing. Taxation is voluntary for companies, and most pay none. According to official estimates, the population of Ciudad Juarez has tripled to 1,200,000. Unofficial estimates run as high as 2 million. Many of the new arrivals are young women, since the workforce employed by the maquiladoras is 70% female. Most of these young women end up living in the shantytown neighborhoods that have sprung up in cities like Juarez. These neighborhoods have no real roads, no street names, no addresses, no utilities, and no public services. Violence is endemic. Drug lords rule the streets. According to La Prensa, life in Juarez is punctuated by narco-related executions and kidnappings in broad daylight committed by death squads working for the lords of the lucrative trade. The Guardian described Juarez as a city associated with grinding poverty and home to one of Mexico's foremost drug trafficking organizations. It is against this backdrop that the murders have been committed. Most of the victims have been maquiladora workers. Some of them have disappeared while traveling alone late at night, after having their work shifts changed at the last minute, after being locked out for arriving at work late. Recent reports reveal that eerily similar murders are now occurring in other Maquiladora towns along the U.S.-Mexico border, including Chihuahua City, Nuevo Laredo and Matamoros. Many of the Juarez victims have had modeling photographs taken of them while they were at work in the factories. Some circumstantial evidence suggests a disturbing scenario. The photographs, taken by recruiters working within the maquiladoras, are arranged in albums that are then used as catalogs from which victims are selected. The first Juarez victim's body, by most accounts, was found on January 23, 1993. The first suspect, Abdul Latif Sharif, was arrested 2 years later, in 1995. Sharif had an interesting history, one with close parallels to many other alleged serial killers, as will be seen in later chapters. Born in Egypt in 1947, Sharif was reportedly sexually abused as a child, including being frequently sodomized by his father and other male relatives. In his early 20s, Sharif immigrated to the United States, landing first in New York City and then in New Hope, Pennsylvania. By 1981, he was living in Palm Beach, Florida, where he worked as a chemist and engineer. In May of that year, Sharif beat and repeatedly raped an unidentified 23-year-old woman. For those offenses, he received only probation. In August of the same year, he was charged with another rape. He was again convicted, but he served just 45 days. The next year, he was married briefly in Gainesville, Florida, until he beat his bride unconscious. She divorced him shortly after that. In March 1983, Sharif beat and repeatedly raped yet another victim. In January 1984, while awaiting sentencing, he managed to escape, but he was soon recaptured and, on January 31, sentenced to serve 12 years. Not quite 6 years later, in October 1989, Sharif was paroled. At that time, he was to be deported, but instead he was allowed, for unexplained reasons, to remain in the country. Sharif quickly found work in Midland, Texas at Benchmark Research and Technology. While employed and living in Texas, the thrice-convicted rapist was photographed shaking hands with Senator Phil Gramm, in addition to being singled out for praise by the U.S. Department of Energy. In 1991, while still on parole, Sharif was arrested for drunk driving. He suffered no apparent repercussions for that offense. By 1993, he was once again facing charges of holding a woman captive and raping her repeatedly. In May of the following year, the state of Texas inexplicably agreed to drop all charges against the repeat offender if Sharif voluntarily left the country. He promptly moved to an exclusive residential neighborhood in Juarez and went to work at Benchmark's Maquiladora. In October 1995, Sharif was arrested by Mexican authorities and charged with rape. He was convicted and given a 30-year sentence, but the bodies of young women continued to pile up in and around Juarez. Next to be arrested were a gang of nightclub workers known as the Rebels, who were allegedly being paid by Sharif to continue the killings. The gang was led by Armendariz Diaz, also known as El Diablo. All members of the gang later claimed that they had been tortured by police to coerce their confessions. In early 1999, 5 members of another gang, the Toltecs, led by Jesus Guardado Marquez, also known as El Dracula, were arrested and accused of collaborating with Sharif. The gang confessed to 15 of the murders, but later recanted, claiming that torture by the police had produced the confessions. The arrests of the 2 gangs failed to slow the pace of the killings and disappearances. After the arrest of the Toltecs, the FBI sent some of its famed profilers to Juarez. Among them was Robert Ressler, who advanced the dubious theory that the murders were the work of Reséndez Ramirez. The arrest of Ramirez in July 1999, however, had not put a stop to the killings. Before the year was out, more young women would go missing, more bodies would surface, and the mass graves at the ranch would be discovered. On November 6 and 7, 2001, 8 bodies were discovered in a vacant lot just 300 yards from the headquarters of the Association of Maquiladoras. Confessions were quickly obtained from 2 bus drivers, Victor Javier Garcia and Gustavo González Meza, also known as El Cirillo and La Foca. Following the pattern set with previous suspects, police reportedly obtained the confessions through the use of torture. The 2 men had visible burn marks on their bodies, marks that Oscar Menéz Grijalva, the chief forensic investigator on the case, determined had been made with stun guns used by the police. Menez thoroughly searched a van that the bus drivers had purportedly used to abduct women, and he found no evidence to support the allegations. According to Menez, he was then asked to help plant evidence against 2 bus drivers who were charged with the murders. A couple of police officers brought us items for us to put in the van they said was used to abduct the women. Menez refused to take part in the framing of the suspects, and, in January 2002, he resigned in protest over the handling of the case. He has said that he now believes that some police are involved in the murders. The outspoken Menez has reported receiving death threats intended to silence him. Also in January 2002, Jorge Campos Murillo, a federal deputy attorney in Mexico City, told reporters that juniors, the sons of wealthy, powerful Mexican families, were connected to the killings. Campos was promptly transferred and he now refuses to discuss the Juarez case, which next landed in the lap of Irma Rodriguez Galarza. Rodriguez, daughter and husband were gunned down on the family's porch with AK-47 assault rifles. Campos is not alone in linking the Juarez murders to the sons of the rich and powerful. The UK's Observer has reported that those involved in the killings come from prominent families that include landowners, major drug dealers, construction barons, energy suppliers, and officials in both government and the police. A spokeswoman for a victims group noted that the killers take no trouble to cover up evidence, like most murders. With these, the evidence is brazen, right there, every time. The killers, in other words, have no fear of the police. The El Paso Times alleged that the guilty parties are prominent men who cross the border regularly, are involved in major businesses, are associates of drug cartels and have ties to politicians in President Vicente Fox's administration. According to some Mexican officials, 6 people from the Juarez El Paso area are having the women abducted for orgies, after which or perhaps during which they are killed. On February 5, 2002, Mario Escobedo Jr., the attorney representing Gonzalez, one of the 2 truck drivers, was killed by police. Escobedo was reportedly pursued at night by police in unmarked vehicles, until the attorney lost control of his car and crashed. He was then cut down in a hail of police gunfire. Escobedo's partner, Dante Almarez, reported that he was advised to drop the case, or we'll kill you the same way we did Escobedo. In August 2002, PBS aired the documentary film Señorita Extraviada, produced by Lourdes Portillo. The film revealed that some of the victims were missing for long periods before their deaths. Some of their bodies display evidence of ritual sacrifice. In many cases, the only remains that are ever found are clothes and bones, and the bones are often mismatched. Frequently these bones are found in far less time than it would take a corpse to be reduced to a skeleton. Sometimes these skeletal remains show up in areas that have just recently been searched. Juarez police have refused to investigate a number of viable leads, and they have deliberately destroyed evidence, including more than 1,000 pounds of victims' clothing that was burned. One female witness, who was arrested and then raped in prison, told the filmmakers that her captors had showed her photos of a woman being gang raped and beaten, and then doused in gasoline and burned alive. Some of the victims have indeed been burned alive. Others have been strangled, stabbed, bludgeoned and/or shot. According to Americas.org, when they're not skeletal remains, most of the women's bodies are found in the nearby desert with evidence of torture and gang rape. Forensics evidence shows many are kept alive during this for days or longer. The bodies are usually mutilated, laid out in cross formation, and branded with signature carvings on various parts of their bodies. Some reports hold that many of the recovered bodies exhibit similar slashing wounds to the breasts. A March 2002 report in The Guardian claimed there are patterns of mutilation that have not been publicly released that could indicate narco-satanic rituals. In October 2002, the bodies of 2 more victims surfaced. 3 months later, in January 2003, 3 more were discovered. Not long after that, on February 8, almost a year to the day after his attorney had been gunned down, Gustavo Gonzalez Meza died in custody following a relatively routine hernia operation. Both Gonzalez and his wife had reported receiving death threats. Just over a week after his death, 4 more bodies were discovered. Police refused to acknowledge one of the bodies, despite the fact that reporters and other witnesses viewed it. In May 2003, the Juarez murders, which had been almost entirely ignored by the Western media for a full decade, were suddenly in the news. A flurry of reports pitched the theory that the killings were the work of an organ trafficking ring, possibly with cult connections. New Zealand's One News reported that as many as 90 women may have been killed by the ring. Some of their organs, it was claimed, were brought to the States by an unidentified American. The Atlanta Journal-Constitution told of federal investigators looking into claims that some of the dozens of women slain in the border city of Ciudad Juarez over the last decade may have been killed for their internal organs. A Reuters report listed the following as possible motives for the murders: satanic rituals, organ trafficking, and snuff movies where women are kidnapped, sexually assaulted and then murdered on camera. The Guardian spoke of evidence indicating the women may have been victims of an international organ trafficking ring. Police also were investigating the possibility that certain mutilations, breasts were cut off on a few of the victims, and some had scars cut in designs, might indicate the involvement of a religious cult. Skepticism of those theories, however, was expressed by Oscar Menes, the former head of the Ciudad Juarez Forensics Office and one of the very few voices of conscience in this story. According to the Journal-Constitution report, Menes said he never saw any evidence of missing organs in the bodies he examined when he worked on the case. Whether accurate or not, the official proclamations and the accompanying news reports served to federalize the investigation of the Juarez murders for the first time. Before that, federal officials had steadfastly maintained that the killings were a state matter. It is unclear whether the federalization of the investigation represents a sincere effort to stop the killings, bring the responsible parties to justice and root out local corruption, or whether it is just a continuation of the cover-up. The latter seems far more likely. As of this writing, in April 2004, women continue to disappear and incongruous piles of bones continue to surface, while residents continue to discover evidence at crime scenes after police have declared that thorough searches have been conducted. Though there have been numerous arrests over the years, no one has been formally charged with any of the hundreds of unsolved homicides. Meanwhile, in February 2004, Mexican federal police arrested 2 drug cartel members who they said might have been involved in the mass murder of 12 people in a home in Juarez. Also detained were 13 state police officers suspected of complicity. In the city of the future, life is cheap and justice is for sale to the highest bidder. On the U.S. side of the border, in 1985, a ranch of a slightly different variety was uncovered in Kerrville, Texas, not far from Johnson City, Texas, the birthplace and childhood home of President Lyndon Baines Johnson. The ranch, run by a family of German immigrants, was found to be holding 75 human slaves, many of them acquired when they were young teenagers. The property was patrolled by armed guards who kept the slaves chained together and routinely tortured them by applying electric cattle prods to their tongues and genitals. Whenever one of the slaves was killed, the body was burned to dispose of the evidence. The Texas Rangers, who maintain a museum in Johnson City, eventually raided the property, after routinely ignoring steady reports of strange happenings at the ranch. It took the state of Texas almost 2 full years to bring the case to trial. When it was all over with, the rancher and one of his sons received extraordinarily light sentences for their crimes, 15 years for one, and 14 for the other. Another indicted son was acquitted and walked away a free man. A media disinformation campaign portrayed the entire sordid affair as a trumped-up case, but investigative journalist Gordon Thomas noted that the trial transcript indicated that it was nothing of the sort. Thomas has also written of another ranch, in Southern California, that evidence collected from a variety of sources indicates caters to powerful pedophiles. The ranch is located immediately adjacent to one of the numerous U.S. military bases that pepper the southern half of the state. The property has a rather ominous history, having previously served as a concentration camp for Japanese Americans during World War II, and later as a deprogramming center for returning Korean War veterans who it was said had been brainwashed. According to witness statements, children from around the country have been abducted and transported to the covert location, never to be heard from again. Once there, they are held as slaves to feed the depraved desires of powerful, well-connected pedophiles who torture, abuse, and at times kill their young victims. One man who may have worked at the ranch, according to reports cited by Thomas, was serial killer Leonard Lake.
Chapter 10: The Myth of the Serial Killer. It's more of a shadow than anything else. You know it's a human being, but yet you can't accept it. The killin' itself, it's like say, you're walkin' down the road. Half of me will go this way and the other half goes that way. The right-hand side didn't know what the left-hand side was going to do. Henry Lee Lucas, describing how he perceived his victims before killing them.
Most Americans are probably familiar with what is considered the classic serial killer profile. This was a notion first put forth by the venerable FBI, which coined the term serial killer and pioneered the concept of profiling in an alleged attempt to understand the phenomenon of mass murder. It appears to be the case, though, that the concept of the serial killer profile was put forth largely to misinform the public. In the case of Henry Lee Lucas, few if any of the elements of the serial killer profile apply. For instance, serial killers are said to act alone, driven to do so only by their own private demons. So far removed from ordinary human behavior are their actions that they would not, indeed could not, share their private passions with others. In Henry's case, this is a patently false notion. It has been officially acknowledged that Lucas worked with not just one, but at times as many as 3 accomplices. As previously noted, Toole's pre-teen niece and nephew were frequently brought along to witness, and at times participate in, the crimes of Henry and Otis. It is also claimed that serial killers target a particular type of victim, similar in age, gender, race, hairstyle, attractiveness, and other physical attributes. Again, in Henry's case, this simply does not fit the known facts. Henry's victims in fact had little, if anything, in common with one another. The victims' ages ranged from children to the elderly. Both genders and all races were also well represented. As Lucas himself once stated, "They's been a mixed breed of people, as far as the killings themselves." It is further claimed that serial killers follow a readily identifiable modus operandi, with the means of obtaining victims and the trajectory of the crime following a well-defined pattern. Again, that was clearly not the case with Lucas, whose victims were obtained in a variety of ways, and who inflicted death by a variety of means, including bludgeoning, stabbing, strangulation, shooting, and suffocation. Some were killed in their homes, while others were abducted and taken to remote locations. Some were sexually abused, both before and after death, while others were not. Some were cannibalized. Some were left on display, for maximum impact upon their discovery, while others were left so as not to be discovered at all. In other ways as well, Henry Lee, the consummate serial killer, did not even come close to matching the profile of what he was supposed to be. Strangely enough, though, perhaps the most remarkable aspect of the Henry Lee Lucas story is that it is not actually remarkable at all. In reviewing the case histories of more than 24 other alleged serial killers, it becomes readily apparent that few, if any, fit the supposed profile. The victims of Reséndez Ramirez, for instance, ranged in age from 21 to 88 years, with a mix of males and females. The cause of death varied as well, with most being bludgeoned, though one was shot in the head, another stabbed, and yet another had a pickaxe buried in her head. Though not readily apparent, almost all of the weapons used for inflicting death, by both Lucas and Ramirez, had one thing in common: they are what are termed weapons of opportunity. In other words, they are weapons that were acquired at the crime scene immediately before the murders were committed. Notably, this precisely mirrors the means by which the CIA has historically taught its assassins to kill. A CIA training manual entitled A Study of Assassination advises the would-be killer, the simplest local tools are often the most efficient means of assassination. A hammer, axe, wrench, screwdriver, fire poker, kitchen knife, lamp stand, or anything hard, heavy and handy will suffice. All such improvised weapons have the important advantage of availability and apparent innocence. The assassin may accidentally be searched before the act and should not carry an incriminating device if any sort of lethal weapon can be improvised at or near the site. This advice has been taken to heart by a good number of serial killers. The Mafia assassination service known as Murder, Inc., the brainchild of the Lansky-Luciano syndicate, which had extensive connections to U.S. intelligence agencies, had a remarkably similar philosophy. As J. Robert Nash notes in Bloodletters and Bad Men, like most of Murder, Inc.'s assassins, Pittsburgh Phil never carried a weapon in case the local police picked him up on suspicion. He would cast about, once he had selected his murder spot, for any tool handy that would do the job. It should probably be noted here, while we're on the subject, that the man identified as Pittsburgh Phil, whose real name was Harry Strauss, was credited with killing at least 500 people in this manner from the late 1920s through 1940. This feat should put him at or near the top of any self-respecting serial killer list. Henry Lee recounts in The Hand of Death that his training by the Hand of Death cult followed the same time-honored tradition. Of course, the FBI assures us that satanic cults and satanic crime do not exist in modern-day America. To put this assertion in its proper context, however, it is important to remember that this is the very same FBI that, during the reign of Murder, Inc., and for several decades thereafter, refused to acknowledge the existence of organized crime in America. It is also the same FBI that for years ignored and denied the resurgence of the Ku Klux Klan in the early part of the 20th century. The FBI, in other words, has a long history of denying the existence of indigenous groups devoted to terrorizing American society. Other than utilizing weapons of opportunity, the most common means by which professional assassins carry out their contracts is with a small caliber bullet fired at point-blank range to the head, typically with either a .22 or .25 caliber handgun. Inflicting such a wound is quick, efficient, relatively quiet, reasonably clean and, most importantly, highly lethal. Contrary to conventional wisdom, a small caliber round to the head is more often fatal than a larger caliber bullet, because the smaller projectile has enough velocity to make the initial penetration into the dense skull bones, but not enough to make an exit wound. Once inside the brain cavity then, the slug will tend to ricochet around the curved inner bone surfaces, causing considerable damage to the brain in the process. A larger caliber round, on the other hand, is much more likely to penetrate clean through the skull, making much more of a mess, though doing less damage to the brain. The smaller weapon then, when fired from very close range, is a much more efficient killing device. Such weapons are also very easy to conceal and are the easiest weapons to silence. And even without a silencer, the report from a .22 automatic is relatively quiet. Especially to a generation raised on a steady diet of sensationalized and highly stylized violence in the media, where every gun sounds like a cannon, a small caliber gun report can easily be mistaken for any of a number of everyday big city sounds. There is another reason that these are often the weapons of choice for contract hits. Small caliber slugs, particularly those from a .22 caliber weapon, are virtually impossible to trace or to match up to any particular gun. Literally millions of .22 caliber weapons are in homes all across the country, and it is far and away the most popular, mass-produced ammunition on the market. And a .22 caliber bullet that has punched through the skull and careened around the skull cavity is virtually guaranteed to be deformed to such an extent that a ballistics match will be impossible. Matching a flattened slug dug out of some victim's head to any particular gun then is something akin to finding the proverbial needle in the haystack. For this reason, and for those previously cited, a small caliber contact wound to the head, usually to the side of the head, has long been the mark of a professional assassin. It is a most remarkable fact then that the vast majority of the victims of the serial killers profiled herein were killed either by means of a weapon of opportunity, or they were shot in the head with a small caliber weapon, execution style. And far more often than not, there is no specific type of victim that is targeted, nor is there a pattern as to how the killings are carried out. Take, for example, the other serial killing Ramirez, Los Angeles famed Night Stalker. Most of the Night Stalker victims were killed with contact wounds from a small caliber handgun to the left side of the head while they slept. Both .22 and .25 caliber weapons were used. The remaining victims were bludgeoned or stabbed to death with household items, including a hammer and a lamp vase. Some of the victims were mutilated to varying degrees, including 2 that were hacked with machetes. Others were subjected to electrical torture. Their ages ranged from young adults to a pair of octogenarians, with both men and women well represented. And there was certainly no discrimination shown as to the race, ethnicity of the victims. In what were dubbed the Sunset Strip murders, also in Los Angeles, the victims were also dispatched with a .25 caliber contact wound to the head, except for one victim who was shot in the chest and sliced open. 2 of the victims were also beheaded. One of the dead, who had likely been an accomplice, was male, with the rest females of various ethnicities. Santa Cruz's Herb Mullin must surely have been, if he was actually guilty of the murders attributed to him, the most creative serial killer in the annals of modern crime. The seemingly randomly assembled set of crimes credited to Mullin stands as perhaps the most ludicrous use of the term serial killer on record. The first victim was a homeless man beaten to death with a baseball bat, for no apparent reason, on a lonely stretch of road. The next was a girl who was repeatedly stabbed, then sliced open, mutilated, and generally made a mess of, in what most people would think of as a typical serial killing. The next 5 victims were all killed in a single night at 2 different residences, both occupied by known drug traffickers and their families. In one house, all 3 victims, 2 of whom were children, were shot once in the head with a 22, and then stabbed a few times for good measure. At the other home, a slightly less professional job was done. The 2 victims at that address, who were close friends of the victims at the other crime scene, were shot multiple times with a 22 in various parts of the body, and then stabbed. The next 4 victims were a group of teenage boys on a camping trip, who were each shot once in the head and multiple times in the body. Interestingly enough, the boys had their own .22 caliber rifle, within arm's reach of where they were killed. All 4 were allegedly killed by a lone assailant before they could reach for the gun, despite the fact that Mullen would have had to reload his 6-shot .22 automatic at least once to complete the slaughter. Following the mass execution of the teenagers, Mullen next allegedly decided to test his skills as a sniper, picking off an ex-boxer as the victim strolled across his front yard. In nearby Sacramento, California, Richard Chase got his sniper killing out of the way right off the bat. His first victim was dropped in front of his home with a .22 round fired from a parked car, just the way Mullen had allegedly done it. The rest of the Sacramento victims were killed with a .22 caliber contact wound to the left side of the head, sometimes followed by a second shot. Some were then mutilated. Ages ranged from 20 months to 51 years, with both males and females targeted. Chicago's Ripper Crew killed a string of women, both black and white, by a variety of means before then adding something new to the serial killer repertoire, a gang-style drive-by shooting of known drug dealers. It is always good practice, for any aspiring serial killer, to throw at least one obvious drug hit into the mix. Charles Manson and Richard Ramirez understood that, as did various other serial killers, although such troublesome facts are routinely ignored in most press accounts, lest anyone catch on that serial killings are not necessarily random acts of violence. Consider, for example, the case of Charles Ng and Leonard Lake. At least a few of their known victims were deeply involved in drug trafficking. Other than that, the victims had little in common. Excavated from the pair's compound were the remains of 7 men, 5 women, and 2 babies, though there were likely many more undiscovered victims. How the pair's victims were killed was impossible to determine, as was largely true of the cases of other killers who fall into the collectors category, including Jeffrey Dahmer, John Wayne Gacy, Bob Berdella, Gary Heidnik, and Herb Baumeister. In all these cases, all that remained of the unfortunate victims were various bones and, in some cases, genitalia, internal organs and slabs of flesh. It is within this group that the most consistency is shown in the targeting of victims. The known victims of Gacy, Berdella, Baumeister and Dahmer were all young men, frequently gay or bisexual men. Even so, there was not necessarily a specific victim profile in all these cases. Dahmer's victims, for instance, ranged in age from 14 to 31 and were of various races. Even in those cases where the alleged killer is given a catchy moniker that supposedly reflects a distinctive signature to the slayings, there is rarely a consistent mode that is followed. The victims of the Boston Strangler, for instance, ranged in age from 19 to 75, were both black and white, and varied considerably in physical attractiveness. And they were not, contrary to popular mythology, all strangled in the same manner. In some cases, it was done manually, in others with ligatures acquired at the scene. In addition, some were stabbed, mutilated and/or sexually assaulted as well. Most of them were left on display, though one was discreetly covered with a blanket. In the other strangler case, Los Angeles Hillside Stranglers, victims ranged in age from 12 to 28, and varied considerably by height, weight, race, skin tone and hair color. In addition to strangulation, various other techniques were utilized, including electrocution, lethal injection and lethal gas, all methods improvised with materials at hand and, strangely enough, all methods used by the state to perform judicial executions. Though Edmund Kemper was dubbed the co-ed killer, his victims were definitely not all co-eds. 2 of them were his grandparents, and another was his mother. Yet another was several years too young to be a co-ed. His victims were killed with a combination of point-blank bullet wounds to the head, and stabbing, strangulation, suffocation and bludgeoning with weapons of opportunity. In the case of Ted Bundy, it is frequently claimed that all of his purported victims were remarkably similar in appearance. Many of the books chronicling Bundy's alleged exploits reinforce this notion by including a carefully selected set of photos of the slain women who did resemble one another to a limited degree. Overall though, the victims varied widely in height, weight, build, attractiveness, hair color and style, and various other physical attributes. As for the manner in which they were abducted and killed, that is largely a matter of speculation. Many were never found, and of those that were, frequently only the skull was recovered. In those cases where the cause of death could be determined, it was by means of weapons of opportunity. In the infamous attack at the Chi Omega sorority house, for instance, the crimes were committed with a club acquired immediately before entering the property. The Chi Omega bloodbath, by the way, was in marked contrast to Bundy's previous alleged crimes, which involved the abductions and killings of single victims. This crime instead seemed to borrow heavily from the rampage allegedly perpetrated by Richard Speck. Bundy's final alleged murder before his capture, the killing of a 12-year-old child, also did not match his supposed modus operandi. As for Richard Speck, he showed no consistency in the means by which his victims were killed, other than that all died from wounds inflicted with weapons improvised at the scene. Death came by way of various combinations of strangulation, stabbing, slashing of the throat, and breaking of the neck. And so it goes for virtually all serial killer cases. New York's Son of Sam targeted men and women of various ages. Arthur Shawcross, the Genesee River Killer, killed 2 young children, one a boy, along with a string of women of various ages. Most were strangled and/or bludgeoned with weapons acquired at the scene, though one was drowned. Most were mutilated, cannibalized and sexually assaulted. The Gainesville Ripper, purportedly Danny Rolling, included 1 male among his 5 victims. All were stabbed and slashed to death, some were posed and one was beheaded. Finally, lest we forget, the Manson family's victims ranged in age from teenaged Stephen Parent to middle-aged Leno LaBianca and included both men and women killed with various weapons, including a .22 caliber handgun. Clearly then there are any number of serial killer cases in which there is no defining modus operandi, and in which the deceased don't fit any kind of specific victim profile. In fact, it is difficult to find a case study of any serial killer who does leave a distinct signature at each crime scene. And what of the notion of the serial killer as a lone predator? Was Henry and Otis partnership an aberration? Not at all. There are any number of serial killer cases where it is officially acknowledged that there was more than one perpetrator. The Manson family, of course, is probably the most well-known case of multiple perpetrator serial killing. Less well known is the case of the Ripper Crew in Chicago in the early 1980s. Described by authorities as a 4-man satanic cult, the Rippers, led by charismatic Robin Gecht, allegedly killed as many as 17 women in as many months. Then there is the case of Charles Ng. Though Ng was the only one to stand trial for the series of killings in Northern California, it is acknowledged that the crimes were committed with the assistance of Leonard Lake, who committed suicide upon his arrest. And evidence strongly suggests that there were others involved as well, most notably Lake's ex-wife. Many other serial killers have worked in pairs, including the Hillside Strangler team of Kenneth Bianchi and Angelo Buono. Working the same Los Angeles area turf just 1 year after the Stranglers were stopped was the team of Roy Norris and Lawrence Pliers Bittaker. And a few years after they were caught, the team of Douglas Clark and Carol Bundy was working the very same LA streets committing a series of killings dubbed the Sunset Strip Murders. The year after they were caught, another serial killer took over the LA market, the notorious Night Stalker. Media coverage to the contrary, evidence in that case clearly pointed to multiple perpetrators. It also strongly suggested that some of the killings were contract hits. As implied earlier in this chapter, much the same can be said of the evidence in the Herb Mullen case. As will be seen as we take a more in-depth look at our illustrious roster of serial killers, evidence almost always indicates multiple assailants. With very few exceptions, that evidence is routinely ignored or rather improbably explained away by law enforcement authorities and those who chronicle the exploits of high-profile criminals. Maury Terry, as previously mentioned, has done an excellent job of arguing the case that the Son of Sam killings were carried out by multiple cult members, despite the media portrait of David Berkowitz as the proverbial lone killer. Susan Kelly has likewise done a great job of exposing the Boston Strangler killings as the work of several killers. Even before the release of Kelly's The Boston Stranglers, there had long been speculation that the killings were not the work of one man. Most of the officials involved in the investigation, in fact, never believed that a single killer was responsible. Of the 8 members of the psychiatric panel convened to develop a profile, 7 believed that there were at least 2 perpetrators. Even in those cases that seemed to come closest to matching the classic serial killer profile, such as the John Wayne Gacy and Jeffrey Dahmer cases, there is a compelling case to be made that there were others involved. That evidence will be examined in later chapters. First, we will look at the cases of two high-profile, alleged serial killers, mass murderers who were said to have acted alone. The first is a very recent case, that of Yosemite killer Cary Stayner. The other dates all the way back to 1966, the year Richard Speck allegedly went berserk in a home filled with young nursing students in Chicago, becoming the first mass murderer of the television age.
Chapter 11, Lone Nuts? I must have done it, if everybody says I did. Richard Speck.
The case of Cary Stayner stands out, in a very crowded field, as one of the most bizarre serial killer cases on record. Though the crimes ultimately attributed to him were not committed until the early months of 1999, the strange saga of the Stayner family began long before that, though exactly how long before is not entirely clear. As a friend of Cary's told Esquire magazine, there's just something, off with that whole family. Since as far back as 1972, there has been some serious weirdness going on in the Stayner house. On December 4 of that year, Cary's younger brother Stephen was purportedly abducted by a male pedophile working with an accomplice who proceeded to hold him as a sex slave for more than 7 years. His abductor was Ken Parnell, a Texas native who is said to have been extremely self-destructive as a child. He had reportedly damaged his eyes by staring into a bright light, attempted to pull his own teeth out, set numerous fires, and attempted suicide on a number of occasions. He had also, perhaps not surprisingly, spent a fair amount of time institutionalized in both prisons and mental hospitals, including spending much of his teen years in California juvenile lockups. Stayner was not his first victim. Parnell had previously been convicted in 1951 of kidnapping and sexually assaulting an 8-year-old boy. He was back on the streets by 1955, but then incarcerated again before year's end for a parole violation. He was soon released again, only to be convicted of armed robbery a few years later. For that crime, he served some 7 years. 5 years after his release from that prison term, Parnell met up with Stephen Stayner. It was not a chance meeting. As Parnell indicated to his accomplice, Irvin Murphy, Stayner had been selected prior to the time of his kidnapping. Following the abduction, Parnell and Stayner lived for a time in Yosemite, where Parnell worked at the Yosemite Lodge, which happened to be located just a few hundred yards from the home of Cary and Stephen's grandfather, who was universally described as an exceptionally cruel man. Following their stay in Yosemite, Parnell and Stayner moved to Santa Rosa, and then to Ukiah, from where Jim Jones People's Temple had recently departed for San Francisco, and where Michael Aquino would later be accused of child exploitation. In February 1980, Stayner escaped, which is to say that he broke free, to some extent, from Parnell's psychological control. There was nothing that physically prevented him from escaping at any time. When he did leave, it was prompted by his desire to spare 5-year-old Timmy White, whom Parnell had just abducted on Valentine's Day, the fate that awaited him. Stayner brought White along with him on his escape, and became something of a hero in the process. He returned to the Stayner home, though he was said to feel closer to the man who had sexually assaulted him for 7 years than to his estranged family. The family reportedly never talked about his ordeal. As Cary's friend remarked, it was like it never happened, like he was never kidnapped or anything. Strangely, the Stayner parents would not allow Stephen to get therapy to help deal with his shattered childhood. By the age of 16, he had dropped out of high school and moved out on his own. As for Parnell, described as an accomplished manipulator, he was charged with the kidnapping and false imprisonment of both Stayner and White, as well as with sexual molestation of Stephen. Investigators on the case discovered that Parnell had also molested a number of Stayner's friends. Stayner attended school under a name given to him by Parnell, and outwardly lived a normal life with his father. One of Stephen's friends reportedly served as Parnell's accomplice in the White abduction. Also discovered was that Parnell was fond of taking Polaroid photos of his captive sex slave, and possibly other victims as well. For unexplained reasons, his bail was set at just $20,000, which allowed him to walk free after posting a mere $2,000 bond. He was tried in separate proceedings for the crimes committed against White and Stayner. Parnell was convicted in both proceedings, but he received remarkably lenient sentences for his crimes. For the multitude of offenses he committed against Stephen Stayner, he received just a 20-month sentence. Things were relatively quiet in the Stainer home for the next 9 years, until May 1989 when Stephen was thrust back into the limelight owing to the airing of a television movie about his case entitled I Know My First Name is Stephen. The media's reopening of the case was followed just weeks later by the untimely demise of young Stephen Stainer, who was killed instantly when an unidentified car turned abruptly into the path of his speeding motorcycle. The car and its driver promptly disappeared. Stephen left behind a wife and 2 young kids. Parnell was by that time already out of prison and a free man once again, after serving just 5 years for his crimes, less time than Stephen Stainer had spent as his prisoner. The following year, Jesse Stainer, Carrie and Stephen's uncle, was found shot to death in his Merced home. Jesse, or as he was more commonly known, Jerry, was perhaps the family member closest to the alleged serial killer. In his youth, Carrie spent more time at Uncle Jerry's home than he did at his own. The two even lived together for a brief time. Jesse was killed with a shotgun blast to the head fired from his own gun, allegedly by an intruder he had surprised in his home. Following the 2 deaths, the Stainer family again managed to stay out of the news for nearly a decade, until Carrie, the Stainer son who hadn't been held for 7 years as a mind-controlled sex slave, and who the Los Angeles Times described as a man who had been a passive and kind presence for 37 years, decided, for no apparent reason, to become a serial killer. That, anyway, is the official story. In the early morning hours of February 16, 1999, 3 women allegedly were abducted from their room at the Cedar Lodge, which lies just outside the West Gate to Yosemite National Park. Strangely, though, there was no indication that any abduction had taken place. There were damp towels in the bathroom, indicating that at least one of the 3 had showered. Other than that, the room was neat and orderly, with the beds made and the key left out. There was no blood and certainly no sign of a struggle. The 3 were scheduled to check out later that morning anyway, in order to catch a flight out that day, and it looked as though the women had simply decided to check out early in the morning without going to the front desk. Jens Sund, father of Julie Sund and husband of Carol Sund, 2 of the 3 missing women, did not bother to report his wife and daughter missing when they failed to depart from their scheduled flight and also failed to contact him with an explanation for the scheduling change. In fact, Jens Sund did not bother to report his wife and daughter missing until the next day, and only then after he had played a round of golf. All 3 of the missing women came from extremely wealthy families. The Sunds are a branch of the dynastic Carrington family, and the 3rd woman, Julie Sund's friend, Silvina Peloso, was from a wealthy, well-connected family in Argentina. Perhaps that is why the FBI was immediately called in to assist in what was, in the beginning, a simple missing persons case. Just 10 days after the reported disappearances, the FBI announced that it was bringing in 2 profilers, despite the fact that there was not yet any hard evidence that the women had met with foul play. It was another 3 weeks before the women's car was found, yielding the unrecognizable remains of Carol Sund and Silvina Peloso. Only then did it become a homicide case. The vehicle, which was over 100 miles from the alleged abduction site, was thoroughly and, by all appearances, quite professionally burned, obliterating all forensics evidence. So badly were the bodies burned that it was difficult to even determine their gender. They were found in the trunk of the car, which the FBI did not bother to open until the day after the car was found and identified, a rather odd fact considering that the back seat was burned away, leaving the remains visible to the hunter who discovered the vehicle. Carol Sund's wallet rather incongruously turned up in Modesto, also over 100 miles from the abduction site, though in another direction. Julie Sund's nearly decapitated body was later found at yet another location, roughly midway between the Cedar Lodge and the location of the car and the other bodies. Julie's discovery was precipitated by the receipt of an anonymous, taunting letter sent to the FBI tipping them off to the whereabouts of the body. Due to the complexities of the crime, many investigators on the case assumed that multiple perpetrators were involved. During the course of the investigation, at least a dozen people were implicated in the murders, all of them were part of a drug trafficking network operating in the area. One of these was a man named, perhaps appropriately, Billy Joe Strange. Like Carrie Stainer, Billy Joe worked at the Cedar Lodge. Strange was the night cleanup man at the lodge's restaurant, above which lived handyman Carrie Stainer. Strange's girlfriend, another suspect, also worked at the lodge, as a night clerk. Also implicated was a man named Daryl Stevens, who occasionally roomed with Strange and his girlfriend. Stevens had a lengthy arrest record, as did another suspect, Michael Larwick. Larwick's rap sheet included arrests for attempted manslaughter, rape, kidnapping, child stealing, assault with a deadly weapon, and various drug offenses. When police came to arrest Larwick, he led his would-be apprehenders on a high-speed chase, in which one officer was shot, before barricading himself in a house and initiating a 14-hour standoff. He was eventually driven out with tear gas. When he was brought to court for his arraignment, the courtroom doors were locked to the press and public. This was improbably claimed to have been an accidental oversight. Jeff Keeney, another suspect in the women's murders, also led officers on a car and foot chase, leaving a trail of drugs in his wake. His home was found to contain 3 portable methamphetamine labs. Larry Utley, a convicted sex offender and an associate of Michael Larwick, was also deeply involved in the meth trade, and quite possibly in the murders as well. Utley was also an associate of Eugene Earl Rufus Dykes, Larwick's half-brother and yet another suspect. Once in custody, Dykes claimed that Larwick had admitted to playing a role in the kidnappings. He also admitted that he had received from Larwick checks and jewelry that had belonged to the victims. A friend of Dykes acknowledged being asked to forge identification to access Carol Sun's bank account, and another friend admitted to having taken her wallet to Modesto. Dykes, whose ex-convict father was also implicated, agreed to take a polygraph examination, which seemed to confirm that he was being truthful about his involvement in the kidnappings, murders. His girlfriend admitted to investigators that Rufus had confided to her that he and another man had killed the trio by slitting their throats. Dykes himself ultimately confessed, first to helping transport the bodies, and then to the murders themselves. That he had transported at least one of the bodies was apparent from the fact that pink fibers found on Julie's corpse, probably from a blanket her body was wrapped in, matched fibers recovered from a Jeep used by Dykes. These same fibers were also found on Dykes' jacket, in a truck owned by a friend of his, and in Michael Larwick's Corvette. Other fibers, which appeared to come from Sun's clothing, were also found in the suspects' vehicles. Though fiber evidence is inherently problematic, it should probably be noted here that several alleged serial killers have been convicted, and even condemned to die, on less substantial fiber evidence cases than the one assembled against this group of individuals. And the incriminating fibers certainly were not the only evidence that investigators had. Rachel Lou Campbell, an associate of both Dykes and Larwick, was discovered to have in her possession Carol Sun's checking account and ATM numbers. Investigators believed that she was likely the unidentified female who had twice called the bank in the week after the disappearances to inquire about the status of the account. Another woman testified before a grand jury that she had received a ring from Larwick that 2 members of the Carrington clan identified as having very likely belonged to Julie Sund, with all of these suspects in jail, on other, unrelated charges, and with the evidence against them continuing to mount, most investigators considered the case to be essentially solved. It was widely anticipated that indictments would be handed down soon. Media coverage of the case dropped off appreciably and police began directing their attention elsewhere. But then a most amazing thing happened. On July 21, 1999, Joie Armstrong, a naturalist living in Yosemite Park, was beheaded in a brutal murder case that brought the earlier triple slaying roaring back into the headlines. Other than geographic proximity, there was nothing linking the 2 cases. This time, there was only one victim, and she was not abducted. Her body was quickly and easily found. And there was, allegedly at least, a clear evidence trail leading to a sole assailant, happy-go-lucky handyman Cary Stayner. Armstrong's murder was immediately declared to be connected to the previous case, although it is anyone's guess how investigators came to that conclusion. On July 23, Stayner was questioned and then released. Almost immediately after his release, a warrant was issued for his arrest and a manhunt reportedly ensued. Stayner appears to have made little effort to flee or to conceal his identity, and he was arrested the next day, at the Laguna del Sol nudist colony, by 3 FBI agents and 2 sheriff's deputies. Waiving both his right to an attorney and to remain silent, he is said to have promptly launched into a full confession, reportedly in a detached, emotionless voice. Within a couple of days, Stayner had also given his confession to a television reporter. He took sole credit for all 4 murders. The reporter, Ted Rowlands, promptly made the rounds of national news shows with his scoop, and all the evidence implicating the drug trafficking ring was quickly forgotten. Apart from his confession, however, there was no evidence to support Stayner's claims. According to his version of events, Stayner single-handedly got the jump on the 3 women in their room and was able to bind them all with duct tape. He allegedly used a gun, although no gun has ever been produced and none of the victims were shot. 2 of the women were purportedly killed in the room. All 3 were then carried out, one at a time, and loaded into their car. One was still very much alive and most likely resisting the efforts of her abductor. No one at the lodge saw or heard any of this activity. Stainer then allegedly cleaned up the hotel room in which the first 2 murders occurred, successfully removing all traces of a struggle. Stainer then drove for miles before stopping to kill the 3rd victim, Julie Sund, and dump her body. He then supposedly drove many more miles to another remote location, which happened to be very near Michael Larwick's childhood home, and abandoned the car with the other 2 bodies still in the trunk. He then took a taxi back to Yosemite Valley, incurring a fare of $125. 2 days later, he returned to the abandoned car in an unidentified vehicle, and at that time he set Carol Sund's abandoned car afire, with the 2 bodies still inside. After that, he allegedly drove to Modesto to dump Sund's billfold, which for some bizarre reason he did not destroy with the rest of the evidence in the fire. Even with this rather convoluted story, authorities have not been able to explain away all of the incongruous evidence. For example, the taunting letter sent by the killer revealing the location of Julie's body was sealed with someone else's saliva. The FBI reluctantly acknowledged that DNA tests verified that fact. Spokesmen for the Bureau had an explanation, however. Their theory was that Stainer had tricked an unsuspecting male into supplying the saliva to seal the envelope. How exactly that would be done was left to the imagination. Carey had initially given an alibi for the night of the murders. He said he had been visiting a female friend. The woman in question confirmed that fact. Then there is the rather troubling fact that evidence strongly indicates that the women were not killed that morning at the lodge, but later at an unknown location. That, needless to say, casts serious doubt on Carey Stainer's confession. Any number of credible witnesses came forward, or at least attempted to come forward, to attest to the fact that the 3 were very much alive long after the time they were allegedly killed. A private investigator working on the case discovered credit card slips for purchases Carol made at the Yosemite Lodge, former employer of Ken Parnell, after she allegedly disappeared. Carol had signed for the purchases. Yosemite Valley's postmistress reported selling stamps to the trio on February 16, many hours after they had allegedly been kidnapped and killed. In Sierra Village, far away from the Cedar Lodge, and very close to where Carol's car was later found, at least 3 witnesses reported seeing the women that afternoon. A gas station owner remembered selling them gas, and a gift shop owner remembered them stopping in her place of business as well. Both of them attempted to contact the FBI. One failed to get through despite several attempts, and messages left by the other went unanswered. The Bureau later reluctantly acknowledged that there were several credible sightings of the women, not just on February 16 but on February 17 as well. When exactly the women disappeared remains largely a mystery, as does why the women changed plans, if indeed they did, without contacting friends or family. They were almost certainly not killed in the early morning hours of February 16 by Carey Stainer, or anyone else. One witness claimed that Julie was kept alive for several days, during which time she was held in a Modesto home and repeatedly raped. The relatives of a man found drowned in early April of 1999 claimed that the drowned man had witnessed the assaults on Sund in Modesto. There was never any question that the Sund-Peloso killings were the work of multiple assailants. As Nick Rossi of the FBI said early on, the assumption is that more than one person is involved. James Maddock, the FBI's lead investigator on the case, added that they were operating under the assumption this was a very difficult crime for one person to commit. Nevertheless, on September 6, 2000, Stainer and his defense attorney accepted the terms of a federal plea bargain agreement that had the unmistakable stench of a cover-up. Stainer professed his sole guilt in the death of Joie Armstrong, and he was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, though he was spared a death sentence. The guilty plea eliminated the need for a highly publicized trial, and the agreement contained a very unusual provision: after the entry of judgment in this case until his death he, Stainer, will not speak to anyone, write to anyone, or communicate to anyone about the death of Joie Ruth Armstrong. No one, in other words, will hear Stainer's side of the story. Ever. The federal courts were done with Stainer, but the state of California still had the option of prosecuting the triple murder. 2 years later, it decided to exercise that option. The state case was presided over by Judge Thomas Hastings, who had earlier reigned over the Richard Allen Davis Polyclaus case. Stainer was represented by Marsha Morrissey and Michael Burt, a San Francisco-based attorney whose clientele has included Richard Ramirez and Charles Ng. As the Los Angeles Times reported, this defense team conceded from the beginning that Stainer had killed the 3 tourists. That is not generally a very effective defense strategy, but it is one that is employed in a number of serial killer cases. The Times also noted that, while the case had at one time received massive press coverage, the criminal court fight has trundled on in front of scant spectators and only a handful of newspaper reporters. The trial consisted primarily of mental health professionals detailing for the jury Cary Stainer's troubled childhood. These witnesses described a family tree littered with relatives who suffered from mental illnesses, including depression and pedophilia. They spoke of a family that considered displays of emotion to be taboo. They talked of Cary, in his youth, being molested by his uncle. They discussed Cary's fondness for child pornography, which he bartered with his FBI interrogators for in exchange for a full confession. They said that he had suffered from obsessive-compulsive disorder his whole life, and had taken psychiatric drugs in the 1980s. And they said that Cary Stainer suffered from uncontrollable violent impulses. If so, then only the 4 victims had ever seen that side of him. To everyone else, he seemed to be a gentle soul. A local nudist naturalist, calling herself Sunshine, told ABC's 2020 that she had known Cary Stainer for years as a fellow free spirit. She spoke of frequently being alone with Stainer, skinny dipping in secluded spots along the Merced River. She could not recall him ever acting inappropriately, and never observed any hint that Stainer might be hiding a dark side. On August 26, 2002, the jury returned guilty verdicts on 9 separate counts, including 3 of first-degree murder and 1 of kidnapping. They had deliberated less than 6 hours. On October 9, 2002, following the penalty phase of the trial, the jury returned with the recommendation that Cary Stainer be put to death. They had again deliberated for less than 6 hours. 3 months after the verdict was rendered, Ken Parnell was arrested in Berkeley, California after allegedly attempting to purchase a child. If the available evidence in the Stainer case leaves doubts about the sole guilt of the accused, that is all the more true in the case of the infamous Richard Speck. If veteran criminal investigators are puzzled as to how Stainer was able to subdue and control 3 women, then it truly boggles the mind how one man was able to single-handedly subdue 9 women, bind them all, and then systematically kill all but one of them. According to the sole survivor, Cora Amorau, she answered the door in the early morning hours of July 14, 1966, allowing Speck entry into the house. She claimed he was brandishing a gun, though none of the victims were shot that night and no evidence was ever found indicating that a gun was used at the crime scene. Authorities claimed that Speck stole the gun from a rape victim on the very day of the slaughter, and then used it to quickly corral Amorau and 5 other women in the house into a room. He then proceeded to tear a sheet into strips, which he then used to tie the women up, one by one. How he was able to accomplish this while keeping all the rest at bay, and allegedly while keeping a knife in his hand at all times, is anyone's guess. 3 more women arrived home after Speck's alleged entry into the house. All 3 were quickly bound and forced into the room with the others. Speck then allegedly began dragging the women off one at a time and slaughtering them, spending 20 minutes or more with each victim. After he finished with one, according to Amorau, he would go into the bathroom to wash up and then return for another. This scene played out over the course of some 4.5 hours. During that time, the young women waiting their turn tried to hide under the beds, hoping to elude their assailant. They were, of course, found and killed. All of them, that is, except Cora Amorau, who claims that she alone avoided detection by Speck. It has been suggested that Speck lost count of his victims and falsely concluded that all the girls were dead, thereby making the crucial error of leaving behind a living witness. That part of the story is problematic in a number of ways. The first question raised is, why did the young women choose to remain in the room in which they had been herded? If, despite their bindings, they were able to move about within the room, which they clearly were, or they would not have been able to get under the beds, then why would they not leave the room altogether? And once out of the room, why not get completely out of the house? And what was to prevent the women from untying each other? After all, the pattern was set early on. After the first couple of slayings, it had to be abundantly clear to the women that their lives were about to come to an abrupt end. For despite the claims that Speck cleaned himself up after each killing, it is ridiculous to suggest that Speck could have concealed the fresh blood that would have covered his clothes, assuming that he didn't bring 8 changes of clothing with him. It also had to be quite clear to the awaiting victims that the selection of each new victim signaled that there would be a 20 to 30 minute window of opportunity to attempt an escape. And what was there to lose? It seems inconceivable that the women, facing certain death, would have passively awaited their fate. But what of the survivor's story? It should be quite clear to anyone that an adult simply cannot avoid detection by hiding underneath a bed. That was amply illustrated by the fact that all but one of those attempting to do so were discovered. And yet one survived. How is it possible that Speck could have searched under the beds to locate the others, and yet failed to see Cora Amaral hiding there as well? And does it really seem likely that Speck was unable to count to 9? If not for the existence of the sole survivor, police investigators would have immediately assumed that multiple perpetrators were responsible for the mass carnage. No theorizing was necessary, however, since an eyewitness was on the scene to provide the unlikely, sole assailant scenario that was later refined to become the official story. Interestingly though, the composite drawing, a crude, two-dimensional rendering that was seriously lacking in detail of the suspect that was released by police, purportedly based on Amaral's description, did not resemble Richard Speck. Since the trial of the man fingered by police hinged primarily on Amaral's eyewitness testimony, and very little else, the star witness was zealously protected, although if the imprisoned Richard Speck was indeed the sole assailant, then it is difficult to see how the witness was in any danger. Amaral was moved to a resort where 4 guards were posted around the clock, and she was held there incommunicado for months while being prepped extensively for the testimony that she was to deliver. Before being hidden away, Amaral allegedly identified the suspect, albeit in a most unusual manner. While Speck in a hospital recovering from a failed suicide attempt, just days after the killings, Amaral was allegedly sent into his room, dressed as a nurse, to get a good look at the suspect. From this encounter, she positively identified Speck as the killer. Leaving aside the obvious fact that this was a brazenly illegitimate means of identifying a suspect, one which would have invalidated any subsequent attempts by Ms. Amaral to pick Speck out of a police lineup, the real question here is, what caliber of police official would send a severely traumatized crime victim, who just days before had witnessed the slaughter of 8 of her friends and experienced the sheer terror of knowing that she could well be next, into a room, unprotected, to face the man who had put her through such torture? And what victim would be able to handle such an encounter, with the memories so fresh? And what guarantee was there that Speck would not recognize his accuser, given that hers was the first face he had seen as he entered the house that night? Amaral's dramatic identification of Speck was just a warm-up exercise for what was to come. When the time came for her to deliver her critical testimony to a packed courtroom, she delivered a bravura performance. Amaral recited an endlessly rehearsed version of the events of July 14, and then, when the time came to identify the suspect in court, she played her trump card. Rising from her seat, allegedly without any prompting or rehearsal, she calmly stepped out of the witness box, walked casually over to where Speck sat at the defense table, stood directly in front of him while looking him in the eye, and told the court, "This is the man." That was the clincher. Speck was found guilty after just 49 minutes of jury deliberations and sentenced to death. There are indications though that this was hardly a foregone conclusion. Prosecutors clearly had doubts about their visibly shaky case, and they appear to have made every effort to stack the deck in the state's favor. One indication of that is the fact that the jury selection process was, as defense attorney James Graminos has noted, illegal and unfair. Graminos objected strenuously to the blatant violation of his client's due process rights, but was overruled. Another indication was the remarkable fact that, even though the case was moved some 3 hours outside of Chicago, the first time any trial had ever been moved out of Cook County due to pre-trial publicity, the judge opted to stay on in the new venue. That same judge slapped a gag order on the press, guaranteeing that no news would get back to Chicago, or to anywhere else in the country. Coupled with the blocking of any interviews with Amaral, this gag order shut the public out from learning the weakness of the case against Speck. City officials and the press had already assured everyone that he was guilty. Chicago's police commissioner had gone so far as to publicly declare Speck the killer even as he was releasing his photo to the media. Before even being arrested or formally charged with any crimes, Speck was already being presented to the public as a convicted mass murderer. And the public was hungry for a culprit to hang this heinous crime on. Never mind that the motive claimed by the state, robbery, was as ridiculous as it had been when claimed as the motive for the slaughter of the Clutter family in Kansas. Never mind that there are much easier ways to acquire $23,000 than by savagely murdering 8 women with one's bare hands. Someone had to pay for this assault on society, regardless of why the crime was really perpetrated. Speck would do just fine. Many of the more thoughtful citizens of Chicago, however, are still waiting to learn what really happened in that house on that fateful night. The most likely explanation? The survivor and star witness was not actually a survivor at all. She was quite possibly an accomplice to a cult of individuals who perpetrated this slaughter. She could well have been the inside man, so to speak. And it was not likely an accident that she was left alive. It was essential that she remain alive to sell the single assailant scenario and thereby derail an investigation before it ever began. After all, authorities noted from the beginning that the house was not highly visible and immediately assumed that the killer was familiar with the surroundings. Speck did not have that familiarity, but Amorau certainly did. And it is a rather odd fact that Amorau admitted to being the one to let the killer or killers into the house. And what of Speck? He was likely little more than a patsy or fall guy who may have been involved to some extent in the killings, but he certainly was not the sole assailant. And he might not have been in the house at all that night. He had no memory of ever leaving the bar that he had been drinking in earlier that evening, but he did remember receiving an injection from a man he did not know. There is no question that Speck was drinking in a bar that night. A number of witnesses placed him there, though most were unsure of when Speck had left. Two of the witnesses, though, a husband and wife, placed him at the bar during at least a portion of the timeframe when the killings occurred. These witnesses were neither friends nor acquaintances of the accused, and they had no known reason to provide Speck with a false alibi. It is possible that Richard Speck, like David Berkowitz and Pietro Pacciani, took the fall to protect others. That would certainly help explain the preposterously lax treatment of Speck during his confinement, as evidenced by that home videotape, produced circa 1988, that depicted Speck snorting huge piles of cocaine and flashing rolls of money, not to mention sporting a rather large and quite unattractive pair of breasts. No explanation has been forthcoming as to how it was possible for one of America's most notorious killers, while residing in what is reputedly one of the toughest prisons in the country, was able to obtain copious quantities of drugs and money, and gain access to video equipment and hormone treatments. It could be that Speck was rewarded in prison for being such a stand-up guy. Speck had previously caught a number of breaks from the criminal justice system in his native Texas, where he grew up in the violently abusive home of his stepfather, named, strangely enough, Carl August Lindbergh. Just the year before the carnage in Chicago, he had been convicted of savagely attacking a girl with a knife and nearly killing her. Despite the seriousness of the crime, and despite having a lengthy police record that included 41 arrests in a dozen years, Speck served just 5 months. This act of judicial leniency was attributed to a bureaucratic error. Speck caught another break in 1972 when his death sentence was voided by the U.S. Supreme Court and he was resentenced to a term of 400 to 1,200 years, with the possibility of parole, which was still a pretty harsh sentence for a man who quite likely was, as he maintained for over a decade, innocent. Not long after producing his infamous videotape, Speck's luck ran out. At the relatively young age of 49, he died in prison, allegedly of a heart attack. A few years later, Cora Amorau made an appearance on The Oprah Winfrey Show to speak publicly about the killings for the first time in 27 years. Just days after Richard Speck, whose crudely tattooed arm declared him born to raise hell, was arrested in Chicago, Charles Whitman, a former U.S. Marine sharpshooter who had received training by the Naval Enlisted Science Education Program (NESEP), an intelligence entity, ascended the tower at the University of Texas at Austin and unleashed a barrage of firepower on the unsuspecting campus. By the time it was over, Whitman and 14 others lay dead and another 31 victims were wounded. To ascend to his perch, Whitman purportedly dragged a heavy footlocker, loaded with 3 rifles, 3 handguns, a sawed-off shotgun, 700 rounds of ammunition, 2 knives, enough food and water to last for several days, gasoline, an alarm clock, a radio, a compass, a hammer, a hatchet, and various other items, up the final 3 flights of stairs, unnoticed and unassisted. Once there, his shooting spree lasted for more than an hour and a half. Firing with uncanny accuracy, he picked off 15 victims in the first 35 minutes alone, with shots coming at various times from all 4 sides of the clock tower. So many shots were pouring out of the sniper's nest at times that many witnesses on the ground assumed that there were multiple gunmen. The night before the rampage, Charles had killed his wife and his mother, although it was his violently abusive father for whom he was said to have had an intense hatred. Whitman had also left a note, which read in part, "I don't quite understand what is compelling me to type this note. I have been to a psychiatrist. I have been having fears and violent impulses. Along with the note, he reportedly left a roll of exposed film with instructions to develop it after his death. Both of these mass murders, one in Chicago, Illinois and one in Austin, Texas, took place just weeks after Anton LaVey had formally established the Church of Satan and declared April 30, 1966 to be the first day of the Age of Satan. Whitman's rampage occurred on August 1, Llamas on the occult calendar. Just 3 weeks prior to LaVey's pronouncement, longtime CIA asset Henry Luce's venerable Time magazine had asked its readers the symbolic question, "Is God dead?" The face of a particularly brutal criminal enterprise, masquerading as a religion, was beginning to emerge from the shadows, and its effect on American society would be profound. As the New York Times observed 33 years later, on the occasion of the reopening of the tower's observation deck, the Whitman attack marked a new and different terror, that anyone anywhere could be killed at random. As the Times also noted, this new, and wholly manufactured, threat prompted many police departments to develop the first SWAT teams. America was under siege.
Our goal was to create an atmosphere where there's lawlessness and disorder everywhere. David, son of Sam, Berkowitz. Chapter 12, Satan's Family Tree. The devil can get into people and cause them to do things they wouldn't do otherwise. Herbert Mullen, speaking to a Bible study class.
In New York City in 1875, Madame Helena Petrovna Blavatsky founded the Theosophical Society, an occult-based group that survives to this day and that supplied much of the ideology of Hitler's Third Reich. Over the course of the next decade and a half, Blavatsky published Isis Unveiled and The Secret Doctrine, 2 literary works that have proven to be hugely influential with many succeeding generations of modern Satanists and white supremacists. As author Peter Levenda has written, Blavatsky popularized the notion of a spiritual struggle between various races, and of the inherent superiority of the Aryan race, hypothetically the latest in the line of spiritual evolution. This belief in Aryan supremacy was echoed by philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche, who during the same timeframe posited the existence of an Aryan Superman, and advocated racial genocide. Nietzsche's work was also liberally borrowed from by the architects of Nazi Germany. One of Blavatsky's most devout followers was instrumental in introducing to Western Europe the infamous Protocols of the Elders of Zion. This notorious document, which more or less accurately identified the existence of an ultra-secret cabal bent on global domination and the subjugation of the world's people, identified this game plan as a grand Jewish conspiracy, thereby fueling the rabid antisemitism that served to stabilize the fascist states of Europe. Blavatsky also wrote of the importance of ancient alphabets, particularly what are referred to as runes. Many of these runes would later show up prominently in the symbolism of the Nazi Party, including the SS lightning bolts and the swastika, which had been identified by Blavatsky as having supreme occult significance. With the founding of the Theosophical Society in 1875, Blavatsky was essentially being passed the torch by Abbé Alphonse Louis Constant, who died that same year. Better known in occult circles as Eliphas Levi, Constant was a French magician, author, and former priest who wrote a series of highly influential books from 1855 to 1865, Dogma and Ritual of High Magic, The History of Magic, and The Key of the Great Mysteries. One of Levi's disciples was General Albert Pike, Chief of Intelligence for the Confederate Army and the highest-ranking Freemason in North America. In 1867, Pike incorporated Levi's ideas into the Constitution that he drafted for an overtly racist, occult-based secret society that he and an alliance of Confederate generals and intelligence operatives created following the American Civil War, the Ku Klux Klan. Levi's ideas would later find favor with the occult practitioners who engineered the rise of Nazi Germany. 1875 was also the year that a certain Edward Alexander Crowley was born. Edward, better known as Alistair, or by the grandiose label that he chose for himself, the Great Beast 666, was without question the most influential occultist of the 20th century. He was also an asset of British military intelligence, just as Albert Pike was an American intelligence operative, and just as Karl Kellner, Franz Hartmann and Theodore Roos had close ties to German intelligence entities. Hartmann, Roos and Kellner were the primary architects of the Ordo Templi Orientis (OTO), a secret society formed in Germany around 1895 that claims to be in a direct line of descent from the Knights Templar, which some researchers believe to be the granddaddy of all the occult-based, secret Masonic societies. Whether or not there is any factual basis for that belief remains an open question, and one that is far beyond the scope of this book. What is known is that the OTO was directly linked to Blavatsky through Hartmann, a theosophist and close associate of the Madam. The Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn (OGD), founded by Theosophist William Westcott in 1888, was closely allied with Blavatsky's group as well. It was in the OGD, which he joined in 1898, that Aleister Crowley first attained occult celebrity status. He created his own occult order, which he named the Astrum Argenteum Silver Star, in 1907 and began publishing its newsletter, The Equinox, a couple years later. In 1912, he forged a close association with Theodore Roos, who introduced him to the OTO and appointed Crowley to head the order's UK chapter. That same year, Crowley penned an OTO manifesto that included a list of those he claimed to be past Grand Masters of the Lodge. On that list were composer Richard Wagner and an associate of his, Friedrich Nietzsche, whose published works included The Antichrist. In 1919, Crowley declared that every non-member of the occult order should be treated as a savage. Around that same time, he became known for his published works of pro-German and pro-Nazi propaganda, which he continued to produce through both world wars. While living in the U.S., Crowley wrote for two pro-fascist rags, The Fatherland and The Internationalist. Around 1920, Crowley moved to Sicily where he founded the Thelema Abbey, a site that quickly became known for conducting satanic rites, complete with animal sacrifices, bestiality, and blood drinking. The abbey also gained notoriety for being fraught with death and disease. Crowley's own infant child died there, as did others. At the time, Crowley was openly accused of infanticide, and he never denied the charges. To the contrary, Crowley openly and rather flamboyantly reveled in his depravity. In Diary of a Dope Fiend, Crowley was a lifelong abuser of drugs of all types. He wrote that, "I have driven myself to delight in dirty and disgusting debauches, and to devour human excrement and human flesh." Those close to Crowley had the rather disturbing habit of dropping dead under unusual circumstances. As Gary Valentine Lackman has written, a study of Crowley's life and that of his disciples shows that many of them ended up mad, destitute or prematurely dead, occasionally all three. From early in his life, Crowley developed an unsavory reputation for killing his mountain climbing partners, a number of whom failed to make it home from their joint expeditions. In his native England, he was widely rumored to routinely sacrifice children and dump their mutilated remains in the Thames River. In one notable incident, Crowley and an assistant entered a locked room to perform a ritual. The assistant did not make it out alive. Immediately following that escapade, Crowley reportedly spent 4 months in a mental hospital. Crowley's offspring did not fare much better than his climbing partners did. In addition to the child that died at Thelema Abbey, a young daughter of his died in 1906, and some reports claim that a son died as well, in a separate incident. The Great Beast himself died on December 1, 1947. He was at the time the worldwide head of the Ordo Templi Orientis, having been named by Roos as his successor in 1923 and confirmed in 1924, though some reports hold that Crowley appointed himself to the leadership position as early as 1922. With his passing, a new generation of occult superstars stood ready to take the torch, each of them devoted to spreading the word of the Great Beast. "Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law." One of these disciples was Gerald Gardner, who replaced Crowley as the UK's most famous occultist. Gardner was born in 1884 into an affluent family in the UK, and he served for a time as a British customs agent. He was also the head of his own OTO lodge and a close associate of Crowley. Before his death, Crowley helped Gardner craft new rituals for what would become known as Wicca in 1949. 2 years after his mentor's death, Gardner penned High Magic's Aid. He followed that with Witchcraft Today, 1954, and The Meaning of Witchcraft, 1959, and the movement was off and running. More recently, Sir Lawrence Gardner, Gerald's son, penned a couple of books that attempt to justify genocide and Aryan supremacy. Lawrence Gardner also serves as the presidential attaché to the European Council of Princes, an entity that has admitted to receiving funding from the Central Intelligence Agency. One of the senior Gardner's early recruits was Alexander Saunders, who was raised by a grandmother who was well versed in the black arts. As a child, Saunders was shipped off for a time to live with, and be trained by, Crowley himself. By the late 1960s, Saunders was a national celebrity in his native UK, having anointed himself the King of the Witches. During the filming of Eye of the Devil in 1967, Saunders claimed to have initiated the film's star, Manson victim Sharon Tate, into witchcraft. His followers are said to practice Alexandrian witchcraft, while followers of Gardner practice Gardnerian witchcraft. Both owe much to the teachings of Aleister Crowley. Saunders' counterpart in America was the equally flamboyant Anton Zunder Lavie, who achieved minor celebrity status in the 1960s and 1970s as the Clown Prince of Satanism. Lavie's profile was first raised by San Francisco Chronicle columnist Herb Caen, who frequently provided free publicity. Cosmopolitan, Life, Look, McCall's, and the Phil Donahue and Johnny Carson shows also helped to steer recruits Lavie's way. Lavie claimed to have a lengthy and very colorful resume. He had worked, he said, as a lion tamer with the Clyde Beatty Circus and as a fortune teller and astrologer in a carnival. He had worked with an uncle in Las Vegas who was a close associate of Bugsy Siegel and Meyer Lansky, both of whom he had met. He had studied criminology and worked as a crime scene photographer for the San Francisco Police Department, who consulted with him on nut cases. He had been a professional hypnotist, organist and ghostbuster. He had been a paramour and Svengali of a young and then unknown Marilyn Monroe. It is unclear how much of this resume is accurate. Following Lavie's death, his daughter claimed that his entire life story was a fabrication, which would hardly be surprising if Lavie was, as he appears to have been, an intelligence operative. Together with Crowley-inspired filmmaker Kenneth Anger, Lavie organized the Magic Circle in San Francisco in the mid-1960s. By 1966, the group had evolved into the Church of Satan. From its inception, Lavie's group included an inordinate number of police, military and intelligence personnel. One of these was Lieutenant Colonel Michael Aquino, who left Lavie's circle in 1975 to found his own overtly satanic order, the Temple of Set. Before his departure, Aquino had been the highest-ranking member of the Church of Satan other than Lavie. He had joined the Church of Satan upon his return from Vietnam, where he served as a psychological warfare specialist, which very likely means that he served as part of the Phoenix program. Aquino returned from Vietnam with a Bronze Star, an Air Medal and an Army Commendation Medal. The colonel, who reportedly began reporting directly to the Joint Chiefs of Staff in 1981, is not the only intelligence asset in the Temple of Set. According to a police intelligence report cited by Carl Raschke in 1990, at least two of Aquino's top lieutenants at that time were intelligence operatives as well. Although Aquino denies it, his group embraces an unabashedly fascistic ideology. The reading list that he provides to his followers includes a number of pro-Nazi books, including Adolf Hitler's Mein Kampf. Aquino advises members to look therein for the discussions concerning the selection of leaders, control of the masses, and the justification for human social organization. Aquino's admiration for the Third Reich was also illustrated by his visit to Wewelsburg Castle to perform a satanic working. During the reign of the Nazi Party, Wewelsburg had been lavishly restored by Heinrich Himmler to serve as the headquarters of the Black Order of the SS. As such, it is considered sacred ground by some modern Satanists. Aquino has been known to claim that he is the son of an SS officer, although at other times he has claimed that he is a homunculus magically created by the Babylon working, performed by Jack Parsons and L. Ron Hubbard. After the temple was incorporated in the state of California as a non-profit church, Aquino's group quickly received both state and federal recognition, as well as tax-exempt status. The temple's members like to boast of being the only satanic church to hold such credentials. There have been claims made that, like Aquino, Lavie also had a fondness for the Third Reich. Some reports hold that Lavie secretly forged an alliance with the National Renaissance Party, an overtly racist, neo-Nazi organization. Such claims are not difficult to believe, given that Lavie's writings reveal an ideology that can best be characterized as fascism cloaked in quasi-religious dogma. His best-known work, The Satanic Bible, contains a dedication to Karl Haushofer, one of the occult architects of the Third Reich. According to some reports, Haushofer dictated virtually verbatim an entire chapter of Mein Kampf, although legend holds that the tome was dictated to Rudolf Hess by an imprisoned Adolf Hitler. Hess was, it should probably be noted, a member of the Thule Gesellschaft, a powerful occult society behind the rise of fascism, and had been a student and protege of Haushofer at the University of Munich. Lavie's prolific writings are filled with pro-police and pro-authoritarian propaganda, unabashed elitism, and calls for the destruction of the weak by the strong, calls that echo Crowley's writings in Book of the Law: "We have nothing with the outcast and unfit, let them die in their misery. For they feel not. Compassion is the vice of kings, stamp down the wretched and the weak, this is the law of the strong." The Church of Satan's promotional literature has proudly proclaimed the Church of Satan to be an eclectic body that traces its origins to many sources, including the ritual magic of Aleister Crowley and the Black Order of Germany in the 1920s and 1930s. Readers are reminded that the Black Order was the elite branch of the Schutzstaffel SS that was primarily responsible for engineering countless crimes against humanity during the reign of the Reich. In The Black Flame, an official publication of the Church of Satan, Lavie once wrote, "If a neo-fascist look, or outlook, makes for men who look like men and women who look like women, I am all for it." He also offered the following observation: "There is nothing inherently wrong with fascism, given the nature and needs of the average citizen. Now it's not so much a case of avoiding fascism, but of replacing a screwed-up, disjointed, fragmented and stupefying kind of fascism with one that is more sensible and truly progressive." Peter Gilmore, a ranking member of the Church of Satan, has described modern Satanism as practiced by Lavie's group as a brutal religion of elitism and social Darwinism that seeks to re-establish the reign of the able over the idiotic, of swift justice over injustice, and for a wholesale rejection of egalitarianism as a myth that has crippled the advancement of the human species for the last 2,000 years. Gilmore has also advocated the institution of an American Schutzstaffel. The Temple of Set is only one of several groups that have been spawned from Lavie's inner circle. Another is the Werewolf Order, co-founded by Lavie's daughter Xena and Manson admirer Nicholas Schreck. That particular spin-off was patterned directly after the so-called Werewolf Corps, Nazi terrorist cells created in post-war Germany to thwart attempts at denazification. Xena Lavie and Nicholas Schreck are also notable for hosting, along with publisher Adam Parfrey, a public gathering on August 8, 1988 that was organized to celebrate the anniversary of the slaughter of Sharon Tate by the Manson family. Another disciple of Crowley, and an occult superstar in his own right, was rocket fuel scientist Jack Parsons. In 1939, Parsons joined the Agape Lodge of the OTO in Pasadena, California, where he also helped found the prestigious Jet Propulsion Laboratory. The Agape was the only OTO lodge in the States at that time, though there was an active lodge in Vancouver started by Charles Stansfield Jones. In 1942, Parsons took the magical name of Freighter 210 and assumed leadership of the Pasadena Lodge, with the blessings of Crowley. Parsons led the branch of the German-based, pro-Nazi order throughout the war years, while at the same time working on highly classified military projects purportedly aimed at defeating the European fascist powers. One of his early recruits, and most avid disciples, had just served with the U.S. Navy in the Pacific and was the son of a naval commander. Calling himself Freighter H, he claimed at various times to work for the Los Angeles Police Department, the FBI, and the Office of Naval Intelligence. In truth, he may very well have worked for all of them. Freighter H, perhaps better known as L. Ron Hubbard, soon became Parsons' right-hand man. In 1946, the two adepts performed an allegedly important ritual that they dubbed the Babylon Working. 2 years later, following the death of mentor Crowley, Parsons took the oath of the Antichrist and took on an elaborate new name, Belarian Armalus al-Dajjal Antichrist. His Pasadena mansion served as the lodge's temple. Leadership of the OTO had, for the time being, been passed by Crowley into the hands of Karl Germer, a former Nazi spy. Hubbard, meanwhile, parted ways with Parsons and by 1950 had launched the Hubbard Dianetics Research Foundation in New Jersey. In May 1950, Astounding Science Fiction, a pulp magazine, introduced Dianetics as a purportedly new science. Within weeks, Hubbard's book had hit the bestseller lists. In 1952, he moved his operation to Phoenix and renamed it the Hubbard Association of Scientologists. In June of that same year, just 2 days short of the summer solstice, Parsons allegedly blew himself up while at work in his private home lab. When informed of her son's death, his mother promptly committed suicide. Rumors surrounding Parsons' death named L. Ron Hubbard, Howard Hughes and Randolph Hearst as possible suspects. In 1953, the Church of Scientology was formally incorporated in Los Angeles. The group grew quickly over the succeeding years, particularly in the late 1960s, when membership quadrupled with the addition of such members as Charles Manson. By 1967, Hubbard's empire included command of a fleet of ships. Though the Church of Scientology has worked hard to gloss over its occult roots, its founder's own son, L. Ron Hubbard Jr., has been quoted as saying, "Hitler was involved in the same black magic and the same occult practices that my father was." The identical ones. My father thought of himself as the Beast 666 incarnate. When Crowley died in 1947, my father then decided that he should wear the cloak of the Beast. There seems to have been a lot of that going around. Ron Jr. has also said that the one super secret sentence that Scientology is built on is, "Do as thou wilt." In the early 1960s, two ranking members of the Church of Scientology, Robert Moore and Mary Ann McLean, better known as the de Grimstons, split off from London's Hubbard Institute to form the Process Church of the Final Judgment, a group whose official logo is a modified swastika and whose literature included glowing tributes to Nazism, Satan, gore and necrophilia. The group's bookstore reportedly stocked titles on topics such as Hitler, organized crime, hypnosis, brainwashing, and the occult. Moore, a former cavalry officer and the grandson of a British vicar, and McLean, a one-time prostitute who was connected to the Profumo scandal and who reportedly believes that she is the reincarnation of Nazi propagandist Joseph Goebbels, first left London with their followers just after the summer solstice of 1966, arriving first in Nassau and then in Xtul, Mexico. They were soon back in London. By 1967, they had arrived in the States, first setting up shop in New Orleans' French Quarter, where the organization was formally incorporated with the assistance of a former lawyer for the Catholic Church. In March 1968, the group moved their base of operations to San Francisco, taking up residence not far from Lave's Church of Satan and various other occult groups, including a branch of the OTO. Recruiters for the group had been in the Bay Area since the 1967 Summer of Love, signing on such members as Brother Ely, a member of the Gypsy Jokers biker gang whose home, Process Church Temple, was located just 2 blocks away from the home of the Manson family. From its inception, the Process made no effort to hide its infatuation with death, destruction and cultural terrorism. In the essay Jehovah on War, Moore commanded his followers, "Thou shalt kill." Another essay that appeared in the official Process publication urged readers to experience the pleasures of grave robbing and necrophilia. A rant in the Death issue was penned by a recent transplant to the Bay Area by the name of Charles Manson. Also by 1967, the Process had already spawned at least one spin-off, probably from the group's inner circle, reportedly known as the Omega. The spin-off has been variously referred to as the 4P movement, the 4Pi cult, or the Ching'an cult. The group's logo is a stylized swastika composed of 4 Ps. Its members are said to share a fascination with Nazi racist doctrines. Author Michael Newton has written, if law enforcement spokesmen are correct, the cult is also deeply involved in white slavery, child pornography, and the international narcotics trade. The first branch of the cult was organized in Northern California, and is said to have held its early gatherings in the Santa Cruz Mountains, adjacent to that boiling cauldron of satanic activity known as San Francisco. From this primordial stew would arise, in the late 60s, the Manson family. Much of Manson's ideology was taken directly from the teachings of the Process Church, with whom Charlie was closely connected, as alluded to by Bugliosi in Helter Skelter and greatly elaborated on by Ed Sanders in The Family and Maury Terry in The Ultimate Evil. Manson was exposed to the Process as early as the spring of 1967 at San Francisco's infamous Devil House, and he later claimed to have met the leaders of the Process at the Polanski home, which he is known to have visited before the killings. Manson was also linked to the Church of Satan, the Solar Lodge of the OTO, which operated from a ranch near Blythe and a cult-owned house near the University of Southern California campus. The Church of Scientology. Charlie declared himself to be a theta clear after 150 hours of auditing while in prison, a particularly bizarre group known as the Kirke Order of the Dog Blood, and a number of occult-oriented biker gangs, including the Straight Satans, who once attended a Ku Klux Klan rally in the San Fernando Valley, the Satan Slaves, the Gypsy Jokers, the Jokers out of Hell, and the Coffin Makers. Terry's evidence indicates that the family was itself a satanic cult, specifically a faction of the Process spawned 4Pi cult and a sister group to both the New York chapter said to be responsible for the Son of Sam slayings and the Santa Cruz, San Francisco faction that may have been responsible for the Zodiac murders. The Manson family, appropriately enough, was also deeply involved in drug trafficking, just as Henry Lee Lucas claimed his cult to be. It is not likely a coincidence that Henry's partner, Otis Toole, was known to have paid visits to the New Orleans headquarters of the Process Church. With all that in mind, we now turn our attention to the San Francisco, Santa Cruz area and the explosion of violent murders that belched forth from that cauldron beginning in the late 1960s.
Satan is a Fascist, title of an April 1972 article by Donald Nugent in The Month that referred to the unholy trinity of Adolf Hitler, Charles Manson, and Anton LaVey. Inasmuch as fascism stands for an embracing of the natural order and a rejection of anything goes attitudes that have hindered our society, particularly since the 1960s, then fascists we are. Church of Satan Magister Peter Gilmore, in The Black Flame, Volume 4, No. 1 and 2. Chapter 13, The Spawning Ground. Otis Toole, I've been meaning to ask you, that time when I cooked some of these people? Why'd I do that? Henry Lee Lucas, I think it was just the hands doing it. I know a lot of things we done, in human sight, are impossible to believe. Toole, when we took 'em out and cut 'em up, remember one time I said I wanted me some ribs? Did that make me a cannibal? Lucas, you wasn't a cannibal. It's the force of the devil, something forced on us that we can't change. There's no reason denying what we become. We know what we are.
On March 21, 1967, the spring equinox, Charles Mills Manson was released from prison and given transport to San Francisco, where, despite having served virtually his entire adult life in prison, he immediately started gathering devoted followers, many recruited from the various satanic groups blossoming in the area. In the spring of the following year, 1968, Manson loaded his new followers into a bus and took them on the road, ultimately settling into the Los Angeles area where Charlie quickly and improbably established numerous prominent contacts in the entertainment industry. As Neil Young, who knew Charlie and his girls well and once tried to get the head of Warner Brothers to sign the aspiring singer-songwriter, once told an interviewer, a lot of pretty well-known musicians around LA knew him, though they'd probably deny it now. On December 20, 1968, just shy of the winter solstice, what was thought to be the first of the Zodiac murders rocked the San Francisco area when a man was shot once in the head at point-blank range with a .22 and his female companion was shot multiple times with the same weapon. A detective working the case noted that the male victim had recently learned of a major drug deal that was about to go down, and he had been talking openly about who was involved in the transaction. It would later be speculated that the Zodiac killings actually began in the Los Angeles area on the eve of Halloween, 1966, just a few months after the rampages of Richard Speck and Charles Whitman. The victim, Sherry Jo Bates, had been stabbed in the chest and her throat had been slit so deeply that she was nearly decapitated. A wristwatch of military origin had been found at the crime scene, along with a military-style heel print. The circumstances of the murder suggested that the female victim knew her killer and had spent a portion of the evening with him before the attack. What was said to be a confession was received in the mail and, on Walpurgisnacht of 1967, taunting letters were sent to area newspapers and to the victim's father. The FBI would later inadvertently reveal that it had an alternate version of the confession, featuring the exact same wording but set in a different typescript and with a different number of words per line. On Independence Day, 1969, another couple was gunned down in their car, this time with a 9mm semi-automatic. The woman, Darlene Ferrin, who appeared to be the primary target of the attack, the man survived his wounds, may have known the previous Zodiac victims. She had reportedly told her friends that she had witnessed a murder by a man who had subsequently been following her. In the weeks before her death, she had been receiving mysterious packages from a man living in Mexico who Darlene had, for unexplained reasons, married in 1966 using an assumed name and then later divorced. Her companion on the night of the murder, Michael Mageau, left his home in such a hurry that the lights and TV were left on and the front door was left open. He later told investigators that he and Darlene were followed immediately upon leaving Ferrin's house. After changing his story several times, Mageau went into hiding. Shortly after the shootings, police received a call from a man claiming credit for Ferrin's murder. The call was placed from a payphone just outside the sheriff's station. At the end of July, the first of what proved to be a long series of letters arrived at area newspaper offices, with a request that the letter be published on August 1, the occult holiday known as Lammas. The series of letters were laced with codes that suggested that the writer had a background in naval intelligence, bringing the ONI Office of Naval Intelligence onto the case. Other agencies that investigated the Zodiac killings included the FBI, the U.S. Postal Service, the California Department of Justice, and 4 local police agencies. On August 4, 1969, the killer supplied his moniker in a letter that began, "This is the Zodiac speaking." Just days later, on the nights of August 8 and 9, the Manson family committed two of the most notorious multiple murders in the nation's history, the Tate LaBianca slayings. The Manson killings were part of a weekend orgy of violence in Los Angeles that saw the city record 29 known homicides in just 4 days. Before the search for the perpetrators of the high-profile murders was over, it would involve the FBI, the Mossad, the California Beverage Control Board, the U.S. Treasury Department, the L.A. County District Attorney's Office, the LAPD, the L.A. Sheriff's Office, and Colonel Paul Tate, a U.S. Army intelligence asset, Vietnam veteran, and the father of victim Sharon Tate. Also brought in by Roman Polanski to assist in his own investigation of the killings was famed psychic Peter Hurkos. Hurkos had earlier made a high-profile appearance alongside of F. Lee Bailey in the Boston Strangler case, which will be covered in a later chapter. At the time of the Manson murders, Hurkos was involved in organizing a black arts festival scheduled for Halloween Day, 1969. The event's other organizers were Timothy Leary and Anton LaVey, who were scheduled to host the festival before it was cancelled. The month after the Tate LaBianca killings, and just after the autumnal equinox, a man and woman were stabbed multiple times in a San Francisco area park. Despite the fact that it took nearly an hour for an ambulance to respond to a call as the pair lay bleeding, the man survived the attack. In what has to be the only known case of a serial killer showing up for work dressed in a logo-bearing costume, the assailant was described as wearing a strange hood with an attached apron that prominently displayed the trademark symbol of the zodiac. The attacker reportedly had a gun, but chose instead to use a knife, breaking from the previous pattern and likely contributing to the survival of the male victim. Prints from a military-issue boot distributed primarily to U.S. naval bases on the West Coast were found at the scene. The professed killer again called police, again from a payphone near the local police station. He reportedly left a clear palm print on the phone, but a nervous technician reportedly destroyed it. On October 11, 1969, one day shy of the birthday of Aleister Crowley, a taxi driver was shot once in the head with a 9mm handgun, although it was a different 9mm than had been used previously by the Zodiac. At 4 San Francisco area crime scenes, the Zodiac had now used a different weapon at each. The latest victim had picked up his fare on Mason Street and had then driven him to an address in the Presidio Heights area of the city, where he was promptly shot. Some local kids witnessed the murder and immediately called the police with a description of the assailant. For unexplained reasons, however, the police dispatcher broadcast a description of a black perpetrator, allowing the real shooter to evade a massive police response. 2 days later, a new letter from the Zodiac claimed credit for the killing and threatened a future attack on a school bus. On October 22, a man identifying himself as the Zodiac called authorities and requested to speak, strangely enough, to either F. Lee Bailey or San Francisco attorney Melvin Belli. A spectacle then played out in which the man, calling himself Sam, called and had a live chat on the air with the CIA-linked Belli. In November, another letter arrived from the elusive Zodiac, this one containing a bomb threat. Also in November 1969, 2 Scientologists were found savagely murdered on the streets of Los Angeles. Each had been stabbed more than 50 times. One of the victims had dated Manson disciple Bruce Davis in 1968, just before Charlie had sent Davis to London to visit both the headquarters of the Process Church and the local Scientology school. Davis was later convicted of other, unrelated murder charges, and he has been identified by some researchers as a possible suspect in the Zodiac killings. Another Zodiac letter, addressed to Belli, was sent on December 20, just shy of the winter solstice. On April 20, 1970, yet another letter was sent. It was followed by a dragon card on April 28. The next day, on the eve of Walpurgisnacht, the Zodiac's bomb threat was revealed to the public, ratcheting up the already high level of fear in the Bay Area. Interestingly, one of the Zodiac's numerous letters contained a coded reference to the locations of the killings. A decoding suggested that the crime scenes formed a pattern that centered on Mount Diablo, the Devil's Mountain, and that utilized an obscure unit of measurement known as a radian, which is a mathematical unit based on the number pi. Elsewhere in the country, a man named Stanley Baker was convicted in July 1970 for the murder of a Montana resident. Baker made a candid admission to his arresting officers: "I have a problem. I am a cannibal." As proof, he produced from his pocket a well-gnawed human finger. Baker was the talkative sort, and he readily confessed his involvement in a number of other murders that he claimed he had committed as a member of the process-spawned 4 Pi cult. Police were able to confirm his complicity in a particularly brutal mutilation murder in San Francisco, thanks to his having left behind a bloody fingerprint. California courts nevertheless declined to prosecute Baker for the homicide with the remarkable claim that he had been denied a speedy trial. Despite his confessed involvement in a number of murders, and despite the fact that the murder for which he was convicted involved him ripping out the man's heart and eating it, Baker was released from prison after just 14 years, and according to recent reports, he remains at large today. This in spite of the fact that he distinguished himself as something less than a model prisoner during his incarceration by starting his own satanic cult and having no fewer than 11 weapons confiscated by guards. Just as Stanley Baker and Charlie Manson had migrated away from San Francisco, so too did many other disenchanted hippies and flower children move on in the late 1960s and early 1970s. Many of them found refuge in the hundreds of square miles of sparsely settled wilderness offered by the Santa Cruz Mountains, where the abundance of rich soil and clear, running water provided ideal conditions for communal living and marijuana cultivation. By 1972, some 17,000 men, women and children had taken up residence in the fertile glens and along the rich creek beds of Santa Cruz. As Margaret Cheney described the scene,
every enterprising commune or solo druid grew a patch of cannabis, but it did not end there. More enterprising men began to operate small, portable pill factories in the remoter parts of the forest, turning out LSD and amphetamines for the city market, free of police harassment. A small cult of Satanists from San Francisco liked the landscape and opened a local parish. After them came pretenders, exploiters and hangers-on. The more sensational news media promoted the black mass aura. Small sacrificial animals were occasionally found beheaded.
Seemingly random, motiveless killings quickly began to plague Santa Cruz. On October 19, 1970, in a case closely mirroring the slaughter of the residents of the Tate House the year before, John Lindley Frazier, allegedly acting alone, killed all the occupants of a home in Santa Cruz, including a prominent doctor, his wife, secretary, and 2 children. Frazier, who was known to have a strong interest in the occult, was said to have started his own lifestyle as an Aquarian-age hermit living in a 6-foot square shack in the woods, a lifestyle later adopted by Ted Kaczynski, who was a subject of MKUltra experiments while he was a young student at Harvard, and who has been named by some researchers as a possible suspect in the Zodiac killings. Just over a week after the Frazier killings, a Halloween card was received from the Zodiac. More cards and letters followed, the last of which arrived in 1974. The murders were never solved, though many believe that, as Inyo County District Attorney Frank Fowles has stated, Manson and the Zodiac Killer were connected. Soon after Frazier's rampage, women began going missing from around the Santa Cruz area. As early as autumn of 1968, reports began surfacing of grisly occult sacrifices being performed in the surrounding mountains. By the summer of 1972, it was clear that Santa Cruz had a problem. Mutilated bodies began showing up in the hills. By the time 1973 rolled around, the bodies were piling up at an alarming rate. In just the first 6 weeks of the year, 8 bodies were found, and women were continuing to disappear. What had once been an idyllic community had been radically transformed, the murder rate had quintupled, and Santa Cruz had achieved the rather dubious distinction of having the highest homicide rate in the country. Many of the area's killings were credited to 2 alleged serial killers, Edmund Kemper and Herb Mullin, who were said to be operating at the same time in the same city, though acting independently of each other. Kemper's bloody odyssey reportedly included 8 victims brutally butchered between May 1972 and April 1973, most of them co-eds whose corpses were cannibalized and sexually violated. Mullin was credited with dispatching 13 victims in just 4 months, from October 13, 1972 through February 13, 1973. Mullin admitted to having a strong interest in the occult, a fact made evident by the nature of the killings attributed to him. The first victim was killed on Friday the 13th, the second on or about Halloween, and the third murder was the stabbing of a Catholic priest in his confessional on November 2, celebrated as All Souls' Day. To briefly recap, no fewer than 6 serial killers, mass murderers, Charles Manson, Stanley Baker, Edmund Kemper, Herbert Mullin, John Lindley Frazier, and the Zodiac, were all spawned from the Santa Cruz, San Francisco metropolitan area in a span of just over 4 years, at a time when serial killers were a rare enough phenomenon that they hadn't yet acquired a name. And another serial killer was said to be at work not far away during the same timeframe. As Bundy chronicler Richard Larson recounts, the bodies of at least 14 young women and girls were found, nude and with their belongings missing, in Northern California between December 1969 and December 1973. In the immediate vicinity of each of the bodies was found an elaborate witchcraft symbol of twigs and rocks. Remarkably enough, the crimes collectively attributed to these men did not even account for all the ritualized homicides that occurred in the Bay Area during that time. For example, the murder of Fred Bennett, the captain of the Oakland chapter of the Black Panthers whose mutilated remains were found scattered in the Santa Cruz Hills, was never solved. And many of the young students who were reported missing from local campuses were never found, either dead or alive, and were therefore never listed as homicide victims. On October 12, 1974, the birthday of Aleister Crowley, student Arliss Perry was brutally murdered and left on display in the Stanford Memorial Church on the campus of Stanford University, nestled in the shadows of the Santa Cruz Mountains. Perry was left lying on her back, with her head toward the altar and her legs spread wide. She was nude from the waist down and an altar candle protruded from her vagina. Another altar candle was wedged between her exposed breasts. Her jeans had been neatly arranged in an inverted V shape and placed across her splayed legs, forming the Masonic symbol of the compass and the square. 5 years earlier, the very same symbol had been left carved into the stomach of Manson victim Leno LaBianca, as the W in the word war. The prime suspect in the still unsolved murder of Perry is a man named Bill Menser, who knew Charles Manson and at least one of his victims, Abigail Folger. In fact, Menser reportedly had lunch with Folger just a few days before her death. He later was connected to David, son of Sam, Berkowitz as well, and still later was convicted of the Cotton Club murder of aspiring film producer Roy Radin. A few years after Perry's murder, a new rash of serial killings began in nearby Sacramento, California. These were ultimately attributed to a man named Richard Chase, also known as the Vampire of Sacramento, and the Dracula Killer. These killers, Chase, Manson, Kemper, Mullen, the Zodiac, Frazier and Baker, heralded the dawn of a new era that soon had established serial killers as an ever-present part of the American landscape. Before 1960, fewer than 2 serial killers a year were reported nationwide. By 1970, the number had climbed to 6 per year, by 1980, to nearly 20 per year. By 1990, nearly 36 serial killers a year were being reported across the country. The years covered by the occult bloodbath in Northern California, 1967 through 1973, correspond precisely to the years that the Phoenix program in Vietnam was in full operation, although similar programs, under different names, existed prior to 1967. In September 1973, the head of the Phoenix operation, William Colby, was appointed as the new director of the Central Intelligence Agency. Phoenix had officially come home. Charles Mills Manson was born, no name, Maddox, the son of an alcoholic teenage prostitute. His mother was imprisoned for armed robbery when Charles was just a toddler, so the boy was sent to live with his grandparents. Following that, he lived for a time with an aunt and uncle in Virginia, who sent him off to his first day of school dressed as a girl, just as Henry Lee's mother had done. By age 8, Charles was back with his mother, who occasionally sent him off to stay with a moonshiner uncle. At age 9, he was sent to stay at the Jabalt Home for Boys, a reform school in Terre Haute, Indiana. 3 years later, the preteen boy was living alone in a single room at a boarding house, until he was discovered by authorities. How he came to be living alone remains something of a mystery. From that point on, Manson spent the vast majority of his life institutionalized. Charles next found himself housed at Boys Town, identified in the Franklin cover-up as a cesspool of pedophilic operations. By the age of 15, Charles was no longer a ward of the state, he had graduated to being a full-fledged convict. In prison, the diminutive Manson was repeatedly raped and beaten by guards and fellow inmates, until he managed to escape at the age of 16 and find his way to California. He was soon arrested again and sent to the rather ominously named National Training School for Boys in Washington, D.C. A few years later, he was set free and married briefly and fathered a child, while also working as a pimp. That occupation earned him a lengthy prison stay following a conviction for running an interstate vice ring. 7 years later, he was again set free, after reportedly following Henry Lee Lucas's lead by begging authorities at Terminal Island Prison not to release him. Within months, Charlie was playing his music in bars in San Francisco's Tenderloin district and gathering a large and devoted group of followers. In his brief period of freedom, he lived with and associated with hundreds of different people, many of them prominent in the entertainment industry. He made numerous contacts in the music business, including Dennis Wilson, Neil Young and Terry Melcher, the son of Doris Day and the former occupant, along with Candace Bergen, of the Cielo Drive home where the Tate murders occurred. Charlie even reportedly served as a religious consultant for Universal Studios on a movie about Christ, and also auditioned to be one of the Monkees. He was also deeply involved in a number of criminal enterprises, well before the consecutive bloodbaths that thrust him into the national limelight. As author Joel Norris has noted, Charlie was a drug dealer and contract killer, and had become involved in underworld crime, murder for hire rings, and child pornography. Interestingly enough, Manson has said that the family's most well-known victims were involved in some of the same enterprises. Don't you think those people deserve to die? They were involved in kiddie porn. Charlie had also, as previously noted, allied himself with various satanic cult groups that, as Norris notes, were heavily based on ritual bondage, sacrifice, and also murder. According to Ed Sanders, who interviewed numerous members and associates of the family, Manson was also involved in the production and distribution of snuff films. In the aftermath of the Tate and LaBianca killings, the LAPD, one of whose officers co-owned the auto shop that Charlie lived in just a few months before the murders, couldn't really be bothered with the wealth of evidence that implicated family members in the murders. The department also refused to acknowledge and examine the obvious connections between the two murder scenes, severely hampering the investigation. They likewise refused to explore the connections between the murder of musician Gary Hinman and the other two more high-profile crimes. The LA Sheriff's Department had already solved the Hinman case, no thanks to the LAPD, and had taken Bobby Beausoleil into custody just a few days before the Tate murders. The sheriffs knew of his connections to the family, and of the connections between the three crime scenes. Two motorcycle gang members with close ties to the family, Al Springer and Danny DiCarlo of the Straight Satans, had given the sheriff's damning testimony concerning the family's involvement in all three murders. DiCarlo, who was reportedly a member of the Process Church, appears to have provided security for Charlie and the family. He kept a large arsenal of weapons at the family compound, including a .303 British Enfield rifle, a .22 rifle, a 20-gauge shotgun, a .30 caliber carbine, a 12-gauge riot gun, an M1 carbine, and a submachine gun. The family, it should be noted, did not operate as the hippie cult that they have been portrayed as being. Their base of operations was more of a paramilitary compound than it was a commune, complete with guard shacks at lookout points, telescopes, walkie-talkies, military field telephones, and converted dune buggies equipped with machine gun mounts. When the sheriffs passed along to the LAPD the information they had obtained from their informants, LA's finest proceeded to do absolutely nothing. Meanwhile, on September 1, 1969, just a few weeks after the Tate murders, a .22 caliber revolver was found in Sherman Oaks and turned in to the LAPD. The gun was a rather rare and unique firearm, and just happened to match the description of the weapon suspected of being used in the killings, right down to the broken handle that provided a perfect fit for the handle pieces that were recovered at the murder scene. Nevertheless, the department tagged and filed the weapon and it was promptly forgotten. For months, the department later sent out a flyer with a photo of the weapon, failing to realize that they already had the gun in their custody. It took a phone call from the father of the boy who had found the gun to get the department to acknowledge its existence, and even then, the caller was initially told that the gun had probably been destroyed. Elsewhere, family member Susan Atkins had been arrested on unrelated charges and was spending time in the Sybil Brand Institute for Women. While there, she gave detailed confessions of the murders to at least 2 fellow inmates. She claimed that the family had already committed 11 murders, and many more were going to die. Both of these women tried to pass this information along to the LAPD, but both were repeatedly denied permission to do so. This was in spite of the fact that one of the female jailers to whom these requests were made was at the time dating one of the Tate case homicide detectives. One of the inmates later said, "It was the hardest thing I've ever tried to do in my life, to get anyone to listen to me." It would appear then that the LAPD had, among other evidence, all of the following at its disposal: the eyewitness account of a participant in the crimes, the gun used in the crimes, and the statements of 2 close associates of the killers directly implicating them in the crimes. Yet they chose not to act on any of this for a period of several months. Though no serial killer, mass murderer in history has likely achieved the level of notoriety, or generated the volume of media coverage, that Charles Manson has, many of the most compelling facts of the Manson case remain largely unknown to the public. Of particular significance, perhaps, are the myriad levels on which the killers and the victims were connected. One of those connections was provided by none other than Anton LaVey. At least one of Charlie's girls, known locally as the Witches of Mendocino, was recruited from LaVey's Church of Satan. Susan "Sexy Sadie" Atkins was one of many dancers in LaVey's stable, collectively known as the Topless Witches Revue. Atkins later credited LaVey with starting her down the road to murder. Family member Bobby Beausoleil, who was a roommate and, by some accounts, a lover of child star turned underground filmmaker Kenneth Anger, was also recruited from the Church of Satan. Interestingly enough, LaVey had connections to the victims as well. He had formed a close association with Roman Polanski shortly before the murders when he served as the technical consultant for Polanski on the film Rosemary's Baby, in which he also made a cameo appearance as, who else, Satan. On the set of an earlier film, Tate herself had reportedly been initiated into witchcraft by Alexander Saunders. Sammy Davis Jr., who was introduced to the Church of Satan by Manson victim Jay Sebring, has said of the victims who were killed at Tate's Cielo Drive residence, everyone there had at one time or another been into Satanism. Some newspaper reports at the time of the slayings, denounced as sensationalism, were rife with reports that the Polanskis were Satanists who hosted drug and sex orgies. Indeed, just days before the murders a drug dealer was reportedly filmed being whipped at the house in an S&M ritual. Various celebrities were said to have been attendants. Actor Dennis Hopper spoke in interviews of sadistic movies filmed at the house that featured some of Hollywood's biggest names. Another connection was provided by the Esalen Institute, a New Age retreat in Monterey with ties to Crowley enthusiast Timothy Leary's like-minded Himalayan Academy. Manson had ties to both. He had in fact visited Esalen, where Robert de Grimston of the Process Church reportedly lectured occasionally, just a few days before the Tate killings. On the very day of the murders, someone from within the Polanski home placed a call to the Institute for reasons unknown. One of the victims, Abigail Folger, may have visited the retreat just a few days before Manson's visit. Author Robert Heinlein was also reportedly invited to lecture at Esalen. Heinlein, who, like Hubbard, first gained notice penning pieces for astounding science fiction, is probably best known as the author of the 1961 novel Stranger in a Strange Land. The book provided Manson with a Crowley-inspired script to follow, and it was one of the few books that Charlie allowed his disciples to read. Heinlein was a right-winger with strong authoritarian leanings who to this day, nevertheless, continues to be promoted by various voices in the progressive community. Another link between the principals in the case was provided by singer, Mama, Cass Elliot. Victims Wojtek Frykowski and Jay Sebring, who had a history of sadism, were both part of Cass's clique, as were Manson and some of his followers. Victim Abigail Folger may have been as well. Folger had also been friends for a time with Charles Manson himself, as well as with convicted Cotton Club killer Bill Menser. 4 of the LAPD's top initial suspects in the Tate murder case were members of Cass Elliott's inner circle. They remained prime suspects for the first month of the investigation. One member of that circle was Pitt Dawson, the flamboyant son of a U.S. State Department official and an on-and-off boyfriend of Cass. Dawson had lived in the home of victims Frykowski and Folger in the summer before the killings while the ill-fated pair house sat for the Polanskis at the future crime scene, 10,050 Cielo Drive, later renumbered, appropriately enough, 10,066 Cielo Drive. Another connection between killers and victims was provided by their shared interest in drug trafficking. Several of the victims, including Wojtek Frykowski, Abigail Folger, and Sharon Tate herself, were linked to the trafficking of hallucinogens. Rosemary LaBianca was a known trafficker of methamphetamine, and likely other drugs as well. Frykowski had reportedly secured a deal just before the murders that would have made him the exclusive distributor of MDA in the LA area, his operations financed with coffee heiress Folger's considerable financial resources. Jay Sebring, who before the murders had once appeared in an underground movie that also featured Mansonite Bobby Beausoleil, appears to have been involved in the drug trade as well. A man named Joel Rostow is known to have delivered drugs to Sebring at the Cielo house just hours before the murders. Rostow was found murdered the next year in New York City. Another Sebring associate showed up dead just a month later in Florida. Immediately following the killings on Cielo Drive, Sebring's house was thoroughly cleaned by friends before police arrived to conduct a search. The Manson family was also heavily involved in drug dealing, including trafficking in LSD, hashish, marijuana and cocaine. Just a couple of days after the killings, Manson was seen driving a black Mercedes-Benz possibly owned by an underling of a man named Ronald Stark. Around that same time, Stark assumed the role of banker for the Brotherhood of Eternal Love, a tax-exempt church that was formed by a motorcycle gang with close ties to Timothy Leary. The Brotherhood was led by a man named Farmer John Griggs. At the same time as the Tate murders, Griggs allegedly overdosed on PCP at the group's ranch in Idlewild, California. A month earlier, a teenage friend of Leary's daughter had been found drowned at the ranch. The death of Griggs resulted in a massive shake-up at the organization that resulted in the shadowy Stark becoming the Brotherhood's sole banker and money manager. Under Stark's guiding hand, the Brotherhood became the largest known producer and distributor of LSD in the world, producing some 50 million doses. Stark was also closely linked to a parallel acid-producing operation in the UK dubbed the Microdot Gang, which likewise produced millions of hits of LSD in the early 1970s. While running his empire, Stark was known to have extensive contacts with American embassy personnel and to have frequent visitors from both the British and the American consulates. Were the Manson killings in reality part of what might be dubbed the Great Acid Coup of 1969? Were they the result of an operation aimed at, among other things, killing off some competitors, intimidating others, and consolidating control of the hallucinogenic drug market? The possibility clearly exists. Police originally were drawn to the theory that the killings were drug-related. Other early theories were that the killings were occult-inspired, or that the true motive could be found in what was dubbed fame porn. Films and videos found at the Polanski home suggested an elite Hollywood wife-swapping operation. The Folger-Frykowski home also yielded a box of erotic photos of Hollywood's elite. There were also indications of the involvement of organized crime in the killings. Leno LaBianca had known underworld connections to whom he reportedly owed nearly $250,000 in gambling debts. At the time of the murders, the LaBianca home, which I must add, perhaps gratuitously, was once owned by Walt Disney, was known to have its phone lines tapped. I could also add here, perhaps rather gratuitously as well, that Walt Disney was a direct descendant, on his mother's side, of George Burroughs, reportedly the Grand Wizard of the witches executed in Salem in 1692. One mistaken impression that many people have about the Manson case is that the homes where the attacks took place were largely chosen at random. That was hardly the case. Manson was very familiar with the Polanski-Tate home, which he had visited in the past. Manson knew both the owner of the Cielo Drive home, Rudy Altobelli, and the previous tenant, Terry Melcher, who along with Charlie was involved with the Process Church, as was John Phillips, Cass Elliott's bandmate and another associate of Manson. Charlie was familiar with the LaBianca home as well. It was right next door to the home of Harold True, who had hosted LSD parties attended by Charlie and his followers before the murders. One particularly bizarre fact about the Tate killings that has gone largely unreported is that the crime scene appeared to have been rearranged after the killers had left. An attempt appeared to have been made to pose the victims' bodies on the home's front porch, after which the corpses were reposed inside the house. Evidence of tampering with the crime scene included an unidentified bloody boot heel print found on the front porch of the house and a number of unidentified fingerprints on the premises. Manson was ultimately arrested on charges unrelated to the murders on October 12, Aleister Crowley's birthday, following a raid on the family compound, and was only later charged in connection to the killings. Charlie had previously been arrested or charged on 40 or more occasions. One of those arrests, in 1967, was made by a narcotics team led by the LAPD's Frank Salerno. Salerno would later lead the task forces investigating both the Hillside Strangler murders and the Night Stalker killings. When the Manson case came to trial, there were the usual strange occurrences that seem to plague serial killer trials. The lead defense attorney, Ronald Hughes, had just passed the bar and had yet to try a single case. He was, needless to say, a rather odd choice to spearhead the defense of one of the most vigorously prosecuted and high-profile murder cases of all time. Hughes soon went missing, and later turned up dead on the very day that death sentences were returned by the jury. Family member John Philip Hot, not charged with playing a role in the murders, also turned up dead, allegedly after playing a game of Russian roulette. Another member of the family was whisked away to Patton State Hospital, which was reportedly deeply immersed in overt behavior modification experiments in the 1970s. Perhaps the most troubling aspect of the trial was that the defense team rested their case without bothering to actually present one. Courtroom viewers were stunned when not a single witness was called to rebut the prosecution's case, thereby virtually guaranteeing a win for Bugliosi and the state. Also of note is that then-President Richard Nixon declared Manson guilty on national television, nearly causing a mistrial, but ultimately greatly aiding the prosecution's efforts. When it was all over, Judge Oder pronounced death sentences for Charlie, Patricia Krenwinkel, Susan Atkins, and Leslie Van Houten. The sentences were delivered on, of all days, April 19, 1971. The year before, Bobby Beausoleil had become the first family member to receive a death sentence when the jury trying him returned the sentence in the Gary Hinman murder trial. The date was April 21, 1970. Perhaps in no other serial killer case has the subject of mind control played a more central role. That Charlie had a remarkable ability to control his followers is a well-established and widely acknowledged fact. Even more remarkable is that Manson has maintained much of that control from inside a prison cell for over 30 years now. In fact, the control that he had over his disciples was the primary basis for Manson's murder convictions. While it was Charlie's face that came to symbolize the killings, he did not personally participate in the Tate LaBianca murders. According to the official version of events, he was not even present at the crime scenes when the murders took place. He merely suggested to his followers what they should do, and they obligingly followed his commands. In order to convict Manson then, it was necessary for the prosecution to convince the jury that the actual killers were virtually powerless to disobey their leader. For this reason, the Manson trial had no real precedent in American legal history. What the Manson case demonstrated was that it could be proven in a court of law that a person could be compelled to essentially act against his/her will. That had already been established in a Danish court in a landmark case recalled by Estabrooks in Hypnotism.
An amateur hypnotist named Nielsen had induced an hypnotic subject named Hardrup to commit a murder. Nielsen, the hypnotist, got a life sentence, the maximum penalty in Denmark, whereas Hardrup, the actual murderer, received a 2-year sentence on the basis of temporary insanity.
The Manson case had a slightly different outcome. Manson, the hypnotist, received the death penalty, the maximum sentence in the state of California, and so too did the actual murderers. Legally and logically, that verdict made little sense. For if Manson's control was so complete that the killers were powerless to resist his commands, then they should not have been held legally accountable for their actions. And if Charlie did not wield such power, then he should not have been held responsible for the actions of others. Prosecutor Vincent Bugliosi did not address that inherent contradiction in his prosecution strategy in his widely read book, Helter Skelter. He did ponder, albeit briefly, how Manson gained such control over his subjects. He concluded that that remains the most puzzling question of all. Indeed, after spending just a few pages briefly summarizing some of the techniques Manson employed on his followers, Bugliosi surmised,
I tend to think that there is something more, some missing link that enabled him to so rape and bastardize the minds of his followers that they would go against the most ingrained of all commandments, thou shalt not kill, and willingly, even eagerly, murder at his command.
Charlie himself once gave an indication of how he controlled his flock. If you want to get to people and unlock their minds, the basic way you get to them is through fear. That was a concept that borrowed from the teachings of the Process Church. In a summer 1969 interview, Beach Boy Dennis Wilson spoke of getting the fear. In the same interview, he referred to Charlie as the Wizard. While pondering the question of how Manson was able to exert such control, Bugliosi largely ignores a perhaps even more important question: where did Charlie learn the techniques that he was obviously so skilled at? Bugliosi notes only that it may be something that he learned from others, which, of course, is only stating the obvious. The question not asked, either in the book or at trial, is, who were these others? One possible answer can be found among the personnel at the Haight-Ashbury Free Clinic in the late 1960s. Two employees of the clinic, Dr. Roger Smith, a research criminologist who had started the clinic's drug treatment program, and Dr. David Smith, who founded the clinic itself, were both involved in government-sponsored research on human behavior. Both had connections to Manson and his followers. In fact, Roger Smith was Charlie's parole officer. Another question never addressed by Bugliosi is how it was possible that a man of limited education, who had spent the majority of his life behind bars, somehow acquired those skills while U.S. intelligence agencies, after investing countless millions of dollars in decades of research aimed at attaining that very same goal, have allegedly met with nothing but failure. It defies explanation that men such as Manson, or Jim Jones, David Koresh, et al., have stumbled upon a secret that the CIA has yet to discover. It is a patently absurd notion, and yet that is exactly what we are supposed to believe. We are also supposed to believe that Charlie, while controlling the actions of others, was himself acting on his own free will. That is highly unlikely. If Charlie was in fact controlling the family, the logical question to be asked at trial was, who was controlling Manson? Was Manson himself a puppet, as well as a puppeteer? That question, naturally, was never raised and so remains largely unanswered to this day. Perhaps Bugliosi felt that question unimportant, given that, according to his book, the Manson case was, and remains, unique. Dr. Roger Smith saw things a little differently. In December 1969, he told Life magazine, "There are a lot of Charlies running around, believe me. The story of Charles Manson is an endlessly fascinating one. It is also a story that is difficult to tell in a linear fashion, because Charlie and his victims were connected to so many people on so many different levels." For a nonlinear look at the Manson story, see http://www. Dave's Web. CNC host. Com. WTC13. HTML. Relatively little has been written about the murder of Dr. Vincent Oda and his family on October 19, 1970, though the crime was no less sensational than the slaughter at the Polanski, Tate residence the year before. There were two marked differences between the Santa Cruz crime scene and the Benedict Canyon crime scene. In Santa Cruz, none of the victims was a national celebrity and the job was done more professionally. In a spectacular home overlooking the bay, Drive, Oda, his secretary, Dorothy Cadwallader, his wife, Virginia, and his sons, Derek and Taggart, were bound and blindfolded and then shot in the head from behind, execution style. They were then tossed into the home's pool, some of them while they were still alive. The house was then set afire in several locations, thus destroying the crime scene. The family's Rolls-Royce and Lincoln Continental were parked across the home's driveway entrances, denying access to the emergency vehicles that attempted to respond to the fires. A third car, a 1968 Oldsmobile station wagon, was missing. There was little in the way of crime scene evidence. The main portion of the house was completely gutted by the fires. The victims' bodies had been washed clean in the pool. A driving rain in the early morning hours had thoroughly washed away any footprints or other evidence that might have been left outside the home. Police initially said that they had found no scrawled messages and no evidence of burglary. When the missing Oldsmobile was found, torched and abandoned in a tunnel, it also failed to yield any evidence. Although there was little for police to work with, one thing seemed clear enough: these murders were not the work of a lone perpetrator. Some investigators, and much of the public, immediately suspected that another homicidal cult was at work. It seemed very unlikely that a sole assailant would have been able to bind all 5 victims, drag all their bodies out to the pool, start multiple fires, blockade the driveway, and then make a clean getaway. 2 guns were used in the commission of the crimes: the .38 caliber weapon that killed Dr. Oda and the .22 caliber weapon that killed the others. A witness reported seeing 3 people in the vicinity of the abandoned Oldsmobile, and 3 sets of footprints were found leading from the tunnel to an adjacent river. 2 people who fit the witness description were reportedly found in the search area, but there is no indication of what became of those potential suspects. For obvious reasons, a sheriff's spokesman announced at a press conference that police were seeking more than one perpetrator. A few days later, however, John Fraser was arrested and charged with being the sole perpetrator of the crimes. An initial report on the arrest falsely claimed that Fraser had waged a gun battle with police, when he was actually taken into custody without incident. John Fraser had been placed in foster care at the age of 5. He later ended up in a series of juvenile detention facilities. He was said to have a history of sleepwalking and horrifying nightmares. Despite his troubled upbringing, a friend described Fraser as having been a perfectly normal family man and competent mechanic, right up until the time that he suddenly changed his lifestyle dramatically and began speaking gibberish. On July 4, 1970, just 3 months before the murders, Fraser left his wife. At that time, he apparently took up residence in a shack, accessible via a drawbridge, on property near the Oda residence. While living there, he reportedly collected guns. Following his arrest, Frazier was assigned James Jackson, the chief assistant public defender of Santa Cruz County, as his defense counsel. Assisting Jackson was Harold Cartwright, a former U.S. Marine and police lieutenant working as Jackson's private investigator. Also brought on board by Jackson was Donald Lundy, a former Navy man and a professor of psychiatry at the Stanford University Medical School, not far from Santa Cruz. This team remained together to handle the Kemper and Mullen cases as well. Also on the same team, for all practical purposes, was prosecutor Peter Chong. It is unclear whether these four men knew each other before the Frazier trial began, but in his book, Lundy makes it clear that he, Chong, Jackson and Cartwright were fast friends by trial's end, and frequently saw each other socially thereafter. This undoubtedly made it much easier to coordinate the shamelessly fraudulent Kemper and Mullen trials. On October 28, 1970, a grand jury indicted Frazier on 5 counts of murder. The defendant entered a plea of not guilty, which was later changed, on January 19, 1971, to not guilty by reason of insanity. A gag order was issued and the trial was moved to Redwood City, but the Santa Cruz team remained on the case. Helming the trial, which began in October 1971, was Judge Charles Franich. By late November, Frazier had been convicted on all 5 murder counts. It is unclear what evidence those convictions were based on. No murder weapon was ever found, so there was no ballistics evidence. There were no witnesses to the crime, and virtually all forensics evidence was destroyed by the fires and the rain. One witness reportedly identified Frazier as the driver of the abandoned Oldsmobile. It was claimed at one time by the DA's office that fingerprints had been recovered from a typewriter found in the incinerated home, but it was later acknowledged that that statement had not been accurate. It was also claimed, implausibly enough, that fingerprints were recovered from a beer can found in the home. Dr. Lundy seems to have played a key role in garnering the convictions when he testified for the defense, mind you, that Frazier had confessed the crimes to him during a psychiatric examination. Lundy also assured the court, "He's crazy." John Frazier illustrated that point when he arrived for court during the penalty phase of the trial with half his head and face shaved clean. He was sentenced to death, but that sentence was later set aside by a 1976 Supreme Court decision. There are many questions left unanswered in the Oda Frazier case. Among them is the question of what Dorothy Cadwallader was doing at the Oda home. Cadwallader worked at Oda's office, not at his home, and she was not known to be a visitor to the residence. Press reports claimed that she was there to babysit, but Cadwallader's husband denied those reports. He had no explanation for why his wife was there that fateful day. Another lingering question concerns the typewritten note that a press release claimed was found under the windshield wiper of the Rolls-Royce, contradicting initial reports that there were no notes or messages found. Of course, a typewritten note fits in quite well with the claim of a fingerprint-laden typewriter. That typewriter, unfortunately, did not actually exist. The note, however, lives on. It read, in part,
Halloween, 1970 Today World War III will begin as brought to you by the people of the free universe.
Edmund Kemper III and Herbert Mullen, Santa Cruz's dueling serial killers, lived what were, in many respects, strangely parallel lives. Both were born the sons of World War II heroes, Kemper on December 18, 1948, and Mullen on April 18, 1947. Edmund Emil Kemper Jr. was a Special Forces operative whose specialty, according to his son, was suicide missions. Martin William Mullen served as a highly decorated captain in the Pacific. According to his son, Martin voluntarily committed himself to a mental hospital at the close of the war. Both of these men liked to regale their sons with graphic war stories. Young Herb was taught that violence is natural, and Ed's childhood home was filled with what Margaret Cheney described as mementos of battlefield gore and heroics. In their youth, both Herb and Ed received training in firearms from the National Rifle Association while at summer camp. Both would later be accused and convicted of killing with the cold precision of a professional assassin. Both were also labeled serial killers, though both were convicted of crimes that evidence suggests they did not commit, at least not alone. Both of their alleged killing sprees began in 1972 in Santa Cruz, California, and both were arrested in early 1973. Following those arrests, the two were assigned adjoining jail cells, appointed the same defense attorney, examined by the same psychiatrist, and their cases were prosecuted by the same district attorney, at least until Chong bowed out of the Mullen case due to a medical emergency. Kemper and Mullen were both found guilty, both determined to be sane, and both were sent to California's Vacaville Medical Facility, which has been well documented as a hotbed of covert intelligence operations. Not long before their killing sprees began, both men spent a considerable amount of time in mental institutions, both voluntarily and involuntarily. In the 2 years leading up to the convictions of Kemper and Mullen, at least 74 men, women and children were killed in the state of California by released mental patients. Herb Mullen was, by all outward appearances, the quintessential all-American boy. He was a bright student, a talented athlete, and was popular enough to have been voted most likely to succeed by his graduating class at San Lorenzo Valley High School. But he was also known to consume large quantities of hallucinogenic drugs, and he had legalized acid boldly tattooed across his stomach. On April 21, 1968, just 3 days after his 21st birthday, Mullen was arrested for possession of the substance referenced in another of Herb's tattoos, Eagle Eyes marijuana. He cryptically wrote to his parents of that experience, that day the game started. For the crime of possessing marijuana, Herb was given probation and, on Halloween Day, committed to San Luis Obispo General Hospital. The personable young man, who was known to have a keen interest in astrology, numerology, reincarnation, magic and the occult, was institutionalized at least 4 more times over the next few years, including a voluntary commitment to Mendocino State Hospital near Ukiah. On July 30, 1970, Herb was again arrested on drug charges and ordered into the psychiatric ward of the county hospital. That same year, he met an older woman named Pat Brown at a Santa Cruz commune, and she soon thereafter convinced him to accompany her to Maui. Once there, Herb was once again committed to a mental hospital. According to Manson chronicler Ed Sanders, the hospital was run by the U.S. Army. Sanders also claimed, in a letter to famed conspiracy researcher Mae Brussel, that a mind control project in operation on the Hawaiian Islands at the time was specifically aimed at creating serial killers. While on Maui, Mullen, whose other tattoos read Mahashamati, Kriya Yoga, and the word birth with 2 crosses, also spent time at the Krishna temple. Upon his return to the mainland, he was met at the airport by the son of a prominent local doctor, Richard Koch. Mullen reportedly revealed to him that he had received electroshock treatments while on Maui. On March 28, 1971, Mullen was again arrested, this time for being drunk in public and resisting an officer. He served 10 days in jail and then, in May, moved to San Francisco, where he remained for the next 16 months, although later he had only vague memories of that lengthy period. For the most part, he could not account for that entire 1.5-year slice of his life. He lived in the city's Tenderloin district, where Charlie Manson had taken up residence just a few years earlier. Herb stayed in the company of young male hustlers in a series of seedy hotel rooms and, at times, in his car. Friends and acquaintances from that period of his life universally described him as sweet, tender, sensitive, and completely incapable of killing anyone. Strangely though, he also appears to have been a Golden Gloves boxer during that time. Throughout his adult life, Herb complained frequently of voices in his head, haunting his thoughts. He regularly told those around him that he was receiving messages, including commands to kill, that were delivered in his father's voice. Herb would later state, "I feel that I was under my father's control, like a robot." Mullen was also known to tell people that his father, a Mason, was a mass murderer responsible for countless unsolved killings up and down the California coast. During the largely blacked-out period that he spent in San Francisco, Herb engaged in what is known as backward writing, a hypnotically conditioned skill that is frequently indicative of mind control programming. Mullen was ultimately diagnosed as suffering from MPD. His alters were said to include a Mexican laborer, an Eastern philosopher, and, bizarrely enough, local columnist and unofficial Anton LaVey publicist Herb Caen. Herb returned from San Francisco to his parents' Santa Cruz home in September 1972, and allegedly began his killing spree just a few weeks later. He allegedly purchased a 6-shot .22 revolver from a gun shop on December 22, the winter solstice. Around that same time, the former conscientious objector inexplicably decided to enlist in the U.S. Marines. On January 15, he passed both the physical and mental entrance examinations, a rather remarkable feat considering that at the time he was just a few weeks away from being arrested and charged as a serial killer. He also had a criminal record, which his recruiter opted to waive. Herb's arrest preempted his military plans. Once in custody, he was interrogated by police, throughout which he robotically chanted the single word, silence, to virtually all questions posed to him, as if repeating an instruction that had been programmed into his brain. He later claimed that, once incarcerated, he began receiving telepathic messages instructing him to kill himself, but he was able to resist acting on those orders. Had Mullen elected to commit suicide, the state surely would have breathed a sigh of relief. After all, they would have been spared the burden of staging a blatantly fraudulent trial. From the moment of Erb's arrest, there were clear indications that he was being railroaded, by the very same team, as noted previously, that sent John Fraser to death row. There were also clear signs from early on that Mullen may not have been responsible for many of the crimes for which he was charged, most of which looked for all the world like contract hits. The killing of Father Tomei, for example, was very likely a professional hit. Tomei, who was raised in an orphanage during World War I, was internationally known both as a hero of the French resistance during World War II, and for having organized a chorus for troubled youth made up primarily of boys from abusive homes. This chorus toured internationally, which, though it is merely speculation, would have provided an ideal front for an underage male prostitution racket. An eyewitness to the slaying of Tomei described his assailant as young, white, 6 feet tall, and wearing a black leather jacket. Erb was only 5 feet 7 inches tall and never owned a black leather jacket. Although he certainly could have borrowed the jacket, the 5-inch height discrepancy is a little harder to explain. Mullen did have a connection to Tomei. Erb's second cousin, Monsignor Edwin Kennedy, was a close friend of the slain priest. Mullen may or may not have been responsible for the nearly simultaneous mass murders at the homes of Jim Gianera and Bob Francis. One witness described the possible assailant as being short and of medium build, which accurately described Erb. But the witness also stated that he thought the man was Mexican, which Mullen definitely was not, although, as previously mentioned, one of his alter egos was. One thing that is known for sure is that Erb knew the victims quite well, which illustrates yet another flaw in the public's perception of the nature of serial crime. In fact, a number of the killers profiled herein knew at least some of their victims, and sometimes knew them quite well. Another thing that is quite clear is that the Gianera and Francis families were not randomly selected victims. Rather, they were almost certainly the targets of professional hits. Both Francis and Gianera were known drug dealers, as were Gianera's 2 brothers. And word on the street at the time of the killings was that Jim and Bob were snitches. It is, therefore, extremely unlikely that the simultaneous assaults on their 2 homes were random acts of violence. Bob Francis was not at home at the time of the killings, but his wife and 2 young sons were summarily and quite professionally executed with a .22 round to the head. One of those sons, Erb's youngest alleged victim at just 4 years old, was named Demon, which is a nice name to give to your kid, if your name happens to be, say, Lucifer. At the Gianera home, both Jim and his wife Joan were killed with multiple gunshot and stab wounds. Strangely, both Jim and Joan's families arrived at the crime scene before the police were notified. The house looked as though it had been thoroughly searched, though whether by the killers or by the victims' families is unclear. Police later found 22 casings in Bob Francis's car, though that is obviously far from being conclusive evidence of guilt. Another mass murder attributed to Mullen, the slaughter of 4 teenage campers, appeared to have been the work of multiple perpetrators, unless, that is, one chooses to believe that one man wielding a 6-shot revolver can overpower 4 healthy young men armed with a rifle. This crime also looked very much like a professional job. All 4 victims were coldly and methodically dispatched with a single small-caliber shot to the head from point-blank range. Evidence at the scene suggested that there had definitely been a struggle, yet the boy's loaded and unfired rifle was found still lying within easy reach of where the teens' bodies lay dead. The final murder attributed to Erb was the sniper shooting of a retired boxer who was felled with a single shot to the chest from 100 feet away, in what appeared to be yet another professional hit. Just days later, Prosecutor Chong filed 6 murder counts against Mullen, even though 3 witnesses were unable to pick him out of a police lineup. 8 days later, 4 more murder counts were added and a sweeping gag order was issued barring any public statements on the case from anyone involved. On March 1, Mullen appeared before a judge, accompanied by Attorney Jackson, and shocked the courtroom by entering a nolo contendere plea and a request to represent himself. When the judge rejected both the plea and the request, Erb immediately offered up a guilty plea. The judge, however, insisted on going through with the mockery of a trial. Dispensing with a preliminary hearing, the case was instead sent to a grand jury, which issued indictments on all 10 murder counts on March 14. The transcript of those proceedings, naturally enough, was sealed by the judge. Mullen's defense counsel, Jackson, got things rolling by introducing a number of pre-trial motions that rather shamelessly sold his client out. Jackson told the court that there was no reason to change the venue of the trial, despite a massive amount of pre-trial publicity demonizing Mullen, and despite the unprecedented climate of fear in Santa Cruz engendered by the alleged actions of Kemper, Frazier, Mullen, et al. He also made an unprecedented request that jury questioning, known as voir dire, be conducted in the judge's chambers. The request was granted and the jury was, without precedent, selected away from the eyes of the press and public. As California law requires that a defendant pleading not guilty by reason of insanity also maintain their factual innocence, 2 trials are generally required to dispose of such a case, one to determine factual guilt, and the second to determine sanity, and therefore legal guilt. In a most remarkable move, however, Jackson agreed with the prosecutor and the judge that the 2 should be combined into one, since it was universally claimed that there was no question about factual guilt. The trial, in other words, began with the presumption of guilt as its starting point, completely doing away with the notion that, in the American criminal justice system, all defendants are presumed innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. When the trial began on July 30, 1973, the judge opened the proceedings by explaining to the secretly selected jurors the 5 possible verdicts they were to consider: guilty of first-degree murder, guilty of second-degree murder, guilty of voluntary manslaughter, guilty of involuntary manslaughter, or not guilty by reason of insanity. Notably absent from that list, from the very beginning of the trial, was not guilty. Not to be outdone, defense counsel Jackson began his opening statement by declaring, Friday the 13th, October 1972, Herbert William Mullen took a baseball bat and clubbed one Lawrence White to death. Not only had he declared his client guilty of murder, he had implicated him in a crime he had never even been charged with. Jackson's opening act also included this little gem: we do not, as you know, intend to argue the proposition that Herb did not commit these killings. He did not, in other words, intend to actually defend his client. With Mullen's guilt having been predetermined, albeit with no actual physical evidence to support that conclusion, the state presented its case in just 4 days, with the facts established rather perfunctorily and without a hint of any objections from the defense table. The defense team, in fact, did not bother to challenge any of the supposed facts of the case, which would not have withstood any sort of scrutiny. Truth be told, the state need not have presented a case at all. The defense did a fine job of establishing Mullen's guilt. Playing a central role in that charade was Dr. Donald Lundy, who took the stand and proceeded to reveal what was purportedly Herb's own account of the murders, which the doctor claimed that Mullen had confessed to both he and Cartwright. Not long into this testimony, Herb objected and requested that Jackson promptly terminate his questioning of Lundy, which was obviously eliciting testimony that was damaging to Herb's case. Mullen noted of Lundy's testimony, different aspects and different facets of the story which I related are being portrayed completely false as to how I made them. He also informed the judge that, in conference, Lundy and Jackson explained that they would portray the reasons for my derangement. The judge, needless to say, declined to halt Lundy's testimony, which was essential for establishing Mullen's alleged guilt, which is why, I suppose, the testimony was being solicited by the defense team. Herb voiced numerous other complaints during his trial and frequently questioned the competence and integrity of his appointed defenders, noting at one point the fact that Jackson, his lead attorney, refused to communicate with him in writing. Herb also strenuously objected to the misuse by Lundy of videotapes that the doctor had made of Herb's supposed confessions. Mullen even went so far as to state, rather bluntly, that he was the victim of a huge conspiracy. Despite his deep mistrust of Lundy, the doctor was nevertheless able to convince Mullen to take the stand in his own defense, which any first-year law student knows almost never benefits anyone other than the prosecution. While on the stand, Herb was asked directly by Jackson to explain why he had killed 13 people, to which he responded, "All right. First of all, you have heard me say before that I am a scapegoat, sort of an outcast who has been made to become a scapegoat." That was not, it seems safe to say, the response that Jackson had hoped to elicit. On August 19, 1973, the jury returned with guilty verdicts on all 10 murder counts. The failure of the pitiful attempt at an insanity defense was due in no small part to a statement from Lundy to the jury: as a practical matter, whether somebody is dangerous or not, there is no place to put him. The message was quite clear: finding Mullen to be insane would essentially mean setting him free. The jury had essentially been instructed to find Erb guilty, and it did just that. He was sentenced to life in prison and promptly shipped off to Vacaville, before ultimately landing in San Quentin. Over the years, he was periodically shipped back to Vacaville, perhaps in need of a tune-up. To fully understand the depths of Lundy's cravenness, one need look no further than the doctor's own words, written in his self-serving book on the case. "I had learned years earlier that the best course after a psychiatric interview of a criminal defendant is for me to return to my office, immediately dictate a summary of my notes, and destroy the originals. That is, needless to say, a course of action to be taken only when one feels the need to cover something up, and a course of action that should have disqualified Lundy as a credible witness in the case." The final words on the Mullen case were written by Kenneth Springer, the jury foreman, who wrote to then-Governor of California Ronald Reagan, "I hold the state executive and state legislative offices as responsible for these 10 lives as I do the defendant himself. None of this need ever have happened." Springer probably had no idea how true those words really were. Nor did he likely know that the very same words could be as accurately applied to the case of Edmund Kemper. When Ed Kemper was just a toddler, his father headed off for the Pacific, where he spent 2 years working on the U.S. atomic bomb testing program, as did the father of the so-called Sunset Strip killer, but we'll get to that later. Though it appears that efforts have been made to whitewash Kemper's childhood, there are clear indications that it was a horrifyingly abusive one. At one point in his young life, Ed was made to live in a dank, dark basement for 8 consecutive months, the only access to which was through a trapdoor hidden beneath a kitchen table. From the age of 8, Ed engaged in an incestuous relationship with an older sister. At 10, he killed and beheaded his first cat, planted the severed head on a spindle and thereafter prayed over it. According to chronicler Margaret Cheney, he was prone to zombie-like fits of staring, which is another way of saying that he had a strong tendency to dissociate. At the tender age of 15, Kemper summarily executed both of his grandparents with single .22 caliber rounds to the backs of their heads. He was judged insane and, on December 6, 1964, was remanded by the California Youth Authority to Atascadero State Hospital, an enormous facility filled with convicted rapists, child molesters and other violent sex offenders. Kemper remained at Atascadero for 5 years. On staff there, near the end of his confinement, was none other than Dr. Donald Lundy. It is indeed a small world. Remanded back to the CYA as cured, Kemper was paroled 3 months later to his mother's care. Not long after, Ed began work on a particularly brutal string of murders, while at the very same time he successfully petitioned to have his juvenile record sealed. In pursuit of that latter goal, he reportedly once drove to Fresno for a required psychiatric exam with a freshly severed head in the trunk of his car. Kemper spent a considerable amount of his free time hanging out at a bar called the Jury Room, which served as a watering hole for local cops, sheriffs and prosecuting attorneys. Kemper was quite well known there, where he was affectionately known as Big Ed, even by the regulars who were aware of his colorful history. This theme of alleged serial killers maintaining close ties with various law enforcement agencies and personnel is one that will be revisited frequently in this book. In fact, many of the men profiled herein, including Ed Kemper, aspired to careers in law enforcement themselves. By April 1973, Kemper had been charged with savagely murdering 6 female hitchhikers between May 1972 and February 1973. He followed those killings up with his swan song, bludgeoning his own mother to death, beheading her, raping her headless corpse, and then, according to some reports, using her severed head as a dartboard. Ed then called to invite his mother's friend over to the house that he shared with his mom and, upon her arrival, quickly dealt with her in a similar manner. This double murder occurred, strangely enough, on April 21, 1973, exactly 5 years to the day from the date on which Herb Mullen had noted that the game had begun. Kemper quickly fled the state, ending up in Pueblo, Colorado after making a stop at the University of Nevada campus for reasons unknown. On April 23, Big Ed called some of his drinking buddies at the Santa Cruz Police Department and promptly began confessing his crimes. Pueblo police arrested him as he stood at a public payphone talking to the Santa Cruz officers. In his nearby car were 3 guns and 200 rounds of ammunition. He had apparently left some of his arsenal at home. His sister claimed that Ed owned at least 6 guns, including a .22 Ruger pistol, which is the one that he allegedly used to inflict the fatal head wounds that killed many of his victims. Why Ed chose to turn himself in and give up without a fight, after making his roundabout escape equipped with a mini arsenal, remains a mystery. Though there is no question that Kemper was involved in the killings, he did, after all, document his handiwork with Polaroids. There is evidence to suggest that others may have been involved as well. An eyewitness to the abduction of one victim, for instance, described a fairly tall male Caucasian driving a cream or tan-colored sedan. Kemper's car was bright yellow, and he was hardly what would be considered fairly tall. Kemper, in fact, was known as Big Ed for good reason. He was a giant of a man, standing 6 feet 9 inches tall and weighing in at 280 pounds. It would have been nearly impossible for any potential eyewitnesses not to notice his imposing stature. One particularly bizarre aspect of the crimes attributed to Ed Kemper and Herb Mullin is that the body of one of Ed's alleged victims and the body of one of Herb's alleged victims were found buried in virtually the same isolated, remote location. As Kemper himself noted, the body of his victim was discovered amazingly close to where the girl from Cabrillo was found up there, stabbed. Kemper's trial was a largely pointless affair that featured the very same cast of characters that had starred in the Fraser and Mullin trials. No one in the courtroom ever questioned whether Ed was factually guilty of the crimes, or whether he had acted alone. After all, he had given what Cheney described as one of the most detailed, articulate, and chilling confessions of sadism, murder, mutilation, cannibalism, and necrophilia in the annals of crime. He had also taken the time to document his barbarity with a large collection of snuff photos. What the confessions and photos revealed was a series of unbelievably sadistic crimes that were laced with occult symbolism. This had led some avenues of the media to theorize, prior to Ed's arrest, that the yet-to-be-identified killer was a member of a devil-worshipping cult. Just as Mullin had unwisely chosen to take the stand in his own defense, so too did Kemper. He testified that the killings arose from fantasies that began to build in his head during his confinement at Atascadero. Attorney Jackson elaborated, adding that Ed had told California Youth Authority officials of evil forces within him which tried to control his behavior. Incidentally, John Fraser, like Kemper, had spent time with the CYA. He also claimed, like Mullin, to hear voices in his head. The phenomenon of hearing voices, though considered by psychiatrists to be auditory hallucinations indicative of delusional thought processes, is actually a quite logical manifestation of both multiple personality disorder and mind control programming, the two frequently going hand in hand. Many researchers have put forth the idea that the hearing of such voices, and particularly the receiving of specific commands, is a result of various high-tech forms of electromagnetic mind control, such as intercerebral implants. However, while such technology no doubt exists, it really is not necessary to explain the phenomenon of hearing voices, a phenomenon that long predates the development of any technological means to produce it. In all probability, what the voices represent are the various alter personalities of a person with a severe dissociative disorder communicating with that person's core personality, which has no conscious awareness of the alters and so experiences their voices as disembodied voices in the head. The voices, in other words, are essentially a one-way internal conversation between different personalities inhabiting the same body. In a sense then, the voices are not a delusion at all, for the afflicted person is not imagining that someone is talking to him, someone is talking to him. The problem is that the person is unaware that the person talking to him is actually within him. He is, in a very real sense, talking to himself. Ed Kemper was probably familiar with the notion of voices in the head. As he once said, "I believe that there are two people inside me." He also described experiencing a dissociative state while going about his grisly work. It's almost like a blacking out. You know what you're doing but you don't notice anything else around. Ed was judged sane and guilty of 8 counts of first-degree murder, giving him a career total of 10 homicide convictions, just like Herb Mullin. He was sentenced to life in prison and sent to Vacaville, then later transferred to Folsom. It seems somehow redundant to review the case of the so-called vampire of Sacramento, Richard Chase, given that his story closely parallels that of Herb Mullin. Nevertheless, a brief review is in order. Chase was born into a household where interfamilial violence was the order of the day. His parents reportedly fought constantly, and his father was euphemistically described as a strict disciplinarian. By the age of 18, Richard was receiving regular psychiatric care. In the late 1960s, Chase was twice arrested for possession of marijuana, the same charge that first brought Mullin into the orbit of the criminal justice system. Richard was also a suspect in a 1968 shooting, although he was never charged with the crime. In 1973, he was arrested for carrying a concealed weapon and, on December 1, he was admitted into the American River Hospital by order of the court, but was discharged not long after into the care of his mother. As Herb had done with his father, Richard took to accusing his mother of controlling his mind. Chase also began claiming in the mid-70s that he was receiving telepathic messages. He was known to hold conversations with people nobody else could see. And like Mullen, Chase reportedly had a healthy appetite for hallucinogenic drugs. His mother later claimed that her son's problems were due to him being the victim of LSD abuse. Richard was again arrested in 1976 and, on April 28, just 2 days shy of Walpurgisnacht, was again admitted to American River Hospital. In June of that same year, his mother was granted a 1-year conservatorship of the troubled young man. He was then transferred to Beverly Manor, where he became known to staff and fellow inmates as Dracula. In September 1976, he was released. In June or July of the following year, Richard Chase made a very odd solo journey to Washington, D.C., for reasons unknown. He never explained to anyone, before or after the trip, the reason for his abrupt and unexpected sojourn. Immediately after that, on August 3, 1977, Chase was arrested at California's Pyramid Lake. 2 loaded and bloodstained rifles were on the seat of his truck, along with Richard's bloodstained clothes and shoes. Also in the vehicle was a large bucket of blood in which was floating a fresh liver, later claimed to be from a cow. Chase, naked, dripping with fresh blood, and with dried blood caked in his hair, whiskers and ears, fled from the officers upon their approach. He was apprehended, arrested and charged with federal gun law violations. In a rather unlikely turn of events, all the charges were subsequently dropped. Less than 5 months later, Chase's alleged killing spree began, just after he purchased a .22 semi-automatic handgun in early December 1977, just as Mullen had done in December 1972. On December 29, an engineer with the Federal Bureau of Land Management was picked off by a sniper in a car wielding a .22 caliber weapon, precisely mirroring one of the crimes attributed to Herb Mullen. Not quite a month after that, Teresa Wallin was killed with 2 contact wounds to the head from a .22, one pumped into her left temple. The slugs recovered from her head were said to be similar to the one that killed engineer Ambrose Griffin, which is not saying much, since any .22 slug would be similar to the one that killed Griffin. Teresa Wallin was carved up and left on display. She was ripped open from her neck to her groin, with her sternum and breastplate split open. Some of her organs were removed and her left nipple was sliced off. She was then posed in the master bedroom on her back, with her splayed legs facing the hallway. Her corpse was found to contain a 3-month-old fetus. Just 4 days later, in a scene reminiscent of the Oda House after John Fraser's alleged visit, or the Francis home after Herb Mullen's alleged visit, Evelyn Maroth was found dead in her home, the victim of a .22 round fired above her left ear at very close range. A man described as a friend, Danny Meredith, caught 2 slugs to the head, one between the eyes and another next to his left ear. Young Jason Maroth, Evelyn's son, was shot above the left ear and in the back of the head. Missing from the home was 22-month-old David Ferreira, Evelyn's nephew. He was also shot in the head, though his body was not discovered until much later. Evelyn Maroth was also brutally mutilated after her death, as was young David Ferreira. Maroth was found nude, ripped open and with her legs splayed. 2 household knives lay near her body. Her right eye had been partially removed and there were multiple cuts and stab wounds about her neck. She had been split down the middle, with a second cut across her abdomen intersecting the first gaping wound, thereby forming an inverted cross on her corpse, as was the case also with Mullen's alleged Ripper victim, whose body was discarded nearly alongside of one of Kemper's alleged victims. Another cut ran up the back of Evelyn Maroth's buttocks. Tests revealed that semen was present in the wound. This semen was never matched to that of her alleged killer. The bathroom of the home was a gruesome sight, with blood all over the floor and bloody water left standing in the bathtub, indicating that Maroth was probably butchered there before being posed elsewhere. Mirroring the situation 5 years earlier in Santa Cruz, the homicide rate in Sacramento soared during Chase's alleged murder spree. In the 29 days between his first and last killings, no fewer than 14 largely unexplained murders plagued the capital city. Included among the dead were a baby girl killed by her father and a baby boy killed by his mother. Both of these infanticidal parents drew 3-year sentences, illustrating once again the appalling job done by the criminal justice system in protecting the most vulnerable of Americans. On January 28, just one day after the Morath bloodbath, Richard Chase was arrested by a 3-man team of detectives that had been working the case. Despite the fact that these were arguably the most sensational crimes in the city's history, the 3 were all rookies whose combined experience working homicide cases totaled just 6 months. It seemed almost as though the police, rather than turn the case over to its most seasoned homicide detectives, had opted to bring in a team of newcomers to handle the investigation. At the time of his arrest, Chase believed that he was under investigation not for murder, but for killing dogs, which he apparently was in the habit of doing. The detectives quickly made clear that Richard was being charged with multiple counts of murder, which he repeatedly denied knowing anything about. He readily admitted though to killing the dogs, whose blood covered virtually everything in his apartment, including his handwritten notebook that reportedly featured drawings of swastikas. Chase was grilled relentlessly by detectives, who showed him photographs and filled him in on the details of the crimes they claimed he was guilty of committing. Steadfastly though, Chase maintained his innocence, at one point saying, I don't know. I don't understand how it could be me." Eventually 2 other detectives took over the questioning of Chase, showing him yet more graphic crime scene photos and hurling yet more accusations at him. Nevertheless, Richard continued to steadfastly deny any involvement in the murders, and the detectives ultimately gave up and sent him to a cell. Once there, amazingly enough, Chase promptly confessed the murders to a trustee inmate. That is, at any rate, the way the official story reads. To say that the case against Chase was weak would be a serious understatement. No forensics evidence placed him at, or even anywhere near any of the crime scenes, not one drop of blood, not one strand of hair, not a single fingerprint. No witnesses could place him at any of the scenes, and no ballistics evidence linked him to any of the killings. The only evidence recovered at the Wallen crime scene consisted of latex glove prints and fresh shoe prints on the kitchen floor. The latter, oddly enough, were not noticed until hours after technicians began searching the home, and hours after investigators had been freely trampling over the alleged evidence. One detail of the crime scene strongly indicated that the killer was not Chase, but rather someone known to Teresa. Her ever-vigilant German shepherd, Brutus, was in the house at the time of the killing. 2 sisters of David Wallen, Teresa's husband, who discovered the body, suspected one of David's former significant others, who claimed to possess psychic powers and who had bragged to the 2 women that she was in a devil cult. One such cult that was active in the area, strangely enough, was the Manson family, who had relocated to the area to be near their leader's new home in a California prison cell. Indeed, the family's Lynette "Squeaky" Fromm had been arrested just 2 years before, in 1975, in the city's Capitol Park following a failed assassination attempt on then-President Gerald Ford. At the Morath crime scene, all that was left behind by the killer was again shoe prints, this time in the outside soil, and latex glove prints. A cigarette butt that may or may not have been left by an assailant was found on the porch. There is no indication that saliva on that butt was ever matched to Chase. Richard's car was apparently parked nearby, adjacent to the country club center, a fact that prosecutors pointed to as an indication of guilt. If so, Chase had parked the car rather inappropriately for use as an intended getaway car. It was quite conspicuously parked in a clearly marked no parking zone. And oddly enough, the car was not actually used. The Meredith car was driven away from the home by the killers. It appeared as though Chase's car had been deliberately left, by someone, in such a way that it would not fail to be noticed, and in a location that would establish Richard's presence near the crime. There is a distinct possibility that whoever killed the inhabitants of the Morath home arrived in the Meredith car as well as leaving in it, which would mean that the killer almost certainly knew the victims. Neighbors across the street, who were keeping a fairly close eye on the house, saw no one enter or leave the Morath home, saw no other cars arrive, and neither saw nor heard any signs of a struggle. Perhaps the clearest indication that Chase did not act alone in committing the crime, if indeed he was involved at all, is that the tiny body of David Ferreira was found adjacent to a church nearly 2 months after Richard had been arrested. The discovery was made when a gate that was normally kept locked was found to be unlocked and left ajar. There in a box lay Ferreira's remains, stabbed, slashed, shot and beheaded. Also in the box were the child's clothes and Danny Meredith's car keys. According to prosecutors, the body had been decomposing there since before Chase's arrest. Common sense and the circumstances of its discovery suggest otherwise. When Chase's trial began on January 2, 1979, Richard stood before the court looking very much like a concentration camp inmate. Already a thin man, the 5 feet 11 inches Chase's weight had dropped to a nearly skeletal 107 pounds. He sat emotionless at the defense table, his mind seemingly miles away. As recounted by Lieutenant Ray Biondi, who headed the investigation and co-authored a self-congratulatory book on the case, the most damning pieces of evidence presented in support of the state's case were 2 items that Chase allegedly had in his possession at the time of his arrest: a .22 caliber handgun and Danny Meredith's wallet. The .22 though could not be matched to any of the slugs recovered from the victims, and the possibility certainly exists that the wallet was planted, or was acquired by Chase after the murders. As it turned out, the strongest card in the state's hand was Chase himself, who took the stand in his own defense, just as Herb had done. Despite having entered pleas of not guilty and not guilty by reason of insanity, Chase proceeded to give a long and rambling confession on the stand, during which he freely and accurately used psychiatric and legal jargon, according to Biondi. What he could not do, however, was accurately recall many of the details of the crimes. Chase's defense counsel greatly aided the prosecution's efforts by asking the jury to return second-degree murder convictions against his client. Echoing the immortal words of James Jackson, he stated, "First just feel that to tell you that there is something less than murder here is not a reasonable way to argue to you." On May 8, 1979, after just 5 hours of deliberations, the jury returned with 6 first-degree murder convictions. 6 days later, after just 65 minutes of deliberations, they found the defendant sane. 4 more hours of deliberations produced death sentences, after Chase once again took the stand during the penalty phase of the trial. Richard Chase never made his appointment with the executioner. On December 26, 1980, he was found dead in his cell from the toxic ingestion of an enormous quantity of antipsychotic drugs. His death was ruled a suicide. He allegedly had hoarded his daily medicine until he accumulated a lethal dose. His daily medication packet for that day, however, was found untouched. Not long before his premature death, Chase spent 4 months incarcerated at, where else, Vacaville.
Chapter 14, Superstars. We locate a number of good hypnotic subjects among the criminal class. We then isolate and train these subjects. If allowed a free hand, the authorities could proceed to plan such prepared subjects from the criminal class where it would do the most good. George Estabrooks in Hypnotism.
As the mid-1970s rolled around, the FBI's Behavioral Sciences Unit came of age. The science of criminal profiling was thrust upon the American people. The term serial killer entered the national lexicon, and the marauding mass murderer suddenly became the new American anti-hero. As soon as there was a name for this new and feared breed of criminal, the country bore witness to the media giving saturation coverage to the alleged exploits of these individuals, creating larger-than-life figures out of the likes of Henry Lee Lucas, David, son of Sam, Berkowitz, Theodore Robert Bundy, John Wayne Gacy, and Angelo Buono and Kenneth Bianchi, collectively known as the Hillside Stranglers. Henry Lee Lucas, already discussed in previous chapters, had the longest reign of any of the serial killer superstars, spanning from 1975 to 1983. The alleged son of Sam had a much shorter though quite spectacular reign, just a year into Henry's killing spree. That string of execution-style shootings has been far more thoroughly examined in Maury Terry's The Ultimate Evil than would be possible here. Interested readers are advised to pick up a copy of Terry's book, a thorough reading of which will facilitate a better understanding of this book. The 12 victims attributed to the Hillside Stranglers were killed between October 17, 1977 and February 17, 1978, closely mirroring the alleged murder spree of Herb Mullin, whose 13 alleged victims were killed during almost the exact same span of time just 5 years earlier, October 13, 1972 to February 13, 1973. The last killing attributed to Ted Bundy occurred just 8 days before the last Hillside Strangling, on February 9, 1978. Bundy had been killing for 4 years or more, according to varying accounts. John Gacy's reign also ended in 1978, and he too had been killing for about 4 years, longer by some accounts. There were a number of parallels between the cases of these high-profile killers. Kenneth Bianchi, like Charles Manson, was born the son of an alcoholic, teenage prostitute. His alleged partner, Sicilian-bred Angelo Buono, was also born the son of a prostitute. Like Lucas, Buono spoke of being taken along by his mother while she serviced her tricks. According to some accounts, Ted Bundy's mother was an abusive young prostitute as well, who also plied her trade in the presence of her young son. Bianchi, Bundy and Gacy all had an intense interest in law enforcement work. Bianchi, for example, studied police science in college, went on ride-alongs with the LAPD, joined the sheriff's reserves, and was known to carry a California Highway Patrol badge. Gacy was described by his wife as a police freak, a description that was applied to him by others as well. From an early age, Ted Bundy also expressed a strong interest in pursuing a law enforcement career, and at various times worked for the Seattle Crime Prevention Advisory Committee, the King County Law and Justice Planning Office, the Seattle Crime Commission, and as a self-employed law enforcement consultant, billing himself as TRB Associates. Another common thread that ties the cases of these men together is an early experience in the workforce that exposed them to the depravities that one human can inflict upon another. Kenneth Bianchi, for example, worked for a time as an ambulance attendant. So did John Wayne Gacy, who also was employed at a mortuary. Such an experience is what the intelligence community refers to as a blooding. In a similar vein, the entire country is being blooded, though on a lesser level, through near constant exposure to a television and video game diet increasingly dominated by scenes of graphic violence. The effect of this is to radically desensitize individuals, or an entire society, to appalling levels of bloodshed and carnage. Another commonality among some of the more high-profile serial killers profiled in this chapter and others are seemingly improbable connections to very high-ranking members of their respective political parties. Gacy, for example, was a fixture in Chicago Democratic Party circles. Despite his colorful and at times criminal past, he had a high enough security clearance to have once had a face-to-face meeting with then First Lady Rosalind Carter. Ted Bundy was equally well connected to various Republican Party officials. As a final note here, before taking a closer look at the stories of these men, it should be noted that the era in which their crimes were committed was a time when reported cases of multiple personality disorder skyrocketed. Before the decade of the 1970s was over, twice as many cases had been reported in that 10-year span as in the previous 100 years. There are indications that all of these alleged killers suffered, to varying degrees, from a dissociative disorder. Bianchi was diagnosed as such by a number of therapists, though this diagnosis was disputed by others, including the CIA's own Martin Orne and Margaret Singer. Though never formally diagnosed, Ted Bundy displayed unmistakable signs of a dissociative disorder as well. Not only could Bundy's personality change at a moment's notice, but his physical appearance could as well. Bundy had a chameleon-like ability to alter his appearance, an ability that is clearly displayed in the numerous photos of him that grace the pages of the various books he has inspired. A neighbor of his in Florida once offered this observation: "He always looked different, I don't know, sometimes he just didn't even look like the same person at all." Diana Smith, a therapist and Bundy family friend, wondered how Ted could be so many different things to so many different people. An investigator on the Bundy case, Joe Alloy, claimed that he once observed Bundy react to a particularly stressful situation by spontaneously, and quite radically, altering his physical appearance. Ted's body and muscle tone changed markedly, and he suddenly became sweaty and began emitting a noticeable odor. The judge who presided over Ted's Colorado trial referred to him as a changeling, noting the unsettling way in which his appearance could change dramatically with his mood. The judge drew a comparison to Vincent Bugliosi's description of Charles Manson's similar ability. Bugliosi was not the only one to make that observation about Manson. Disciple Susan Atkins once said, "Charlie changes from second to second. He can be anybody he wants to be. He can put on any face he wants to put on at any given moment." Although John Wayne Gacy did not have the ability to alter his physical appearance, as Detective David Hackmeister of the Des Plaines Police observed, his personality could change in a split second. Gacy was viewed by many as a pillar of the community, a man who was politically active and well-connected, who gave of his time freely to entertain children, who was a valued neighbor who regularly hosted parties with hundreds of guests, and who was a successful businessman and a loving father. On the other hand, he also had the unique distinction of being convicted of 33 counts of first-degree murder. How are we to reconcile these two sides of John Gacy? Men such as he are usually said to be sociopaths. They are said to be lacking a conscience. The persona that is presented to the public is said to be nothing more than an elaborate ruse, an emotionless facade disguising the monster within. But is it not just as likely, if not more so, that the public self is, in fact, a legitimate personality, separate and distinct from the one that does the killing? And when the monster emerges, does this represent the facade slipping away, or an alter personality emerging? Or is there any difference? Is the sociopath label not, in the final analysis, just another way of describing multiple personality disorder? Kenneth Bianchi is, like many other serial killers, of unknown parentage. He was born the son of an alcoholic teenage prostitute on May 22, 1951 in Rochester, New York, and then privately adopted by the Bianchis. His adoptive parents were repeatedly reported to the Rochester Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Children for their treatment of their son. Ken was taken frequently to doctors and administered unspecified tests at the urging of his mother, who also frequently kept him home from school for prolonged absences, including nearly his entire kindergarten year. As a child, Bianchi frequently lapsed into trance-like states, during which time his eyes would roll back in his head. He later recalled enduring such punishments as having his hand held over a stove flame. He also is said to have once killed a cat and left it on his neighbor's porch on Halloween. Following high school, Bianchi sought psychiatric care and married briefly, although the union lasted just 8 months. He also attended junior college, studying psychology and police science, and reportedly making frequent use of the school's medical facilities. He found work both as a bouncer and as an ambulance attendant, and apparently considered an Air Force career, for which he took a qualifying test. Sometime during his early adult years, Bianchi also joined a biker gang, which ostensibly was the inspiration for the rather remarkable tattoo that he sported on his arm, Satan's own MC. Perhaps not surprisingly, Ken had gaps in his memory, and would sometimes find himself walking down a street with no memory of how he got there or what he had been doing immediately prior. Such episodes are clear signs of a dissociative disorder, a category that includes fugue states and amnesia, as well as MPD, DID. At the age of 26, Ken arrived in Hollywood and moved in with his cousin, Angelo Buono, and Angelo's son, also named Angelo Buono. Bianchi readily established access to a steady supply of drugs, which he both sold and used. He also, rather improbably, set up shop as a therapist, sharing office space with a legitimate therapist in North Hollywood. During this time in California, Ken claimed to be getting outpatient treatments for cancer, and he regularly visited a hospital to receive those treatments. He generally preferred to go alone to these appointments, although sometimes his girlfriend, Kelly, drove him there and then waited in the car for him to return. Bianchi, of course, never actually had cancer. There is no question though that he was indeed making regular visits to a medical facility, and he was receiving some kind of treatments, although at least one of his chroniclers has claimed that Ken would, on a regular basis, enter the hospital, randomly kill time by reading and hanging out, and then return to the car. What possible purpose would be served by his doing so is left unexplained, as is how Bianchi was able to bring home legitimate receipts and medical forms following these treatments. Ken's cousin and reputed partner, Angelo Buono, reportedly had a strong bond with his mother, whom he frequently accused of being a whore. He never lived more than a couple of miles from her throughout his entire adult life. Angelo quit high school at the age of 16 and he was shortly thereafter remanded to the custody of the California Youth Authority. By the age of 20, he was known for his flamboyance, exemplified by his habit of driving new Cadillacs. It is unclear how he suddenly acquired such wealth. Buono apparently had a lifelong penchant for underage girls. During his life, he married at least 2 of them. He fathered at least 8 kids by his numerous wives. He reportedly regularly sodomized all of them. He also beat and sodomized his wives, often in front of the children. Angelo's sons and only daughter were frequent visitors to the house that their dad shared for a time with Ken Bianchi. Many young girls were frequent visitors as well, and some even lived there for varying periods of time. Angelo has been described as a magnet for women, and he had a constant stream of mostly teenage girls passing through his home. Many of them were working for him. His auto upholstery shop also served as a front for a teenage prostitution racket. Some of his girls, including 16-year-old Sabra Hannon and Rebecca Gay Spears, a 15-year-old biker's daughter, were kept virtually enslaved with regular beatings, rapes, and threats of death and dismemberment. Angelo supplied the services of these young girls to the city's business and political elite, including a city councilman, a police chief, and a chief aide to a member of the LA County Board of Supervisors. Such favors had earned sidekick Bianchi the right to display an LA County seal on the windshield of his Cadillac. Buono and Bianchi had connections to the Hollywood crowd as well. Angelo once shared a home with actor Artie Ford, a friend of fellow actor Jay Silverheels, the Lone Ranger's Tonto. He also repaired cars for Frank Sinatra and for reputed mafioso Joe Bonanno. Buono's daughter claimed that her father once drove her to Sinatra's Palm Springs home, where Angelo dropped off a package. Several of the suspects identified during the course of the investigation were Hollywood names as well. The first suspect booked was actor Ned York, who gave a long and rambling confession to the crimes. Another man questioned in connection to the stranglings was identified as a minor actor who had a film studio set up in his home. An aspiring actress told of going to this home for an audition and being forced to participate in the production of hardcore S&M films. Yet another suspect was a man identified only as a famous Hollywood producer who was said to enjoy the company of young girls. He was stopped by police while driving the car of a convicted rapist, accompanied by a young girl, and he was discovered to be in possession of a phony police ID. Buono was known to have two avid interests that are common to many alleged serial killers: guns and Polaroid photography. Angelo reportedly owned 5 rifles, 2 .45 caliber handguns, and a Thompson submachine gun. He also owned a Polaroid camera, with which he was said to have photographed some of the pair's victims, although such photographs were never produced at trial. Buono and Bianchi's first purported victim was a black prostitute and drug dealer named Yolanda Washington, whose nude body was found along Forest Lawn Drive. She had been strangled with intense force after having sexual contact with at least 2 men. Not long before her death, she and a group of fellow prostitutes had sold Buono a trick list. The month before Washington's body was found, a girl named Laura Collins was found similarly strangled and dumped not far from Forest Lawn Drive, but her death, oddly enough, was never attributed to the so-called hillside stranglers. The next victim, Judith Ann Miller, also a prostitute, was found sprawled nude on Halloween Day, 1977. She had been carefully placed by 2 or more individuals, and had marks on her face, wrists and ankles that suggested that she had been gagged and bound, but her bindings had been subsequently removed. There were said to be 2 witnesses to the abduction, both of whom, like the killers and the victims, reeked of mind control operations. One was a woman who had worked as a subject for a professional stage hypnotist. He had hypnotized her on literally hundreds of occasions. She claimed to have seen Miller get into a car with a light-skinned black man. The other witness was a male bounty hunter named Marcus Camden. He saw the victim get into a dark blue limousine, which he said was definitely not Ken's Cadillac. He described the driver as a dark man with curly hair, Latin-looking, and with a big nose. Neither witness saw a second man in the vehicle, although both Bianchi and Buono were later said to have participated in the abduction. Investigator Frank Salerno promptly checked Camden into Cedars-Sinai Hospital for tests, for reasons that are unclear. Much later, Camden allegedly positively identified Angelo. At the time, he was voluntarily committed to Richmond State Hospital in Indiana. As an interesting side note, witness Camden was missing 2 left fingertips, which is, according to some unconfirmed reports, an identifying mark of some satanic cults. The next victim was Lisa Teresa Caston, an exotic dancer with the L.A. Knockers dance troupe. She was likely a prostitute as well. At the very least, she had considered the profession and had discussed it with others. A witness who worked on a composite drawing described Lisa's abductor as a white or Latino man with an olive complexion and acne, in his late 20s, 6 feet 2 inches or 6 feet 3 inches tall, 150 to 160 pounds. And with a thick mustache and a small mole on his left cheek, a description that didn't fit Buono or Bianchi. Jill Barkham was the next victim. She was, like the others, a prostitute who was found nude and strangled. Following her was Kathleen Robinson, described as being part of the street scene. Unlike the others, she was found fully clothed. Next was Christina Weckler, an honors student at the Pasadena Art Center. She was found nude and strangled, and she had had Windex injected into her arms and neck. Bob Grogan, one of lead investigators on the Strangler Task Force, pocketed and subsequently suppressed Weckler's personal notebook, a flagrantly illegal act that he later openly acknowledged. Grogan, who had served as a technical advisor on the T.J. Hooker television series, had connections to Santa Monica's Rand Corporation, which is widely regarded by researchers as a CIA front. The next 2 victims were Sonia Johnson and Dolly Cepeda, who were just 14 and 12 years old, respectively. Following them was Jane King, who was picked up across the street from the Scientology Manor, where she was reportedly taking acting classes. The body of Lauren Wagner was the next to be discovered. She had been strangled and electrocuted. There were purportedly at least 3 witnesses to her abduction, though all of them were problematic. One of these was a neighbor, Beulah Stouffer, who reportedly witnessed the abduction from the window of her home, after which she claimed to have received a threatening phone call. She said that she had seen 2 men argue with Wagner before dragging her into a car and had heard Lauren scream, "You won't get away with this." Strangely, however, she did not initially report what she had witnessed. Stouffer ultimately identified both Buono and Bianchi as the girls' abductors, after being questioned by Grogan on more than 100 occasions, by his own accounting. Prior to a visit to the crime scene by Buono's jury, Grogan later tampered with the scene by going to Stouffer's house to trim her front hedges, which normally blocked the view out of the window that Stouffer claimed to have witnessed the crime from. Another neighbor claimed to have witnessed the abduction of the girl as well, but this witness also failed to initially report the incident. A third witness claimed that he just happened to be driving by at the time of the abduction. The man was said to be a convicted killer who had been cured at Atascadero, just like killer Ed Kemper had been cured at that same facility. Forensics evidence indicated a culprit other than Bianchi or Buono. A substance found on the corpse was determined to have come from a type B secretor, which ruled out both of the cousins. At trial, the state argued that the substance was nothing more than ant residue. The media, which had been focusing their bright lights on the trial, decided, for no apparent reason, not to provide coverage of this rather dubious testimony. The next victim, Kimberly Diane Martin, was found in a vacant apartment, bound, gagged, strangled, and with a fractured skull and blood dripping from her ear. She was an underage outcall prostitute who had been dispatched to meet a trick. The request had reportedly been phoned in by Ken Bianchi. Just 3 days after her death, Bianchi went on a ride along with the LAPD. The last victim attributed to the Hillside Stranglers was Cindy Lee Hudspeth, who was strangled and stuffed nude into the trunk of a car, which was then pushed over an incline. Bianchi would later claim, in a purported confession, that the car was pushed over front end first. Evidence indicated otherwise. This was just one of many details that his confessions would get wrong. Soon after the killings began, a task force was established that included elements of the LAPD, the LA Sheriff's Department, and the Glendale Police Department. It eventually grew to include 162 officers. The task force's headquarters was in room 832 of the Justice Building, which had been converted from its original use as a courtroom, the very same courtroom where Charles Manson had been tried and convicted. The team was led by Frank Salerno, who had earlier headed a narcotics team that had arrested the very same Charles Manson on drug charges. Also on board the task force was the aforementioned evidence tamperer, Bob Grogan. Weekly press conferences were held by then-Chief Darrell F. Gates, who had little progress to report as the killings continued, with some of the bodies showing up carefully posed in the hills near the LA Police Academy. All of the victims had been raped, and yet semen tests that were conducted reportedly yielded nothing. Ken Bianchi was questioned on multiple occasions during the investigation, by at least 2 LAPD officers and 1 Glendale cop, but he was cleared each time. One expert consulted by the press was none other than Dr. Louis Jolyon West, a prominent member of the False Memory Syndrome Foundation who was connected to numerous covert CIA operations throughout his career. West told the LA Times, "It would be most unlikely to find this done by more than one person. This type is almost always the work of a single person." This was an obvious bit of disinformation that flew in the face of the known facts of the case. Not long after the Hillside Stranglings, West was one of the first prominent mouthpieces to promote the mass suicide story to explain what happened at Jonestown. This was another rather obvious bit of disinformation. 3 months after the last killing, Bianchi left the Los Angeles area for Bellingham, Washington, where he wasted no time in joining the Whatcom County Sheriff's reserves. Strangely enough, the chief of the police department of Bianchi's new city of residence was both a former Los Angeles cop and a friend of 14-year-old victim Sonia Johnson's father, the bookkeeper for an LA area Catholic parish school. Chief Terry Mangan had an unusual history that sounded as though it could have been written by a Hollywood screenwriter. While working as an ordained priest, and as a high school teacher and dean of students in Monterey, California, he began serving as a counselor to the police. He was soon regularly hanging out at the police academy and riding on patrol every night, becoming some kind of mythical priest cop. He ultimately left the priesthood altogether and became a full-fledged cop. In 1976, the year before the Stranglings began, he was named the new chief of the Bellingham Force. On January 12, 1979, two Western Washington University co-eds were found bound and strangled. Footprints and a loose pubic hair were reportedly recovered at the scene. New Bellingham resident Ken Bianchi was arrested shortly after the discovery of the bodies, and he promptly confessed. He was appointed Dean Brett as his defense counsel, and a psychiatric social worker named John Johnson was assigned to the case as well. Bianchi was held in isolation and allowed only limited visitation with family and friends. Before long, he was examined by a stream of psychiatrists, psychologists, some of whom had known and long-standing connections to the CIA. The first to examine Bianchi, on the spring equinox, was Dr. John Watkins, who questioned the accused in the presence of Brett, Johnson, Frank Salerno and Salerno's partner, both of whom had flown up from Los Angeles. Next was Dr. Ron Markman of Los Angeles, a man with the dubious distinction of being both a psychiatrist and an attorney. He had previously been involved in both the Manson and the SLA, Patty Hearst cases. The stench surrounding the Strangler case reached a new level with the arrival of the next examiner, none other than Dr. Donald Lundy, last seen playing a pivotal role in the Frazier, Kemper and Mullen cases. Conveniently enough, Lundy just happened to have family in Bellingham that he purportedly just happened to be visiting at the time, so he just sort of dropped in for an off-the-record examination of the famed Hillside Strangler. Next up was Dr. Ralph Allison, brought in from, of all places, Santa Cruz, California. He finished up with Bianchi on April 19, and Watkins returned the next day to administer a Rorschach test. The following day, April 21, Angelo Buono's house was searched for the very first time. The home was found to be immaculately neat and, amazingly enough, it reportedly contained not a single fingerprint, which would tend to indicate that Buono had been tipped off prior to the search. In May, Vienna-born Martin Orne, sent in by the state, took a turn at examining Bianchi. Orne was another False Memory Syndrome Foundation luminary who received extensive CIA funding and who, probably not coincidentally, had testified at the SLA trial. In June, Dr. Saul Fairstein of Beverly Hills took his turn with Bianchi, and in July, Dr. Lundy returned for an on-the-record examination. Lundy's role was to build the prosecution's case to try Bianchi in Los Angeles as the Hillside Strangler. As such, Lundy's examination concentrated almost exclusively on discussion of the LA killings. Like Orne and Fairstein, Lundy largely dismissed the notion that Ken was suffering from MPD. Others have claimed that Bianchi displayed at least 4 distinct personalities, who were named Ken, Steve, Billy and Friend. Salerno and Grogan, as well as most of Bianchi's chroniclers, have claimed that the symptoms displayed by the suspect were an obvious ruse. Dr. John Watkins to this day sticks by his initial diagnosis of MPD. On October 2, 1980, Veronica Lynn Compton, a playwright and actress and the daughter of an LA area editorial cartoonist, was arrested for attempted murder in Bellingham. The attack was said to be an attempt to commit a copycat killing that would have cast doubts on the incarcerated Bianchi's guilt in the earlier killings. Strangely, Compton's victim did not bother to report the incident until several days after the alleged attempt was made on her life. Compton had been sexually active from an early age, as evidenced by the fact that she was only 23 and yet she had an 8-year-old son. She had reportedly slept with numerous Hollywood figures, including a lawyer, agent who was later killed in an unsolved murder case. She confided to Bianchi that she herself had killed before,